to believe we're already into the final day of this T20I Tri-Series, but it's only just the beginning here in Malta. We have ECI T10 international action tomorrow and Friday, then of course the European Cricket Series starting on Saturday. As far as this series goes, Austria in the box seat, a couple of wins will get them the trophy, but a bit of a banana skin game first up against the hosts Malta that are still without a win. Welcome, I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECN Malta T20I Tri-Series and it starts right now.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and Victorinox.
Buenos dias, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. Day 3 is the final day of this T20 International Tri-Series featuring the hosts Malta as well as Austria and Hungary. Now Hungary, they have the morning off, we'll see them later in the day, so it's Malta versus Austria first up. I do have some news from the toss that Austria won the toss a little bit earlier and elected to bowl, so it's kind of mirroring what happened in match number 2 on Monday afternoon where Malta batted first, they made 150, wasn't enough. The Austrians chased it down fairly comfortably. Malta without a win in this Tri-Series, they're 0-3 and they are playing an opponent here who are 24 spots above them on the ICC T20I men's ranking. So I suppose it's an opportunity, if you look at it that way, to gain some points, some crucial points, try and hold on to their ranking, perhaps improve it, albeit they weren't able to get the win against the Austrians last time and they've lost to Hungary twice in this series. Hungary were a fraction below them in the T20I men's rankings. For Austria, a bit of a banana peel game for them because they wouldn't want to lose this one. If they win this one, then they're certainly a really good position to win this Tri-Series, even with a narrow loss to Hungary later on. But I don't think they're planning on losing any games here. Austria, they've hit the ground running. I think they want to go a perfect 4-0 and get the win, not only in these matches, but also, of course, to have the Tri-Series trophy. Let's talk about the weather. A bit of cloud cover right now. It looks pretty good to me. Always a little bit damp underfoot first up in the day. Should get better as the day goes on. 16 degrees expected maximum. Already we're up to about 14. Malta International Cricket Ground, beautiful place to play cricket. And it was beautiful to have some company in the commentary box yesterday with Tina Goff standing by. Now, Tina, I do have some official ECN secret business to take care of. So I'm going to leave you in the driver's seat for the first bit of the day, but I will be back a little bit later on. News from the toss here that the Maltese have been sent in by the Austrians in match number 5. Over to you as we get ready for the start of the day.
Thank you, Vinny, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to Malta, and you're joining me, Tina Goff, at this ECN Malta T20I Tri-Series 2025, and we're on match day 5. As Vinny just said, Austria won the toss and decided to field. And they're going into this game having won 2 for 2, and they've got a big game today, a double header. And as Vinny said, they want to go 5-0 or 4-0 and clean sweep this series. But let's have a look at what happened yesterday. Match 3 in the morning, we had Hungary against Austria. Hungary put on quite a decent 186 for 5. Zishan led the way there with 65 not out off just 47 balls. But Austria bowled well. Aki Iqbal 2 for 31 off his 4. And yeah, Austria managed to just chase that down fairly easily in the end. And in the second game, Malta 177 for 7. The tank 54 off 36. They'll be wanting him to chase that down again. And Hungary, they again chased it down fairly easy in just 13 overs. And Sheikh Razik was really the star of the show there with 106 not out, leading his team to victory. So here's how things stand at the moment. Hungary are top, but they have played one more game than Austria. Austria have played just those 2 games, won them both, and they've got their big double header today. So with the chance to claim all 8 points from the league. Malta, they'll be looking to play for pride. They haven't won a game yet, but this is their final game today, and they'll be wanting to take some points home from this game. So Austria elected to field. You can see them marching out now. It's a bit overcast here today in Malta. We had glorious blue skies yesterday, but a bit of cloud cover, so maybe the ball will be doing a bit. You can see the 2 teams here, Austria and Malta. Bilal will be a key player for Austria with both bat and ball. Got Akib Iqbal. Again, he can do it all as captain. And Malta, they'll be hoping that their 2 up top, Rocky and Darshit, will be getting the runs. They've had a few starts this tournament. Rocky, he got 20 in game 2. 15 in game 3, but didn't really push on, whereas the tank, he got a half century. And we've got a new player coming in as well for Malta. Looking at the win predictor, Austria, understandably so, over 80% chance that they'll win. Of course, Malta will have a word or two to say about that. They're down at 19%. But as we said, it's their final game this morning. They're at home. They'll be playing for a bit of pride. And, of course, ICC ranking points. These aren't just friendlies. These are ICC T20Is. Malta currently ranked 71 in the world, Austria 47, and that's why it's kind of going to form at the moment in this tournament. But Malta really have got a bit of a free hit then, because every time you play a team above you in the ranking, there's a lot of points up for grabs. And even just getting this one win today will presumably put them quite higher up the rankings. So it's not a dead rubber for Malta by any stretch. And we can see that the Tank and Rocky there, the usual opening partnership, little and large, the Tank will be facing up. And it will be Zadran who is opening the bowling for Austria. He's gone wicketless so far, actually. In game 2, he went for 19 off his 3 overs. Game 3, he went for 31 off 4, but he's quite a reliable bowler first up. And he's right on the money straight away. Just nibbling outside that off stump, and Tank, he gives that ball its due respect. So let's just recap what Austria have done so far. They've actually won both games by 6 wickets. So in game 2 they beat Malta, their opponents this morning, by 6 wickets. In game 3 they beat Hungary by, again, 6 wickets. And they'll be playing Hungary in that big, possibly a decider game this afternoon. And it was edged. They all went up. They thought it was bound to be a catch, but it's been dropped. There was the bowler was almost celebrating before the ball was in the hands, and keeper just, as Arslan Arif with the gloves, it went in and it went straight back out. It's going to be a bit wet this morning. There's a bit of dew out on the outfield, but Zadran will be disappointed that that's been dropped by his keeper. It was a lovely ball just shaping away from the Tank, and Patanka's got an early reprieve there. He'll want to make the most of that. Again, it's just that nibbling line outside off stump, so this is a great start by Zadran. He's right on the money from ball 1. And welcome everyone in the chat as well. As Vinny mentioned, he's on some secret special business for the ECN this morning, so I'm flying solo for the first inning, so you're more than welcome to throw anything into the chat just to keep me from being a bit lonely. Again, it's an action replay outside off stump. So good morning to Rob, good morning to Dave. Thank you for joining us. Hello, KG. And the Tank just needs to get his head down here, not get too unsettled. Of course, it is a T20, so you don't have to go all guns blazing from the start. You can see yourself in. The most important thing is that you do stay there. The Tank just steps away. I think the keeper was just making 1 or 2 adjustments. We're in the power play, of course, and it's T20I regulations, the ICC regulations. We, the ECN, are just merely invited guests for this game. And they've got 2 out for the first 6 in the power play. And that's nicked again, but it's gone straight over first slip. And despite the chase, yep, it has gone all the way. It was Hekmatullah down there at third who tried to cut it off, and it was a big swing by the Tank. I think the big swing saved him, to be honest, because it flew over Sugarwell there in first slip. That's the first runs on the board for Malta. Not the most convincing of runs, but he'll take it nonetheless. But this has been a really probing and testing first over from Sahel. The Tank, I think, will just be happy to get out of this over alive. He not only gets out of it alive, but he goes on the counter punch and smacks that one through the vacant cow corner area. Of course, as I said, only 2 allowed outside the ring. Patanka saw the spot there, took a little shuffle. His footwork is it's always a bit sparse, but he took a half step forward and just dispatched that over the boundary. So that's 8 for none for Malta off the first over. Quite an eventful first over. There was a drop, there was an edge, there was a 4. So it's all happening here, and here we can see what has happened so far in this ECN Malta T20I Tri-Series. a lot of runs. We've only had 4 matches played, but we're getting close to 70 maximos. Interestingly, the same number of 6s and 4s at the moment, just after that one there. 68. 38 wickets, so there's not been too many wickets actually. We've seen quite a few run chases with only a few wickets going down. You can see the run rate, despite it being a T20, not a T10, it's getting up to almost 10 and over. So despite T20 for us being the longer format of the game, we're having a lot of excitement here. And of course, there's another game this afternoon, and then we go into the T10 series as well. So it's non-stop action here in Malta, and these 3 teams after this tri-series will then head up against each other in the T10 series for 2 days of T10. So it's going to be Hekmatullah, who was down at 3rd, opening up from the other end. And Rocky, on his first ball, just rocks back and pulls that one. Rocky played well yesterday, actually. He got to 15 off 15 balls. He looked like he was set, and then there was one that just rushed him a bit, playing that almost that exact shot, which got him caught out at mid-wicket. And he's got a few starts in this series so far. He's got 7 not out in the first game. Of course, that first game was washed out after just 5 overs of Malta's reply. It's an action replay, this time with Patanka hitting it also to that mid-wicket boundary. In game 2, Rocky, he got 20 off 14, and then game 3 he got 15, a runner ball 15. So he's always got off to small starts, but he'll be wanting to get a bigger total today and convert that into a 40 or 50, even more, especially with Malta now setting the total. They'll be wanting to get, I mean, me and Vinny have been saying par's about 180. I think Malta, if they aim for 150 first, take it from there. This is a long chase on for the keeper. There's no fine leg. He's pumping his arms and legs, and he's going to make it relatively easily as Arif. And there was a chance of a run at both ends. Went for a double-double, but both of them got in safely enough. And that was a great chase by Arif. Not really helped out by many of his fielders, and he had to throw away his gloves and run in full pads. That's a long old chase for the keeper as well, and he turns and throws. Nice throw. It was good running as well from Malta. And that's hit hard by the tank, and it's gone to the vacant boundary over there. Slightly shorter there by Hekmatullah, and tank just swiveled. Not much footwork again. Well, a little shuffle forward, but it was just right in the slot for him to just lever it over to mid-wicket. And after a rocky start by the tank, he's getting into his stride now. He's 13 off just the 8 deliveries. And he batted really well yesterday, actually, in game 4. He got 54, so he got his half century off just 36 balls. So that one just strays down the leg side. And again, he's got off to some good starts. Game 1, he went 17 off 14 balls. Game 2, 32 off 31. And then he got that half century in game 4. So he's a key player for Malta as well at the top of the order. And you really think that they'll be wanting to target this power play with Austria restricted in their fielding. We always talk about 50 or 60 in the power play, especially if you don't lose many wickets. That really gives you a good platform to push on. Hekmatullah just has a probing line at the moment, but he's straying down leg side, and that one has just been pivoted away by the tank. And I think he'd be more than happy at the moment to have these balls kind of landing around his hip region. All he has to do is twirl around on that one. It slowly rolls to the boundary. The outfield is still quite wet out here, but that had enough gas on it to get it all the way to the boundary. With 1 ball left in the second over, Hekmatullah just needs to adjust his line a little bit here. Get it outside that off stump. And tank goes again, and this one will land safe. it will probably just be the one. That will take Malta to 23 for no loss after 2 overs. It's quietly been a good start for them, mostly fielded by Patanka, so he's had almost all of the deliveries. Rocky's only faced the 2 deliveries so far in these first 2 overs, but they're going along nicely, the big man, little man. Austria here have just, I think they're still just digesting their breakfast, getting off to a slow start, but you can see it's all still to play for here in match 5 of this T20I Tri-Series. Hungary, we'll see them later this afternoon in that big match against Austria. That could be the series decider, but of course Austria have Malta to get through first. Malta will be wanting to pull off a bit of a shock here and finish their series on a high. That first was a big swing and a miss. Zadran back on for his second over. And again, Zadran is just continuing with that probing line outside off stump, and Tank needs to do something different here if he's going to make contact with it. The only one he has made contact with has flown to third. Zadran just has to pull up again. Patanka is taking his time here. He's surveying the field, seeing what options he has available to him, and Zadran is just bowling that one line at the moment, but it's doing the business for him. And that one tucks the Tank up a bit. And Vinny, I can see, is creeping in the chat as well, so you know he's never really far away. But welcome again to everyone who's joining us. And if there is anything you want to chat about, if you have any questions for me, any questions about ECN, anything, we had a long food chat yesterday. So do throw some things in the chat, keep me company while Vinny is off being a secret super spy for ECN. We do say T20, it feels like the longer format at the moment, especially when we're all used to this action-packed T10 now, and Austria are very much taking this at their own pace at the moment. They're not being rushed by anyone. As Rocky finally gets on strike, and he says, why haven't you been giving me the strike more? Because he just clips that one over through point region, gives himself a bit of room. Zadran has that line outside off. Rocky's seen it coming a lot from the other end. Just takes a step to leg side, just levers that over for 4. If we look at the win predictor, it has Austria at 70%. They were higher than that at the start of the game, so clearly win predictor is a big fan of this start from Malta, and they are going about it positively. That's the end of the 3rd over. Malta going at a rate of 10 and over, that's 30 for none. And they'll be happy with this start, but Malta have had a few starts in the previous games and not quite kicked on. And this, of course, is their final chance, at least in the T20 series, to get some points on the board. In their game so far, they lost game 1. Unfortunately, that was rain affected against Hungary, but Hungary did put on a big 180 for 8, and Malta were 30 for 1 when the heavens opened after 5 overs. And it's a bit overcast today, but I think we're not due for any rain, so hopefully we get the full 80 in today, especially when there's the series on the line today in this final T20I day. In the second game, Malta, they lost by 6 wickets to Austria. They put on 150 for 7, again setting the score, but Austria chased it down. Mark Simpson-Parker in that game getting 57. There's been a change of bowling here for Austria, with Akib Iqbal, the captain, into the attack. He's a bit of an all-rounder as well for Austria, and he bowled really well in game 3. Got 2 wickets for 31 runs in Austria's victory over Hungary. And that one's just the tank, bit of friendly fire there. He clips it against his own pad. And then game 4 yesterday, Malta, they lost that by 8 wickets to Hungary. And that's when we saw that incredible century from Sheikh Razik. He got 106 of just the 38 deliveries. But even in that game, Malta put on 177, so they are capable of putting in a big score. Patanka's just down on his haunches here, and his teammate Rocky comes over, checks he's okay. He did almost throw his back out with that one, the heft he put through that swing. I think he needs to get his head down here and just play every ball as it comes. He tries to go for the big booming cover drive there and misses it again, and this is a great start by Akib Iqbal. Hasn't gone for a single run off his 4 deliveries so far. Hi to the ECN Supporters Club Australia in the chat, asking how I enjoyed my trip to Australia. So I was in Australia shortly after Christmas, my first time down under, and I saw some incredible cricket. I went to the Boxing Day test match at the MCG, which, I mean, for any of you who've been to the MCG, it's quite a stadium. I think there must have been about 50,000 people then. Well, it was half empty and it felt half empty, but it's an incredible arena. This is a great over in the end by Iqbal, going for just the 1 off it. Malta finishing 31 off those 4 overs, so that was a great comeback from Austria, having gone for 10s first 3, just the 1 off that one, so a good turn there from the captain. And then I went over to Sydney, went to the SCG, so I kind of followed the Border Gavaskar Trophy around, and I also watched a bit of the Women's Ashes, which, if you're of an English persuasion, the less said about that the better, but still, Australia, a beautiful country. I saw kangaroos in the wild. We had a long discussion yesterday with Vinny about different Australian food, and there was almost a fight in the chat about pies and ketchup and gravy, so we won't drag that one up again. As Zadran comes back for his 3rd over, and that one's pinged off the pitch, and it's a big appeal and it's out. Patanka looks a bit questioningly back at the pitch. That one seemed to really zip up. There's probably a bit of moisture out there. A vicious delivery there from Zadran. He's had 2 great overs so far, and he deserves his wicket on the first ball of the 3rd over. That's Malta at 31 for 1. Now, look at that for a delivery, just outside off stump. Patanka kind of reared back like he'd been bitten by a snake, and he has to go for an excellent delivery that, to be honest, I think that would have got a lot of very, very good batters out. Patanka goes for a runner ball 20. Not a bad start from him. He'll be wanting to have pushed on a bit, but when you get a ball like that with your name on it, yeah, he didn't have too much footwork there, but I think he was just surprised by the bounce of the pitch. You've got to take your hat off there to Zadran. That was a brilliant ball, and it brings Sobu George to the crease. Malta at 31 for 1. The first ball of the 5th over. Sobu George, he didn't play in game 2, but in game 4 he got 26 off just 20 runs. So he stuck around for a bit, and again he'll be hoping for a big score here to help his team to a decent total. And that one has flown straight over the slip cordon. George played hard at that one. It's going to go all the way. A bit more width there from Zadran, and Sobu George threw everything at it. And again, that kind of saved him, because if you're going to swing here, you got to swing hard, especially in the power play, and he is rewarded for that. Of course, there's two Georges in the Malta squad, and Dave asks why Boom Boom Basil isn't playing. And it's a good question. I think it's just a tactical move. Maybe there's only room for one George in the Malta team, and Sobu is the one that's got the nod. He hit his first ball for 4. You can see his intent straight away. That one hit quite high up the bat, but if you got hold of that, I think I might have been ducking for cover here in the commentary box. So looks like he's here for a good time. Hi to Zishan in the chat. Morning, hope you're well. That's another big swing by Sobu, but Zadran is bowling excellently here. He's kind of just plugging away. He's not doing anything extravagant, but he knows if he just keeps testing Sobu George. That was a bit of a false shot there. I'm not quite sure what he was trying to do there. He goes for the more classic defence with the classic shadow bat afterwards. But Zadran has really got his team off to a decent start here. And that one is cracked through point. Bit of width there provided by Zadran, and Sobu George just leans into it. You could hear the crack on the bat from here. That echoed around the Master Sports ground. Just waited for it. And there is 2 or 3 in that point slip area, but they could only watch as that flew past them. It's an excellent shot. Slower ball by Zadran, but it gets almost the same treatment. That's back-to-back boundaries by Sobu George. Almost looks like we're watching the same replay. That one a bit fuller, but he just leans into it, does George. And that gets Malta to 43 for 1 off their first 5 overs. So a decent enough start here by Malta. Wickets, of course, will be key for them, or keeping them down. Maybe don't quite have the depth in their order that Austria and Hungary do. And here we are in our tour of Malta. So we're coming to the very end of the T20I Tri-Series. Here joining us on February the 5th. But the action doesn't stop. So tomorrow we go straight into 2 days of ECI action, so T10s. And the same 3 teams will be facing off in some T10 action. And then, again, it never stops. We have 10 days of ECS Malta. We have 10 teams in 2 groups battling out to claim glory here in Malta. And a few of the players here who play for Malta will be seen in that ECS series as well, so it'll be an amazing couple of weeks of cricket for them. As Akib Iqbal comes back for his second over. And they say there's a mix-up here, and I think, unless there's a direct hit, yeah, he did. George basically gave up. He knew if there was a direct hit, he would have been toast. As it was quite a long throw coming in from point. It would have been a great throw, but just jogs through. A bit of lack of communication there. It did go straight to Zishan Arif at point. He was not even in the frame if it did hit the stumps, but luckily for Sobu George, he got home dry. Oh, it is in fact Sobu George on strike now. It's always easier when Petanka's out there because you have the little and large combination. It's much easier to see who's who. But this is George on strike now, and he's swinging at everything. He's made contact a few times, missed a few times as well. He makes contact with that one, and that's flown over long on. It's going to plug, and you can see that it just kind of plugs and sits into the turf. It's a bit wet still out there this morning. It was good contact, but he's only going to get a couple for it. There's Coggiani there running after it, and he was happy to see that just sit nicely into the turf for him. And that one will have to be re-bowled by the captain. It'll be interesting to see after these T20s, which obviously the longer format, if you look at it from the ECN perspective, how these players will then adjust to the T10s tomorrow and the day after. The way they swing hard at the bat, it seems like they don't really change too much of their tactics. And interestingly, we haven't seen too many wickets fall actually in this T20I series. So it suggests they are treasuring their wickets a bit more, and maybe says a bit about the catching in the field, because we have seen quite a few catches go down. It is quite cold out there, especially early in the morning. As Malta finish 47 for 1 after their 6 overs, so that's the end of the power play. Yeah, there's been a few high catches gone down, a few on the boundary, but we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. The ball has been quite wet on all days. We had that rain on day one, and there's moisture out there in the morning as well, so we've often seen teams working away on the ball with the towel. I'm trying to be generous here. I'm part of the fielding partnership, so I want to defend my friends out there, but there has been a few catches gone down. They'll be hoping to improve on that in the next couple of days. Looks like we're turning to spin now. Bilal Zalmi is coming in to the attack, and he's bowled well the last couple of days as well. He hasn't got too many wickets actually, but he's always tying at one end in these middle overs. And he'll be wanting to add a few wickets to his tally this morning. He's just tweaking around with the field. He conserves a lot of energy, does Bilal, in his action, because he more or less stops. As soon as the ball is out of his hand, he is no longer interested in performing any kind of exercise. He just throws it and stops. But as a man after my own heart, I think the less you have to do in your bowling action, the better. And that's why in my older years, I've moved from seam to spin. But Bilal has quite a slingy action. That one has been hit hard out to the mid-wicket boundary, but it's fielded well out there by Umar Tariq. So it'll just be the one run. Yeah, usually you talk about spinners getting up high and pivoting on their front foot to use their height. And Bilal almost does the opposite. He almost kind of falls over and has a low arm as he bowls. It makes it quite a hard angle to pick for the batter. And that one has been picked up nicely by Rocky. He's only faced 8 balls so far of this innings, but the 9th he sends all the way for a 6. And that takes Malta past 50, takes them to 55 halfway through the 7th over. That one was just maybe dragged down a tiny bit by Bilal. And when you've got that low slinging action, anything that's dragged down, especially on this AstroTurf, will just sit up nicely, and Rocky just tucked into that one. It's led to a few adjustments in the field now. The cover boundary rider has been brought in, so everyone's now out there protecting that leg side. That's a better ball by Bilal, and he wants the ball straight back. He's not messing around. He wants to keep the pressure on. Every dot ball out here is a win for him. Rocky just scampers through for the one. There's a nice little partnership building up between Sobu and Rocky. Wanting to push on from here. The expected score has them at about just under 170. If they can move that up towards the 180, 190 mark, then they'll be a bit happier. But Bilal, after that one poor ball which got deposited over the ropes, he's come back well. He's gone for 10 off his first over. Malta 57 for 1 off 7 overs. The win predictor has been moving up and down. It started at 81% for Austria, but Malta have got off to a quite decent start here, so it's shifted downwards. Malta 27% chance as it stands. But of course they've got some batting to come. They've got Eldo's Matthew coming in. He scored 46 in that game 2. In fact, it was the repeat of this game, Austria against Malta, where of course Malta ended up on the wrong side of the score, but Matthew did top score for his team with 46. And they've got Captain Prasath as well coming in. He's got a few starts as well, like most of his teammates so far in this series. But he can hit a long ball as well. They've still got a few options to come. But as we've said, T20I, it's a longer game, so they've still got 13 overs to go, so they don't need to do anything silly quite at this moment, and they're doing quite well just to pick the bad balls. There's an appeal here, but the umpire's not interested. Oh, gets hit. I think the ball coming in from behind, Sobu didn't see it coming. And I think he just got hit on the elbow as it was thrown in. See what happens here. It's a shout for LBW. Rocky's not very interested. And they scamper through for the one. It's a relatively safe one in the end. It looks like it just rolls up his back, but it might have hit him right on the elbow. He tweaked his elbow somehow. Yeah, it just hits him flush on the funny bone, right on the elbow. It's going to be a painful one. Some great action replays by our friends there at 2 Circles. And yeah, that's going to be painful for Sobu George, but I think he just didn't see the ball coming. Looks like he's all right, though. Hi to Suraj in the chat. He says, I need a signature shout too for a 6, so I obviously can't take Vinny's Maximo. I have been thinking about this. I need to give it some more thought. He says, how about Goffin for 6? It's not very good to shout though, is it? So if anyone else has any thoughts in the chat about any kind of trademark that I can use in my career. That one's hit out to Mark Simpson-Parker, and it's a tremendous catch out there on the rope. I was going to say that he'd be doing well to stop the ball from going for 4, but he does a lot more than that. On the dive, he dismisses Rocky Danish, who has to go. If we take a look at this replay, it's hit firmly, it's hit very well. Rocky's just standing and admiring that. And he thinks this is going to be 4, this is going to be 6 for all day. But Mark Simpson-Parker comes in, takes a lovely catch, just falling away to his right side. He's a big lad, and he made that catch look easy, as Rocky then has to go for 16 off 12 balls. Again, he gets the start, but he doesn't push on. And that leaves Malta on 58 for 2 in the 8th over. Mark Simpson-Parker, he's a gun fielder, but he often doesn't have too much to do out there. He definitely hasn't done much the last couple of days on the boundary, but he was called into action there, and boy did he deliver. Playing it cool on the celebration, but that was a lovely catch. And that brings the left-handed captain, Varun Prasath, to the crease. Prasath stands almost statuesque at the crease, feet quite close together, and you know if you bowl it into his arc, it's going to end up somewhere in the jungle, and he pushes at that one. Didn't look like he hit it with that much power, but it's enough power to go to the rope. He just pushes that through backward point. First ball, he hits for 4. It's almost a leading edge there, but he won't mind. You can see not much footwork at all from Prasath, but if you hit it for a boundary, it doesn't matter how you do it.
Hello.
KG in the chat has absolutely zero sympathy for Sobu George, saying that was putting on the agony a bit, would not have hurt. Well, I think if there's a ball coming at you from behind, hits you, you know, that little bone on the elbow, if it hits you there, it hurts. But, you know, we never saw any of this rolling around with the girls in the ECCW, so the boys maybe have to pull their socks up a bit. In fact, we had quite a lot of injuries in that ECCW as well. I know we had a broken wrist, which I might have had something to do with, and we had 2 concussions, so I think the medics really earned their wage that tournament. 2 weeks of absolute chaos, and this year of course it's going to be expanded to 3 weeks, so a very exciting end to the year coming up. But we're only at the very start of February, so there'll be a lot of games, over 1,000, I think over 400 days of action if you count the concurrent games coming up between now and the end of the year. So it's such an exciting time to be involved with ECN, and thank you all in the chat for being involved as well. It's Tariq bowling here, and that one is just stroked away to deep square leg. Umar Tariq he's chipped in with a few important wickets in the first couple of games for Austria. He went 2 for 24 in game 2 in their win against Malta, and 1 for 28 in their win against Hungary. And he's already got the 1 wicket here, but that one is going to go for 4, so he finishes the over with a boundary. That was a lovely shot again by Prasath. That takes Malta to 72 for 2 off 8 overs. So Tariq comes into the attack. He gets that early wicket thanks to the catch from Mark Simpson-Parker out there on the cover boundary. But then his other balls go for 10. Prasath looks like he's in the mood today. And of course this is just game 1 of a double header we have on ECN today, with Austria playing that big game against Hungary later today. And of course that's not the end of the action as well. We have the Portugal night series happening tonight as well. So it's non-stop action here. I think we've got Phil G back on the mic for that tonight. We saw a couple of exciting games last night as well. There must be about 12 hours of non-stop cricket here on the network. As Bilal comes back for his second over, there's a bit of a fumble in the field, and that will allow them to run through for 2. Bilal is absolutely not happy with that. He covers his mouth, but I think we can all predict what was said there, and I think he's gesturing to the bench for some kind of substitute. But yeah, Bilal trying to conduct the orchestra here as he's bowling his second over. It's just a slight fumble, but it did allow Sobu to scamper through for 2. There's some choice words there by the 2 batters as well, captured brilliantly on camera, so it's all getting a bit interesting out there. Just a slight delay as Prasath changes his tyres. That one's the classic lowish full toss, which never usually gets hit away, and that one is just hit for 1 to the mid-wicket boundary. It's definitely not a no ball, but it's a fairly low full toss. Bilal here rocking the sunglasses. Not much sun around at the moment. In fact, it's more winter coat weather, but I think Bilal, it's part of his look, isn't it? Sun or not, no sun, he'll have his sunglasses on. The number 1 on the back of his shirt. And he's going round the wicket now to the left-handed Prasath. It's all going on here at the Master Club. You might be able to hear you see the sights, you might be able to hear the sounds. We've got lawn mowers. We've got people enjoying the facilities here. It's a lovely facility here. We're very, very well looked after here at the Master Club. And I'm going to channel my inner Rico here, because I was looking up a bit of the history of cricket in Malta, of course, with its British background. In fact, cricket has been played here by the British services since 1889. None other than W.G. Grace himself played here in 1891, not at this Master Sports Ground, but at the Royal Naval Ground, the Lord Sheffield's 11, when they were en route to their tour of Australia. So the lads out there today can say they've graced the similar fields to the great W.G. Grace. That's been a good over by Bilal, as Malta go along to 74 for 2 off 9 overs. And Wally Hammond also played in Malta as a junior, while his father was posted as a corporal in the Royal Garrison Artillery. That was, I think, 1911, just before the First World War. As we look at Malta's run rate so far, it's been almost a flat line, but it's at least flat lining at about 6 or 7. More towards 8 or 9, actually. Their current run rate is 8.2. And importantly, they've only lost 2 wickets, so they've got a bit of room to accelerate. And then going back to Malta history, of course, Britain left Malta in early 1970s, and the administration of the game was taken over by the Maltese. And Malta was inducted as an affiliate member of the ICC in 1998. But actually, the Master Sports Ground has quite a lot of history as well, so it's overlooked by a 15th century chapel, and also surrounded by these beautiful palm trees, which the grizzly often gets lost in those palm trees, and they're a sight to see, but maybe not so good if you're trying to find the ball. And in fact, I think, of course, we're dry here in the commentary box, but I think it is actually raining out there, just lightly spitting. It's almost like a fine mist as Umar Tariq comes back for his second over. And the first ball goes long and high and even over the tall figure of Mark Simpson-Parker there, who looks questioningly up at the skies. But that was a glorious shot by Captain Prasath. He just picked that one up on length and just hit it towards the archery range. Mark Simpson-Parker could only look and watch. And the rain is not insignificant out there, but I can see blue skies ahead of me as well, so let's hope it's just a passing grey cloud. The umpires are unmoved at the moment. And that's a better delivery by Tariq, a half-hearted appeal for a caught behind by Arif, but I think Prasath was nowhere near that one. Yeah, I'm just looking around and there's a few greyish clouds, but I obviously gave it the old commentator's curse this morning, saying that we weren't expecting any rain. It's always difficult when you've got a wet ball out there on the AstroTurf. It's got to be safe for the bowlers as well, and it's not safe for the fielders at the moment, because Prasath has just leaned into that one. It's another huge 6. That's his second Maximo of the over, and that one just a bit finer. He just waited for it, leaned back on it. That poor sub-fielder out there, he's been running the length of the boundary in this over. And that takes Malta to 86 for 2 with just 3 balls left of the 10th over. Dave in the chat reliably informs me there's over 1,000 people watching on YouTube. And as he rightly says, if you're enjoying it, please hit like, hit subscribe. Thank you all for joining us. And Tariq there was just trying to play around with the ball in his hand, but no matter what he's doing at the moment, Prasath is equal to it, more than equal to it, as that one goes for 4 through the cover boundary. I think that was maybe either it was an attempted slower ball or the wet ball was just slipping through his hand. Either way, Hamid Safi there out on the boundary could only watch as it sailed past him. This is a great over so far for Prasath. He's gone 6.64. 2 balls left before the halfway stage. Very sensibly done by the captain there. Sometimes it is easy to get carried away when you've hit a few boundaries, but he just says, I'll take a 1, thank you very much. That takes him to 17 of this over alone. Takes him to 27 off just 10 deliveries. And that's his highest score of this series so far, but you won't be happy with that. He'll want to push on. There's 1 ball left of the 10th over. I'll be interested to see if the umpires have a little chat about the rain at the end of this over, but they're unmoved at the moment. Malta scamper through the final ball of the 10th over. That takes them to 92-42 off 10 overs. And it's still very bright out there. It's just a question whether the umpires deem the rain to be too heavy. Of course, they've got drinks now anyway, so maybe they'll allow 2 or 3 minutes of drinks to see if the rain eases up, and we'll use that to take a look at the 2025 calendar. What a calendar we have. You can see that we're just at the top. We're at Malta, and we've got the really, really exciting Western Shield starting on the 19th of Feb. And if you don't know what that is, go and have a look. But we've got 4 teams, 4 representative teams from across the world, each of whom have an icon player. We've got Ross Taylor in there for the rest of the world. We've got Kevin O'Brien for the British and Irish Lions. And they're going to be facing off in T10s. There's a load of matches as well. I think it's 25 matches over just a few days. So that'll be a very exciting series. And keep your eyes peeled the next few days and weeks as well, when the teams will be released. As you look out there, the umpires are getting their coats brought out to them. And then look at that. We've got Portugal, Spain, Italy, France, the spring series. So we return to Malta, and we return again in November as well. So Malta times 3. And then some Ireland jumps out to me as well. That's a new one in the middle of August. So that'll be a beautiful trip if anyone's thinking of joining us. Ireland in August could be the one. Hornchurch in England as well. I know we've got a few people in the chat who will be coming down to that. But in the chat as well, let me know which of these jump out to you and if you're going to be there as well, because we always love to say hi. We've got Wimbledon as well in England in the end of July. So let me know in the chat, and yeah, I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing some of you at these events. Of course, we've got the European Cricket League as well. And Vinny, the encyclopedia of all things European cricket, he can chat a bit more about the European Cricket League coming up. That's already at the end of this month as well. I know he's got his sweepstake going as well, so he'll give you a bit more information about that later on, and we can maybe chat through a few of the teams as well, because there's so many stories of all the different teams competing in that tournament. I know we spoke about one of the teams yesterday from Greece, but there's so many teams from all across Europe, and a few of them will be featuring, or most of them will be featuring in the European Cricket Series throughout the continent as well. So there's so much to look forward to on the European Cricket Network in this big year, 2025. Biggest year ever on ECN. I'm happy to report that it is still raining out there, but it's almost a misty rain. The umpires, they've got their jackets on, they've got their hats on. They're happy to let the guys carry on. So Malta at the halfway stage, 92 for 2. In quite a commanding position here. The expected score, 181. They'll be happy, I think, to get to that 180 mark. as Bilal comes back for his third over. Sunglasses still on his face. Maybe he's jinxing it because we need the sun back and his sunglasses are clearly not helping. But he's bowling well at the moment. Sobu goes after that one and he catches all of it as well. That's raced away to the cover boundary. A bit of width there provided by Bilal, and Sobu says thank you very much. Big swing of the bat. And that takes Malta into the 90s. 96 for 2. Hi to Jane in the chat. She says she lives in southwest London, so hoping to come along to Wimbledon. We'll be delighted to meet you there. Yeah, of course we're going to England twice this year. We've got Hornchurch for the first time. They'll of course be participating in the ECL, and then they'll have the honour of hosting the series in England as well as the Wimbledon series, which I believe is very much close to the tennis championships. And I mean, we all know which of the two, which is the more important series, and it's not the tennis. But the two can live in harmony. Maybe we can have an ECN crew day out to the tennis. That's up in the air. It's going to be safe. The outfield is quite wet, so it's going to be cut off there by Zeshan Arif in the outfield. So they just jog through for 2. Prasath. Again, I think just about all right on height for the no ball. I actually went to the Australian Open while I was over in Australia, and I saw one set, and then the heavens opened and it was the most torrential rain I've ever seen for the rest of the day. Someone's hit much better through the covers. Prasath gets all of that one, having not quite hit the previous delivery. And that's a beautiful cricket shot in anyone's eyes, and that takes Prasath well into the 30s. And he's playing a good innings here as well, just to lead his team to a respectable total. They're on 103 for 2, so it's more than respectable at the moment. So I do feel a bit jinxed when it comes to tennis and weather, and I didn't expect the rain to come in Australia. Usually that's reserved for Wimbledon. So hopefully they can the tennis gods can repay us and we have glorious sunshine for Wimbledon, which will coincide nicely with the ECS in Wimbledon as well. But of course it never rains in England in summer. We had a half LBW appeal from Bilal there. Nothing doing by the umpire, so that takes us to the end of the over at Malta. 103 for 2 off 11 overs. They're nicely placed here to get into the 180s. As a result, the win predictor has them at 37%, so I think it's the highest they've been. With Prasath and George both out there, both have already got the starts. This is a nice little partnership building up. The last wicket went at 58 for 2, so creeping along to the 50 partnership. You can see how consistent, in fact, they've been with the run rate, and it's creeping up actually up towards the 10. And of course we're in the longer format here, so having a consistent run rate as opposed to maybe the skyrocketing run rate that we're used to in T10 is quite a good key to success. And they always say, well, in an ideal world you can double your score from 12 overs. It gives you a slight idea of what you want to aim for. I think Malta would be delighted if they get up towards the 200. We haven't seen a 200 yet in this T20I series. The highest we had was Austria chasing 187 in game 3. As that's high up in the air, there's a chance. It's going to be a tough chance to take, and he's taken it. And he rightly celebrates because that went high up in the air. And it was Zahel Zadran under that. Oh, sorry, Hamid Safi under that. It's hard to tell through the rain here, and he took a lovely catch. I thought for a while it was just going to steeple and drop safe. Sobu George, who hasn't had much of the strike really at the moment. But running in from the mid-wicket boundary, he gives it the old horse gallop afterwards. Looked like he wanted to throw the ball, but he realised probably it's not the best idea to throw the ball when it's wet out there. But the main thing was that he took the catch cleanly. And that's Malta's third wicket down. They're now 103 for 3. Not a bad little innings from Sobu George. 27 off 21 deliveries. Not quite sure that's a ball he did have to go after, especially with his captain going so well at the other end. It's one big shot too many for George. But it does bring Eldo's Matthew to the crease. And as I mentioned previously, he's found some form as well. He got 46 off 34 in game 2. Struggled a bit in game 4, just the 11 off 18. But he'll be wanting to support his captain here. And that is an absolute peach of a delivery first up from Kogiani. Matthew plays a couple of air defensive shots afterwards, but just cut across him from the left-hander. Tailed into him and then just cut away on the seam. And that was a beautiful delivery. Matthew gets his innings up and away. And Suraj rightly points out in the chat that it's been a bit of a strange bowling fielding innings for Austria. They've kind of just gone through the motions a bit. I think, of course, they've got the double header today, and they've got that potentially big game against Hungary later on, but it won't be a big game, to be honest, if they lose this one. Of course, every game is important for the T20Is in terms of points and rankings, but they'll be wanting to win this series, and to give themselves any chance of that, they will have to win this game. And it's not that they've been bowling badly, not by any stretch of the imagination. That previous ball from Hekmatullah shows that they have been bowling right lines, but somehow they've not been creating too many chances. There's been the one drop very early on, but apart from that, maybe we just put it down to good batting from Malta, and especially from Prasath, the captain, who finds himself on 35 off just the 15 deliveries. And that is a big shot. That's gone over the tents. Matthew has come to the crease, joined his captain, and got straight in on the 6 hitting action. Slightly too short by Hekmatullah. Matthew just picks it up early, doesn't move, just a big swing of the bat. And that's going to be, I think the blue crew are jogging around already trying to find that one. As the ball does get thrown back. I think that was probably the biggest 6 we've seen so far today, but we saw some even bigger 6s yesterday. A few ended up almost in the main clubhouse in Malta. There was definitely one that hit some kind of vehicle. We weren't too sure in the end, but there was a massive thud out here when we heard that. I know Malta, obviously they're the local lads as well, so they'll be hoping that they're not hitting their own cars. Or the cars of the chairman. That might be expensive. Rumour has it, in fact, it was a new Range Rover that took the brunt of that massive 6 yesterday. As we see the Malta Manhattan is very much up and down. But you don't mind seeing that in T20. You want a few big overs, and they had that in the second over with 15 and then 18 a few overs ago. And the most important thing is that they've still got a few wickets in hand. It's 111 off 3 off 12 overs, so they have 8 overs to go and a fair few wickets still to play with, but they'll be wanting one of these to use all their experience to guide their team to a big total. I suppose consider yourself warned then if you are going to see the action live at Master Sports Ground, which you are so welcome to come. We've got so much action still to come with the ECS series running for 10 days as well after the ECI series in the next few days. But consider this a warning where you park your car, especially if you have a nice new Range Rover with custom license plates. Maybe park on the back car park away from the cricket action, because some of these guys can hit massive sixes. And as I predicted, Bilal is just going to hold up one end, bowl all 4 of his overs in one go. He hasn't picked up a wicket yet. He's had a few loose deliveries, but otherwise he's been his consistent self. Fire the ball in, does Bilal, but Malta run well there for 2. They no hesitation, just turning and running. It's not the easiest sometimes when you've got the slippy grass just the other side of the strip, but they just knew that it's quite a long boundary out there. The fielder out there, Zayshan Arif, had to put in a slide as well, so that allowed them to come through easily for the 2. And that one, I think, goes through absolutely everything. It will possibly hold up. No, there's a chase on and the ball wins. That's Hekmatullah chasing the ball down. I thought it might hold up in the wet grass, but I think that evades everyone. Nutmegs the keeper, Arzan Arif. Goes for 4 buys. How that missed the stumps. How it missed everything. Bilal throws his hands up in the air in frustration, because that was a very good ball. And he's rewarded with 4 buys. Now they're all in the chat saying rain coming, but I'm happy to report that actually it's dry again now, and there's mostly blue skies all around, so let's hope that that was the end of the rain for today. It's going to be a bit wet out there on the outfield, but it's dry overhead. Mike Seal rightly says that parking in Cow Corner is a schoolboy error. I tend to agree. I was mentioning to Vinny yesterday, our home ground in Hamburg has tiny boundaries, and it's a joint club with tennis and hockey. As we get a bit creative here, a bit funky, and that's racing away to the fine leg boundary, but actually it's going to hold up this time as Shigawal runs round. So it's a creative shot by Matthew just for 2. And that's the end of the over. Malta go to 120 for 3 off 13. Yeah, the field in Hamburg is shared with tennis and hockey. It's in a very nice part of town, and there's always Porsches and Mercedes and any other nice German car parked in the car park. And every time we play cricket, we have to put a sign out that says something like "Flying cricket balls, please watch out," in English and German. But Germans, well, point 1 is that they mostly don't know what cricket is, and they think, okay, there's some balls flying around. If it's a tennis ball, it's not going to do too much damage, and I'm important, and I'm playing tennis, and I have a Porsche, so I'm going to park right at the front, which is all well and good until cricket balls come flying down. Because the boundary is so small, we do have a net, but I'm talking literally about a 30-metre boundary as Kogiani comes back for his 3rd over. The 30-metre boundaries and nets can only do so much, especially when it's, well, we don't have a full AstroTurf, but we have coconut matting, so the ball sits up quite nicely. Every time it flies over that net into the car park, there's a collective holding of breath from 22 players and a couple of umpires. And I think the glass and the metalwork shatters so much that we kind of know the brand of the car by the sound it makes. And the thud yesterday at the Master Sports Ground was definitely very much a Range Rover thud. But all cars are created equal, and we don't want to hit anyone. But people who have Range Rovers probably have good lawyers as well, and that's the problem. Anyway, I'm safely in the commentary box. We almost got hit yesterday, but we all know rule number 1, protect the equipment. And there, I think the tent might be in danger, but actually it's cut off very nicely by Hamid Safi out there on the cover boundary. Prasath, just lovely shot, only gets 1 for it. Just levers that over the fielder there at cover. Sat up nicely for Safi to turn and throw. They scamper through for a quick single. We did have a game once as well where the umpire's car was hit. And funnily enough, after the car was hit, the batting team didn't get a single decision go their way. So you've got to be discerning about whose car you hit. Just don't park at Cow Corner. Matulla's been bowling quite well here, the slingy left arm action. He's at least stopped the boundaries for the time being. But Prasath is going on at a fair old click. He's 38 off just 20 balls. Again, a low full toss. And how many low full tosses have we seen in this innings and throughout the series, and in fact throughout cricket, that don't get dispatched to the boundary? It's one of the, I always say to Vinny, it's one of the harder balls to hit as a batter. And we see it again. Thank you very much, Hekmatulla. You just proved my point. That one just sneaked in the right side of the wide line, and that's the end of the over as well. So that takes Malta to 123 for 3 off 14. You can see that win predictor is hovering around that third, so 34%, Austria 66. But Malta, if they get to that expected score of 180, we kind of call that par here at this ground over the last few days. They'll be hoping that they can defend that. Of course, in game 2 they only hit 150 when they lost to Austria in the previous game between these two teams. So if they can add a 30 or 40 to that. We haven't seen a score over 190 yet. Malta would dearly love to get that on their final game in this series, in the T20I series, that is, on their home turf. And it's Hamid Safi that's coming into the attack now. And he actually got a 3 for in game 2. In this previous game against Malta. He starts with quite a wide one outside off stump, which Prasath tried to somehow lever over to the leg side, but got nowhere near. So I'm surprised actually that Safi, having bowled so well against Malta in the previous game, has been held back until the 15th over. But Australia, we're not covering them yet on the ECN, but you never know. ECS Australia, anyone? Austria have used, well, this will be the 6th bowler, so they do have an embarrassment of riches when it comes to bowling. That one, though, is going to go all the way. I think that's a flat 6. It's the flattest we've seen, and Prasath gets a hold of all of that one, takes him into the 40s. Safi is double teapotting on the middle of the pitch, but I think that was just a bit too short, especially with the ball going into the left-hander. Prasath just plants his foot forward and hits that towards our blue crew. Good fielding. The scorers, that was almost another piece of equipment down for the scorers, but they were a bit more diligent than our friends in Portugal the other night. They made sure to protect the equipment. And Prasath goes again. It's high, it's coming towards us, and it's going to go all the way for 6. Prasath gets to his half century. And he gets there in just 23 balls. Not much of a celebration from him, but that was a beautiful shot. That shot should be celebrated. He just takes a few steps down the pitch and just punches it. There's a quick fist bump, a little sheepish laugh, and he does raise his bat to the tent, because that's a very well played 50. He's taking his team into a fairly commanding position, and maybe this is why Safi didn't bowl as much in the previous game and hasn't bowled until now. He is bowling a bit short as Prasath just scampers through to get himself off strike, and Safi did go for 26 off just 1 over in Austria's win against Hungary in Game 3. And he's already gone for a few runs at the start of his first over. Prasath goes back-to-back sixes to get him to a half century. Now it's Matthew on strike, who's going a bit more conservatively at the other end. 12 off 11 balls. Tries to go for a big swing, but it's called a no ball from the umpire. I think that's a front foot no ball. Take a look at the replay here, and he does. Yeah, he just oversteps kind of the heel of his foot. Squeezes up. It's a tight call there. He almost got done by his flexible shoes there, because he was behind the line and somehow his shoe shifted up and it was called a no ball. So it will be a free hit for Matthew here. Be wanting to send this one to the rope. It's a lovely slower ball actually from Safi. It's quite a brave thing to do when you've got a free hit to bring out the slower ball, but he executed that one well. Quite a well disguised slower ball as well, and it actually goes between the stumps and the batter. Matthew missing out there on the free hit. At this point he'll just be wanting to get his captain back on strike. It is the final ball of the 15th over, so let's see what he does with this one. But Prasath is at the other end on 51 off just 24 deliveries. And they're going to try and go for 2 here, I think. Prasath wants to keep the strike the other end, and he does turn and go, and that's great running there by the 2 Malta batters. It gets them to 139 for 3 off 15 overs, and importantly keeps Prasath on strike as well for the next over. We have some chat going on about being at school, because someone of course made the point that schoolboys can't generally drive, so it's not a schoolboy error. But meanwhile, this is what we've got going on in the night series in Portugal. As I said, there's cricket all day, every day at the moment. We've got Punjab CC Amador in a double header against Fighter CC. It's the first time these two are playing each other in this series. Matches 5 and 6 this evening at 6 o'clock GMT, 7 o'clock European time, and 11:30. So just perfect bedtime viewing over in India. So join Phil G on the mic for that. So it promises to be another great double header, after we had a fantastic double header last night as well in Portugal. And that series is going on until the 18th of Feb, and then we all know what's happening on the 19th of Feb. That's the start of the Western Shield, so the action does not stop on the European Cricket Network. We're really spoiling you with all these matches at the moment, so make sure you tune in later tonight. Yeah, meanwhile, there's some chat about people's school time. I'm obviously very young, so mine was only a few years ago. But I did play in the boys' cricket team. There wasn't a girls' team at the time. Hekmatullah comes back in to the attack. This is his final over. 1 for 23 so far of his 3 overs. But we did have some schoolboys driving cars. You know, when you get to the 6th form, you can drive to school, and it's the coolest thing you'll ever do is passing your driving test at the age of, well, in the UK you can pass at 17, and then driving you and your friends to school. But most of the time I was more interested in playing cricket than doing exams. Dave says he was a brilliant scholar. He was put into one exam more than the others and failed them all. So Dave, of course, his life has improved significantly since then. And, you know, who wants to peak when they're a schoolboy or girl? Life only gets better after school. Dave also suggests Tina Mo for the Maximo, but again, it just doesn't roll off the tongue. I need to leave Maximo to Vinny as well. I think I've just got to let it happen when it happens. These things come to you in a moment of when you least expect it. I think Matula really throws that one across the batter, and Matthew was looking suspiciously at that wide marker, and rightly so, because that did look like it squeezed the other side of the marker, and it wasn't given wide. I suppose it started more or less within the line, but by the time it got to the keeper, he was almost on the next strip across. But as we mentioned yesterday as well, this is ICC regulations, so where is it? ECN. We have the very firm wide marker regardless of what exploits the batter gets up to, whereas in ICC competitions, as Malta find themselves 141 at the moment for 3, 1 ball left of the 16th over. In ICC regulations, it's a bit more discretion for the umpire. So if the batter moves, the imaginary line then moves with him or her. So it's a bit more of a judgment call for the umpires. Same goes for down leg side as well. If the batter moves, then the line moves with him or her. Him on this occasion. That was just a bump ball. It was fumbled anyway by the fielder, but more to go through for a single. They're 142 for 3 with 4 overs left. That expected score is in the 180s, and they'll be wanting that as a bare minimum from this stage. You can see their run rate just dropped below 9. Just threatening to maybe go up towards the 10 when you had the 2 set batters in Sobu George and Prasath. But Matthew has come in and he hasn't quite fired yet. I mean, he only went 11 for 18 in game 4, so he's not always the quickest of scorers, and he's going at just about a run a ball here as well. But he'll be looking to just anchor with Captain Prasath at the other end, going really well up towards a 200 strike rate. So if he can keep going, especially with the left-hand, right-hand combination. As Sahel Zadran comes back on for his final over. You can see there's a lot of sawdust there on the run-up as well. We've got a lot of right-arm over bowlers and a lot of footfall going through that area in the last few days, and will be even more so in the next, 12 days of cricket action coming from Marsa. KG in the chat says, "Come on, Austria. My niece in Austria will be supporting you." Obviously, I have a soft spot for Austria as well, with the German, our friendly neighbours across the border from Germany. But I think no one would also begrudge Malta a win here. They're such good hosts, and it would be good for them to finish this T20I series on a high as well. Their ranking, ICC ranking, is 71. Austria's is 47. So Austria, that's of course why they went into this game clear favourites, but Malta will be hoping to spring an upset here. Let's hit straight back over Zadran's head. They're looking for 2, and Prasath was actually the one calling through the 2, and that's brilliant running there out in the middle by the Maltese pair. And you wouldn't begrudge Prasath wanting to farm the strike here a bit, but he, as soon as they started running, he was shouting 2-2-2. Despite Bilal's best efforts, in fact, he gets back home very, very easily. And Malta at this point are just going to take all the runs they can get. So the boundaries have dried up a bit. Back in the start of over 15 when Prasath went 6-6. It's the last boundaries that we've had in this innings. Hekmatullah's previous over just went for the 3 singles. And Sahel's putting in a good turn here as well. Just 4 coming off the first 4 balls of this over. This is a great over so far from Zadran. And that one's squeezed through backward point. It's going to be a chase on, and Shigawal doesn't cut that ball off, so it's a welcome boundary for Malta at the end of the 17th over. That gets them to the 150 mark with 3 overs to go. 150 for 3. Prasath getting up towards 58 off 32 balls, so I think he'll be the key to Malta's innings for the last 3 overs here. If he can get a few more big hits, then they'll be getting up towards that expected score of 181. Aldous Matthew will be on strike for the start of this 18th over. Mike in the chat, I get that question, or female cricketers, he asks, and it's a serious question, I'll take you at face value for that, if females wear the equivalent of a box. And you get that, that's literally the first question that women cricketers always get asked. I don't know what it is with men and asking those questions, but the answer is no. They don't. But I think you can. I mean, I know hockey goalkeepers have some form of protection, and for women though, I think, we don't need it, do we? I don't think there needs to be any more said than that, but it is very interesting. The last couple of years there's been a huge movement towards female specific equipment, because of course mostly girls growing up, they just wore the pads of their brothers or their dads, and they were coming up to their knees or coming up to their hips. But now we've got proper equipment for the women. As this one gets hit high, it's going to be a catching chance, but he decides, I'm not going to go for the chance, I'm just going to let it drop. Tekmatullah out there. I think it would have been quite a spectacular dive that he would have had to have put in, but he decides he's just going to keep the runs down instead. This one went high. I think it landed about, I don't know, half a metre from him. He clearly didn't fancy it. There's a lot of female specific equipment being manufactured in the last couple of years, which is excellent as well, because male and females, it's very different body shapes, and especially the shoes as well. There's a few companies out there doing cricket spikes for women, which I think is the most important part as well, because you have a lot of back stress fractures, a lot of knee injuries, and if you're not wearing the right shoes, that's going to really trouble you. So I'm really pleased to see the progress made in women's cricket manufacturing as well. And this has gone so high, it's gone into orbit, and MSP's under it, and that's who you want under it, because he takes a lovely catch. He makes it look extremely easy. It was anything but. That went high up into the heavens from Prasath. And MSP has got bucket hands. He's safely under it. It goes up. MSP had to crane his neck, gets into a good position, and he looks down at his hands. So I think that one came down with snow on top. But that's the end of Captain Varun Prasath. He goes for a very well executed 58 off 34. 4 sixes in there as well. He's putting him and his team in a very good position. They can get up towards that 180 mark, but of course his wicket might mean that the brakes are put on the innings. As we see the replay again, we'd have to have some kind of drone, I think, up there to see how high that went, but didn't bother MSP. Probably the safest hands in the Austrian team, and he proved it once again. And that brings Wasim Abbas to the crease, who was quite a surprise package in the game yesterday. We've seen him in previous games more drifting towards the lower order, but he got promoted up the order yesterday, and a shot like that shows you exactly why he was, because the first ball has just been nailed over the cover boundary into the jungle. Wasim Abbas is picking up exactly where he left off yesterday. Yesterday he went 28 off just 14 deliveries. He's gone 6 off the first one today, and he was previously floating around 9, 10, 11, but got pushed up the order, and that exactly shows you why he has been. He's been quite a revelation for the Malta batting lineup, coming out of nowhere really to just stake his claim in the middle order. He's not afraid to go after it straight away. Of course, he's coming in the 18th over here, so he has complete license to just go for it. And we find ourselves at the end of the 18th over, and Abbas is back on strike now, and I think that's probably the best outcome for Malta as well, with Matthew just ticking along at the other end. Malta now 160 for 4 with 2 overs remaining. They want to go double digits in both of these overs to get them to that 180 score. I think Wasim's become a bit of a fan favourite as well, because he's hitting some absolutely enormous sixes. He's obviously not a favourite of the car owners here at Marsa, but the rest of us are enjoying watching him play. Umar Tariq comes back for his 3rd over. He got the wicket of Rocky for earlier on in the innings with Mark Simpson-Parker's first catch of the innings, and he's coming back here. Abbas just squeezes one through his legs for a 1. Matthew, I think he's got to kind of go here. 21 for 20 is okay through the middle of a T20, but there's only, 11 balls left now. It's time to go. And he tries to go, but he's been sent packing instead. We'll say it all happens in the 19th, and for Matthew, it just didn't quite happen the whole innings, and he tried to get funky. He knew he had to do something. Takes a big gallop across to the offside, tried to paddle it through the vacant 45 area, gets nothing on it, sees his stumps upended. So that's the end of Eldo's Matthew. He goes for a runner ball 21. Umar Tariq seeing the end of him, and he has a wry smile on his face. He did the right thing. He had to try something, especially with Wasim Abbas, the big hitting Abbas at the other end. A bit low-key celebrations from Austria. They know they've not quite been at it in this fielding innings so far. Maybe they're trying to keep their best performance for Hungary this afternoon, but Malta are no pushovers. And they've got the runs on the board now. There's that infamous low full toss, and it's just clipped over towards cow corner. Be fielded by Zeshan Arif out there. And it's Jaspal Singh who hit that, who's come out to bat. Number 7, and he's not really got going. I mean, he's always coming in at the end of the innings, to be fair, but he's only gone 1, 4 and 2 so far in his 3 innings. He won't have much time to contribute much else, but we'll be hoping to support Wasim Abbas, who's hit it hard, and it's just going to bounce once in front of Zeshan Arif, who's got the ball magnet, and Wasim Abbas was not at all interested in the second run there, which I think Jaspal Singh was doing the right thing. I think he realised that he wanted to get Abbas back on strike, but Abbas was just not interested. He turned his back, and I think he realised he probably should have been looking for the 2 there, so he sends a little hand of apology to the Malta tent there. Jaspal Singh steps across it, and it's going to be cut off by the boundary riders here. Austria do have all of the leg side covers, a slight chance of overthrows, but they'll take just the 1. And that gets Abbas back on strike for the final ball of the 19th over. So he's almost got a free hit here. Abbas leaps down the pitch but gets nothing on it. So that's actually a very good over by Umar Tariq. He's got the wicket on the second ball. Apart from that, he went for 4 singles and finished up with a dot. That's a brilliant 19th over for Austria and put the brakes on the Malta innings a bit here. You can see that Austria have been quite economical actually. They've just had the 2 bowlers that have gone for over 10. Akib Iqbal, he went for 15 off his 3 overs. I assume he might be coming back for the final over. That's who I'd be throwing the ball to. I suppose he's captain, so he'll be throwing the ball to himself. Hi in the chat to Monica, my good friend and manager of the German national team. Said she was busy watching the Netherlands women against Nepal, which is also, you can put that on your second screen. Obviously have ECN on your first screen, but Netherlands women against Nepal is a great match and a great chase by the Netherlands apparently. But of course she's come to the light side now and is watching proper cricket. It's the first ball of the final over. Jaspal Singh just knocks it into the gap for 1. That gets Wasim Abbas on strike, and that's, I think, who you want on strike if you're Malta. That expected score has dropped back down to less than 175, but a few big hits from Abbas, and they could still get to that magical 180. And he tries to go big. There's 2 boundary fielders out there, and it should be cut off by one of them. It is. And there's a run-out chance here, and he's running back, and that was chaos all round. Abbas wanted the 2. He kind of went halfway down to get the 2. Jaspal Singh sent him back. Well, let's have a look at this on the replay. Abbas goes hard for the 1. Jaspal Singh turns, says, no, thank you very much. Keep myself safe. And Abbas at the other end is left high and dry by his teammate. He probably could have got back if he turned and ran, but he was too busy remonstrating with his teammate. And he has to take the long walk off. I think they probably should have gone for the 2 in all honesty there. You wanted to get Abbas back on strike, but Jaspal Singh, he's on strike now, so he's going to have to prove while he's taking it. Instead he just gets the 1 out to Mark Simpson-Parker, so it's all gone a bit wrong here for Malta. They were on course for a 180 plus score, and now with Abbas out, we've got Chanjal now on strike. He's going to have to go big straight away. Yeah, congratulations to Netherlands women. That is a fantastic win for them. I know they're out there on a tour of Nepal. And it's great to see Dutch cricket, especially Dutch women's cricket, grow so much in the last few years. This has been a great over, a great final over so far from Akib Iqbal. He's on 1 wicket, 1-1. And a dot ball, 1 ball left. Malta want to at least get to that 170 mark. They won't get there because Jaspal Singh has a swing and a miss on that final 1. So Malta do end up on 168 for 6 off the 20 overs, and that was a great final 2 overs actually from Austria. They didn't concede a single boundary from it and only conceded a few singles and got 2 wickets as well. So at the end of the 18th over, it looked like Malta were set. I said at the end of the 18th, if they go 10 and 10, they'll get to 180. As it is, they only got a handful of singles. It was 7 singles that they got in the last 2 overs, which means they fall a bit short of par. 168 for 6. There was that chance in the very first over. Patanka, he got given a life by the keeper and he tried to make the most of it, and he got off to a decent enough start. 20, a runnable 20, a few nice 4s in there as well. And Rocky Danish at the other end, he didn't really quite get going either. He got 16 off 12 balls. Then there was a bit of a fight back in the middle overs from Malta, and that set them up for what looked like it was going to be a big total. That was a ripper of a delivery. Patanka just beating all ends up and deservedly so. That was probably one of the balls of the day from Sahil Zandro. An early contender at least. And that brought Sobu George to the crease, and he did well. He got 27 off just 21 deliveries, and he supported Rocky for a while, but then Mark Simpson-Parker got in on the act, and Rocky had to go for 16, and that was a brilliant catch. Mark Simpson-Parker made that catch look easy. Varun Prasath then, the captain, it was a captain's knock as well. He was the only one that went big. He got to his half century, 58 runs off just 34 deliveries, and he had this steepling catch that was taken safe hands of the galloping Hamid Safi. That was the end of Sobu George, 27 that he scored after 21 balls. And then there was a bit of a partnership that developed in the middle, led by Prasath and Eldos Matthew at the other end. He didn't set the world on fire, but he held up an end as his captain did what he does best. And it looked for the world that Malta were going to get to a really, really competitive score up towards the 180, 190 mark. But Austria, they bowled well. They bowled their same lines. They dropped a few catches. They dropped a few short. But they just kept plugging away. And these were some beautiful shots from Prasath. He scored 5 4s and 4 6s in his knock. And that one straight down that actually took him to the 50 was probably the best of the lot. And then he went maybe one shot too big, and the last person you want under it if you're Malta is Mark Simpson-Parker, so he took a safe catch. That was the end of the captain. And then after that, it just petered out a bit for Malta. Eldos Matthew never really got going. There was a few 6s, and Wasim Abbas came in first ball 6. We thought this would be another tremendous cameo, as it was. Eldos Matthew tried to get creative to get himself out of his rut. He got bowled by Umar Tariq. And there was a attempted run here, and there was a bit of a yes-no maybe. And then Wasim Abbas slowly jogged back, didn't get himself back in, and that was the end of him. 10 runs off 6 balls. It's mostly really the 6, the highlight for him. And then the last 2 overs were actually very well bowled from Austria, and that meant that Malta finished on 168 4-6, which I think, I agree, is probably below par for what you need, especially with Austria's strong batting lineup. But you see there, everyone actually got a start, so there was no low scores. Everyone got into double figures. But Varun Prasath was the pick of the batters there with his 58 off 34. Patanka and Rocky, I really like them as an opening pair. They've got the big man, little man pairing, but neither of them really got going. Their strike rates, same with Eldos Matthew. Strike rates hovering around the 100 mark. Sobu George threatened as well with Prasath in the middle to go big, but as it was, no one really took the mantle along with the captain. And Austria again sharing around their bowling. They used 6 bowlers, and I think captain Akib Iqbal was very much the pick of the bowlers, going for 19 runs off his 4 overs, bowling the final over as well and getting the 1 wicket. Umar Tariq, he was maybe a bit more expensive, that's why he didn't get that 4th over, but he did get the 2 wickets. So where does that leave us? That leaves Malta on 168 for 6. So Austria needing 169 runs in 120 balls, a run rate less than 9. And it's a big day for Austria with their double header, of course, coming up against Hungary. And if they chase this down, that could set up an exciting final this afternoon. But it's a big if, so Austria will be needing almost 170 runs to win this game. Got a few minutes, it's a quick turnaround, so join us back in a few minutes. I'm Tina Goff, and I'll be back with you, probably with Vinny Sandhu. He's still on his mysterious business, but he'll be back. So join us in a few minutes for the second half of Match 5 of this ECN Malta T20I Tri-Series 2025.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and Victorinox.
Good morning and welcome back to this match 5 of ECN Malta T20I Tri-Series 2025. My name's Tina Goff and you're joining me here at the midway stage after Malta put on 168 for 6 off their 20 overs, leaving Austria with a target of 169 to take their third win of this Tri-Series and remain unbeaten. Malta, meanwhile, are yet to win a game, and they'll dearly love to win this final game of their Tri-Series tournament. It looked for all the world that Malta would be getting up towards that 180 mark, 190 mark, which would have given them a really competitive total. As it was, their innings more or less petered out towards the end after a good turn from their captain, who went on to get a half century, but otherwise only supported with a few 20s and 10s, leaving them probably a few runs short of where they wanted. As we see David Marks, the marksman, at the top of his run-up, ready to start off the bowling innings for Austria. Pleased to report that the rainy clouds have cleared a bit here, so we're playing under blue skies. Still a bit chilly out there, so you see the Austria players, and Marks in particular, going through their warm-ups, getting those fingers warm ahead of this fielding innings, and a bit of a wind blowing across the pitch here at the beautiful Master Sports Ground as we start off with the first delivery. It's Bilal Zalmay and Zishan Arif who are opening up for Austria. Both of them have got a few runs in this Tri-Series so far. Bilal got 20 in Game 2 and followed that up with a bigger 67 off just 40 runs in Game 3. And Austria beat Hungary by 6 wickets. Zishan Arif, meanwhile, at the other end. There's a slight misfield here, will allow Austria to come through for 2, and that's exactly what Malta do not need when they're defending this relatively modest total. Should have just been a 1 there. It was a nice shot, as it was Jaspal Singh running around there to his left side. He just pinged off his shin, allowing Austria to get through for 2 runs. And Zishan Arif, he went 26 off 19 in Game 2 and 31 off 24 in Game 3. So both of these openers are in fairly decent nick. That's why Austria are up past 80% on the win predictor. They started the game actually at 81%. So it's more or less where we started before a ball was bowled. Welcome back again to everyone in the chat. It's lovely to have you joining me. Vinny is still off on his super secret ECN business. I'm hopeful that he'll be joining me at some point in the innings. That's a lovely shot. That's been hit over the covers by Arif. It's going to bounce a few times, 1, 2, 3, 4 times, and it's 4 runs. David Marks just dragging that ball slightly short. Arif, who's I think batting outside the crease, just leaned into that one. We're in the power play here, so for the first 6 overs, Malta are only allowed 2 outside of the ring. And they've gone for both of them behind square. 1 at deep backward point and 1 at deep square leg. So nothing covering really on the boundary in front of the batter. And Arif using all of that space on that delivery that just stopped in the covers. So welcome back to everyone in the chat. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for joining us on the European Cricket Network channel. And you're really being spoilt for cricket this early on in the season, early on in 2025. Someone just drifts down leg side. You've got the double header here today, live from Malta. So after this game, we've got a big game between Austria and Hungary later this afternoon. And then the action doesn't stop there. Oh no. Now we're flying over to Portugal, where we have the night series, the ongoing night series, ECS Portugal. So it's really wall-to-wall action here for you on ECN. David Marks finishes his first over. I was going to say with a dot ball, and Marks thought for all the world as well that it would be a dot ball, but just kind of pings up and eludes the grasp of Shanjal Sudasanan behind the stumps. He's just practicing his catching, because that one did just burst through his gloves. It's Austria 9 for no loss after the first wicket. Hi to Thomas in the chat. Hi Jay. Nice to hear from you. And thank you very much for the compliment. Me sounding like a boss. I'm trying to stay warm at the moment. It's a bit chilly out here in Malta. I can't complain. Obviously I left northern Germany where it was minus temperatures, so I'm sitting here in my winter coat, but I'm loving what I'm seeing in the blue skies and this glorious scenery here in Malta. And Austria will be kind of loving what they're seeing here as well. They've got a modest total to chase down, and they'll be hoping that they'll make it 3 for 3 to set up that huge decider against Hungary this afternoon. They might have one little eye on the run rate as well. That might come into play. It's Wasim Abbas who's going to start from the top end. Wasim Abbas, who is more of a bowler, but he's been featuring a lot with the bat in the middle order for Malta recently. A really impressive 28 off just 14 balls in the previous game, game 4 against Hungary. And he looked like he was going to continue firing today, and he hit his first ball for a massive 6 into the palm trees, but he didn't quite get too many opportunities after that, and that's why Malta fell a little short of what they wanted to get. He's got the ball in hand here. That one is dragged short, but there is the boundary fielder out there, so it's just going to be the one. Mike in the chat says, Tina, tell Vinny he's fired, you're taking over now. I mean, I have seemingly staged a coup. I promise Vinny is safe. I promise he's still with us, but he is just, you know what he's like. He's a commentator, producer extraordinaire. Speaking of extraordinaire, that was a lovely shot, and I think it's just dipped the other side of the boundary. Yeah, the fielder out there, Darshit, signals that it has gone all the way for 6, and that's the first 6 of the innings, and it's come off the bat of Zishan Arif through the mid-on or the long-on area, and Darshit signals, does the umpire's job for him. Big 6, and he's been sent straight back to that boundary, exactly where the ball just landed. A classic cricket manoeuvre of chasing the ball around the field as the fielding team. But Vinny, yes, he'll be joining us hopefully later in this game. We've just got some equipment issues, so we'll have a quick pit stop, so that will give me a chance to say hi to Phil. Doing a great job in Portugal, Phil. I'm looking forward to tuning in tonight for that night series. See more of that famous Portugal mist as well. And Arif has gone back to back here. This is even bigger than the first 6. This has gone straight over the tents into the cricket nets, and with not much backlift at all. He just dismisses that from Wasim Abbas. It wasn't a bad delivery, slightly down leg side, but Arif just swats it like a mischievous fly straight over the tents, and that's back-to-back 6s, and this is a blistering start from Austria. And we're on a grizzly hunt here, because the blue crew, I think Mr. Maximo himself are looking for that one. They're still looking around there. There's the lesser spotted Vinny in the front there, doing his business for the ECN, which is ever so secret. So I think we do have the ball back now. That was a lovely shot by Zishan Arif. He looks like he's in the mood today. he's got a few good starts, 26 and 31. I'll be hoping to double down today and at least get that half century. We'll scamper through for one. Let's not forget, this won't be the last time that these two teams do battle, because tomorrow we're shifting from T20 to T10. And that one's up in the air. Patanko is half interested, but then he realised it's sailing all the way over his head. So having been moved back from inside the ring to on the boundary, he still can't do anything about that cracking shot from Arif. And he's on 6-6-1 and then another 6. Patanka can only watch as that dips over his head into the reeds. Hand on head moment for Wasim Abbas as he goes for 21 off his first over. So Austria 30 for no loss off just the first 2 overs. So we see the standings as things stand. If Austria take this win, they'll of course remain unbeaten. Net run rate might come into factor, so let's get our calculators out, because Hungary then, if they beat Austria this afternoon, then it will be all even, 3-1 record for both of them. It'll come down to the net run rate. So Austria might have an eye on that as well. That's maybe why they're going big early here. They want to get this game over and done with and put them in the driving seat for this afternoon, which will end up more or less being a final between Austria and Hungary. So don't go away after this game. There's still a long way to go here though, as David Marks starts his second over. Starts with a peach of a delivery as well. Head on hands for him, because that bisected the batter. Only just popped over the stumps. Ooh. It's about as close as you can get without actually hitting the stumps. David Marks just redoing his run. We had a bit of rain earlier, so it's still going to be a bit slippy out there. You can see the sawdust down on the pitch to help those right armers. Arif is on strike, and David Marks is bowling in good areas here, and he's kind of pulling back a bit of the momentum that Australia. I'm going Australia. I think it's just a natural thing to say with cricket. Austria have built up over the first few overs. Hi to everyone in the chat. Hi to Aidan. Hi to Swappy. There's a few people in the chat, and this one's high up in the air. There's 2 fielders under it, and it's taken by neither of them. It's spilled there in the outfield. In all honesty, I don't think he gets too much on it in the end. And it's Sobu George out there, and he doesn't really get anything on it. Goes straight through the bucket onto his thigh and pings harmlessly onto the pitch. That's a big let off there for Austria, and unfortunately for Malta, those are the kind of chances they need to take if they want to have a chance in this game. And this one's another chance, and this one is taken. It's second time lucky for Malta. As that one flies away to the almost 45 boundary, a very wide third, and the catch is safely taken out there. It's all happening in this couple of balls. David Marks kind of fires that one in a bit shorter. It's a big reach, in all honesty. Safe hands out there in the deep for Malta's first wicket. It's Wasim Abbas, who's just been hit for a few in his over. He comes back strong, takes that catch, and Bilal Zalmai never really got going. His partner Zeshan was hitting the big sixes at the other end. But Bilal goes for 10 runs off his 6 deliveries, and that brings Razmal Shigawal to the crease. We take another look at this. Yeah, Bilal just not much footwork there, so he didn't really get anywhere near the ball. And Wasim Abbas does the rest, does what his teammate Sobu George couldn't do on the previous delivery, and that's hold on to the catch. Malta are on the board here. They've got their first wicket, and Bilal, let's not underestimate the size of his wicket as well. So it's a big wicket for them to get, and they'll be wanting a few more to try and defend this total. Morning to Paul in the chat. Hello. Hope you're well. David Marks has bowled well here. He's deserved his wicket after the drop and then serving up another chance, and Abbas duly obliged, and he's just gone for the 10 runs off his 1.5 overs so far. But with Zishan Arif on strike, he'll want to get out of this over. And not only does he get out of it, he gets Zishan Arif out. And that was a little fumble there, I think, by Varun Prasath, the captain, at cover. Thought it was going to pop out, but he managed to hold on. That's a big, big over for David Marks. It's 2 wickets in the over. He's rightly getting all the slaps on the back from his teammates. It was just a miscue there by Arif. Prasath under it. Oh no, I didn't do him justice. He caught it cleanly and he gave the ball a little kiss as well, saying thank you very much, dear ball. And he should be thanking David Marks as well, because that's a brilliant over from Marks. 2 wickets off it and just the 2 singles. And that leaves Austria 32 for 2 in a bit of trouble here after 3 overs. Zishan Arif departs. A bit of a ugly swipe, to be honest, across the line. And he had those 2 huge sixes. But he goes for 19 off 11 deliveries. Malta are right in this game. And that brings the captain, Aqib Iqbal, to the crease. And it was the captain who top scored for Malta in their innings, Varun Prasath, who did just take that catch. And it'll be the captain, Aqib Iqbal. He was probably the pick of Austria's bowlers as well, to be honest. And he'll want to guide his team through this batting innings now. He just glances one off his pads. That should just... Oh, in fact, there is no fielder out there. It's in my blind spot here, and that's actually going to go all the way. And that's Shigawal, who was on strike. It's Iqbal's at the non-strikers end. Of course, it was a wicket off the final ball of the previous over, so Iqbal is yet to face a ball. But Shigawal, meanwhile, that was only his second ball, but he guided it down for 4. Of course, we're only in the power play, so there's only 2 fielders outside the circle. I'm so used to having a fielder outside the circle on the 45, but they've only got those 2 options available to them. This one's skewed off the bat from Shigawal. It won't go all the way. It will be cut off in the deep. They run through for an easy 2. Arms flailing all around from Malta. I think they're not quite getting their field right at the moment. But Austria just have to consolidate here. They've got 2 new batters at the crease. Losing those 2 early wickets. Their 2 openers back in the shed already. And they're chasing 169 for victory. It still has the win predictor up at 89% for Austria. I think it's quite generous, because I think Malta 1 or 2 more wickets and they'll fancy themselves here, but Austria do have a very deep batting lineup. It's a quick run through for a 1. Direct hit might have been interesting, but it was an easy run in the end. The fielders there at point are actually quite deep, sat on the ring, so there's a 1 there every time. It was a nice pick up and throw there by Jaspal Singh. He looked like he was interested in that, but I think maybe he was in. Yeah, I think, well, it would have been a tight one, because he kind of delicately placed his bat over the line, but in the end, an easy single. It's been a good over by Abbas so far, after being hit around a bit by Zishan Arif in his first over, but he's put in a good response so far. He's got quite a lumbering run up, doesn't he? There's a lot of him, Abbas, and that's why he can hit those booming 6s as well. He bowls quite a heavy ball. As Aqib now, the captain, faces up for his first delivery. They do from nowhere run through a single there on the overthrows, and this is kind of what's been plaguing Malta throughout this tri-series so far, as we see on the replay. Absolutely nothing doing, and then the throw comes in, hits the stumps actually, but there was no real reason to get that throw in so quickly, and they were able to run through for the one. Lovely camera work as always by our friends at Two Circles. But Malta have just been a bit sloppy in the field. A few drop catches. They of course took 2 catches so far in this innings, but there was that one drop catch which could have been costly by Sobu George, and there's been a few wild throws here and there. As it is, Austria now at 39 for 2. Sorry, 41 for 2 at the end of the fourth. And they're up at 85%. Win predictor is heavily in their favour. The run rate they need is bang on 8. So they'll be comfortable with where they are at the moment. But it's David Marks who's going to come back for his third over, and why not? After his previous over, 2 wickets and just 2 singles off it. He seems to be on a roll now, and Malta will be hoping for another double wicket over and really get into the Austria batting lineup, because I think that will be the key to success. I think if this game goes to 20 overs, then Austria will chase down that total. So it's all about wickets for Malta here. David Marks has chipped in with a few wickets so far in this series. He got the 1 wicket in game 1 and 1 wicket in game 4 as well. He often opens the bowling for Malta, which is it's always a tough task. Just as I think, needing a bit of a pit stop here. And in fact, one of the Malta players has gone down injured, so while the Austria batter readjusts his side pad, I think one of the Malta players is hobbling off here. Looks to be maybe a muscle injury. Try and find out who that is, because they're all gathering around him, so it's tough to tell who's gone down there. But whoever it is, I think that's the end of his game. That's Sobu George actually, who's being helped off by his teammate there. Looks to be his left knee. I didn't see if that happened during the course of the action or if he just kind of went down badly on it. He's being helped off. So that looks like it'll be the end of his game. Marks back into the action, and that's up in the air. It's going to be safe. It's just chipped over the infield. They're going to run through for 2 as Eldos Matthew scampers round to field that. Austria here are playing some interesting shots. I'm not quite sure they need to go the aerial route, to be honest. There's not much value in chipping those in the air. There's a lot of room for error. But Akib, he's still out there as captain. The slower ball by Marks is chipped up in the air again, and it's just evaded the diving figure of Eldos Matthew. It would have been quite a spectacular catch. I don't think he got anywhere near it in the end, but the dive was definitely a 10 out of 10. Again, just kind of chipped up in the air by Iqbal. I don't think he's quite timing the ball. Eldos Matthew does a bit of a aerial cartwheel there. Full marks for creativity. He's sitting right on the ring there, so he can't really go any further out because it's still in the power play. He is actually now being sent out, so they've brought the 1 fielder in. Eldos Matthew, I think it's not a bad move after Iqbal's just chipped 2 up in the air. They're hoping for third time lucky. Again, it's chipped, and this time it's on the leg side. It's just evaded the sprawling figure there at mid-wicket. And again, Iqbal's just not finding his timing at all. That one just played across the line. Almost tipped it over the bar there. Yeah, it's almost 3 chances in a row. was the sprawling figure of Patel there, who's on the field as 12th man. Shigawal just sent back his partner there. Getting a bit antsy here at Austria, and they just need to calm down a little bit. They're well on the run rate, so they just need to keep their composure. That's another great over by David Marks. There was 3 twos in there, but all 3 of those were chances of some kind chipped up in the air as Austria finish 47 for 2 off the first 5 overs. As we see what's coming up on the European Cricket Network, and there's a lot coming up. As you can see, there's 2 tournaments happening in parallel here in Malta, and then the night series in Portugal. So as soon as we finish for the day here, just flick on over to the Portugal series. And then we've got 2 big tournaments coming up. First, the Western Shield starting on the 19th of February, which promises to be an absolute extravaganza of really high quality cricket on show. It's 5 days, 25 games. Some real stars will be strutting their stuff at the Khartoum Oval, and then we stay in Khartoum and go to the European Cricket League, the big flagship event of the European Cricket Network, and that's promising to be bigger and better than ever. And I know Vinny will be on later again today, so we can maybe talk in a bit more detail about the European Cricket League. And then when that stops, we're going straight to Portugal, so stay tuned here for 24/7 cricket action as we get back to the action on the field here at the Marsa Oval. And it's a new over here, and Malta, they've been kind of sticking around in this game. They know they don't have too many runs to play with, but it's Pintu Ghosh who's going to be bowling this over and having his first ball of the game. And that one, second ball, is just dragged down a bit, and Razmal Shigawal just leans into it and levers it over towards the tent through the mid-wicket boundary. Ghosh just kind of tails in a bit to the right-hander, which is a nice skill to have, but as soon as you drop that ball short, you're just hitting it right into the hitting arc of the right-hander. And this one's been dispatched again, this time on the offside. It might not go all the way. It is Patanka who puts on the chase there and does well to cut it off at the boundary. They'll just come through for the 2. It looks like Shigawal really fancies going after Ghosh here. There's a few questions on the outfield in the chat. It was raining earlier in the day, so the moisture has slowed down the pitch a bit. It's quite thick grass out here, and it's a lovely lush outfield. But as soon as there's a bit of moisture around, then it does significantly slow up. As this one's cut through, you can still see there's a bit of pace in it. It will not quite be enough to get to the boundary, as we have Patel there diving across to his left, and he seems like somewhat of a specialist fielder, so it's no wonder he's come on as 12th. 4 men set off after that ball. A lovely little dive here. He slips, but he still manages to get his fingertips on it. And then he's helped out by Eldos Matthew, who puts in the throw. Gets a round of applause by David Marks. That was a nice bit of fielding. He must have covered about 20-30 yards there. Razmal Shigawal has got a few runs on the board as well in his previous 2 games, 35 and 27. Don't forget Austria, it's their turn for the doubleheader today after Malta had the doubleheader first day and Hungary yesterday. And some great footwork there in the covers by Captain Prasath. Just sticks out a right-footed boot to stop that one. You see that on the replay. Suddenly some football flair coming in. Oh, that one's going to hurt as well. Don't show any pain, but he gave a little limp there. That one, I think, clocked him flush on the ankle. Austria 56 for 2 off 6 overs. And that's the end of the power play as well. So if we look at the comparison of where the two teams were at, Malta had a decent power play as well. They were 47, but they'd only lost 1 wicket. Austria a bit ahead of the curve, but they've lost those 2 wickets. So Malta will need to keep plugging away. But it was that big second over that went for 21 runs that made it a big power play for Austria. But we're now at the end of it, which means fielding restrictions have been lifted and Malta immediately spreading the field. Of course, they don't have an enormous amount of runs to play with. The target is 169. So they'll need all those fielders out on the boundary to not only stop the boundaries, but also, from a Malta perspective, hopefully take the catch. As we look at the beautiful panorama of the Marsa Cricket Oval. And Prasath has turned to himself. He's put himself on the left arm spin. He's got wickets in his first 3 games. He went wicketless in game 4. But as with Austria, they've turned to spin first change to see if they can tie up one end at least. As he veers slightly too wide on that one. Prasath, the left arm round action. There seems to be more and more people joining us in the chat. So hi to Niraj in the chat. Hi to Di Maria. Thank you all for joining us. And Vinny, I'm sure, will be joining me again soon in the commentary box. But I'm loving all your company in the chat. Austria going to run through for 2 here. Pretty easy too. It's quite a long boundary out there, so you can always run 1 on the arm. Despite Prasath being a bit disgruntled with that, but not much you can do when you're fielding out here on the boundary. Austria just pretty much plugging away exactly at that 8 run rate required. That's up in the air and it's taken. And that's a tremendous catch by David Marks there. He got 2 wickets himself with the ball in hand, and now he's taken a lovely grab off the bowling of captain Prasath. And that sees the end of Razmal Shigawal. He goes for 20 off 13 deliveries. And let's take a look at this catch, because it looped up in the air for a while, but David Marks is never easy in that cordon when the ball's spinning away, but he gets his hands down low, gets his hands under the ball and takes a tremendous catch. Rightly hugged by his teammates there. That's a big wicket. And Malta, every time it looks like this game is getting away from them, they strike. And it's the captain who was struck there. Let's just take another look at this catch, because it's worth seeing again. I mean, David Marks makes it look easy, but that's because he moves so quickly towards the ball. He gets his hands down low, makes sure it doesn't pop out on landing as well. So that was a great catch, and Malta are still in this. Austria 61 for 3. Mark Simpson-Parker's coming to the crease, and that's maybe the last person you want to see coming to the crease, because he's not been out so far this tournament. He's only batted the twice, but he's won 57 not out in game 2, which is exactly that game when Austria beat Malta. And in game 3, he went 21 not out off just 11 deliveries. So this is a big wicket for Malta if they can get it. Prasath not quite happy with his fielder there. You can see him wildly gesticulating, but again, it's quite a long boundary out here, and there's always going to be a 2 on the throw. Mark Simpson-Parker gets off the mark with the double. You see the win predictor still has Austria 83% as they finish the over on 63 for 3. And that's probably just down to the fact that Malta didn't, probably about 20 runs short of what they should have been, especially in those middle overs when Prasath was really going hard at it. But you can see Austria have lost their first 3 batters. There's a lot of experience already back in the shed, but they'll be hoping that equally experienced Iqbal and the big hitting of Mark Simpson-Parker can get them over the line. But There's still a long way to go. They need over 100 runs. The run rate is actually slowly creeping up. It's 8.15. And if Malta keep on chipping away with those wickets, we could be in for a grandstand finish. But Austria have also proven themselves to be a chasing team. Both the games they've won so far have been chases. As Sharma, with his right arm spin, comes into the attack. So Austria looking to make it 3 for 3 in terms of chases. Amar Sharma, he got a 2 for in his first game, but he went wicketless in the next 2 games. He'll be hoping to help his team out with a wicket or 2 here. Malta just tweaking around with the field a bit there. They seem to be not entirely happy with the field placements, and the bowlers in particular are throwing a few side eyes to the fielders every now and then. No one's picked up cleanly. Mark Simpson Parker just jogs through for the 1. And Austria's middle orders with the Grizzly just gets checked here. It's been hit around a bit. Austria's middle order hasn't really been tested so far in this series. They've only lost 4 wickets in both of their games so far. So if Malta get one or 2 more wickets, they're getting into the batters who haven't really had a hit so far in this series. Maybe that lack of experience could be something that plays into Malta's favour, but they need to get those wickets first, and they've got the imposing form of Mark Simpson Parker in their ways alongside captain Akib Iqbal. Akib Iqbal goes big, and that's going to go all the way. It's gone into the cricket nets. You see the marksman's gone on a jolly journey there to try and find that ball back, and that was a lovely swing of the bat. Didn't try and overhit it. Just swung nicely through the line, and that ball from Sharma kind of just went right into Iqbal's arc, and he duly obliged. Big 6 there, signalled by the umpire. And this is kind of what's been Malta's downfall. They've had a few really good moments. They've had overs, they've got a couple of wickets, but then they don't follow it up. They grab the game by the scruff of the neck, and then they somehow lose it. But that's all about experience as well, and these are the kinds of games where they'll keep gaining experience. And of course we're in T20Is as well, so every game played is ranking points and games under the belt. That was an attempted big heave by Mark Simpson Park. He just managed to get a bit of underbat on it. It's a long chase down past the keeper here for Eldo's Matthew, and they managed to run through a 3, which is a rarely spotted run 3 here at the Master Oval. Wait for the final ball of the 8th over. It's just guided away for 1, so Austria take their score to 76 for 3. With 8 overs gone. Hi to Tim in the chat. He asks, what is my highest score ever? I think we covered this yesterday. 146 not out, but it was on a very small pitch. And Thomas says, yeah, the T10 century must be up there. And that was a good day, but an even better day yesterday, where we also had that 100 scored by Sheikh Razik. He was century number 1 of this 2025 season. Hopefully the first of very many. I know we had a record amount last year, 150 in the end. Looking to increase that this year. I think at the start of the ECN they're always saying, oh, there should be some kind of little trophy or presentation for centurions and for bowlers who get fifers as well. And maybe in the first year or two that would have been possible, but when you've got 150 people getting a century alone last year, we just have a full start here at the start of the 9th over. With so many people hitting huge scores, I think the network would have been bankrupt if we tried to reward all of them. But we love seeing every single one here. And we saw the first one in Malta in 2025 yesterday. The big hitter from Hungary. Maybe, who knows, maybe we'll see one in the Portugal night series as well. That's ongoing. You can see that action live tonight. Prasath is coming back on for his second over. Austria being quite sensible here. They've lost a few wickets and they looked a bit scrambled. I think the experience of these two out in the middle, they've said, let's just consolidate for a few overs. The run rate is back down below 8, so they don't really need to worry about the run rate. It's only really wickets that would make them come unstuck. So these two out in the middle, happy to just tick the score over. And they know they can hit it big as well if needed. So Malta need to do something now. They need to find some inspiration from somewhere. They'll be hoping it comes from their captain. Bit of friendly fire there from MSP, just smashes it into his own leg. Kind of teased, and he was lucky there. They didn't actually go onto the stumps, and Prasath head in hands, he knew that could have gone anywhere. That one did go anywhere as well. That was very wide. Yeah, as we see that one again, he just hits it straight into his own leg and he's just reaching for it outside off stump. Just needs to get those feet moving. There's a bit of miscommunication out in the middle. MSP sends Iqbal back. I think the right decision in the end, so a dot ball. So this is a great over so far. Despite that one wide, it's only gone for 4. Malta really need these wickets. It's been hit hard out to the mid-wicket boundary. But Rocky's out there. He covers the ground very quickly and he fires the throw in. Can't stop the 2 though, and Prasath is really not liking these 2s on the throw. It's not the longest boundary in world cricket, but by the time you've run around, especially when you're running to your left, throwing it in with your right hand, it does take a while, so you can always try and get that second run on the throw. And we see now Austria 82 for 3 off 9. Marks has really been the pick of the bowlers so far for Malta. He's bowled 3 overs. So he's got 1 over left, and it'll be maybe a question for Malta when they use that final over, because if they hold it back to the end, it might be a bit too late. They need to see when they use their ace in the pack. But for now, they're happy to carry on going with Amar Sharma. And his second over, his first went for 13. And that one's gone for 6 off the first ball, and that's a huge shot. The clubhouse is in danger there. Luckily, it's made out of beautiful, I don't know, marble or brick, but either way, it's safe from that cricket ball, because that was just heaved by Akib Iqbal, went down on one knee, a majestic blow. That went over the tents, over the scorers. Oh, it actually pinged back through the scorer's tent. So we see here, it bounced, I think on the way back, it came through the scorer's tent. Iqbal, after that big 6, happy to block that one. Somehow the ball suddenly, there's a phantom hand there in the back who throws the ball back. And that's up in the air. I think there's no one there. The keeper can't see with his helmet on. He's running around head on hands, trying to keep his helmet in place. Shanjal there. It was up in the air for a long time. There's no one really there. It would have to have been the keepers, but by the time he realised what was going on, his helmet looks about 5 sizes too big for him. He's got a cap on as well, and then he says to his mates, I don't know what was going on there, but a half chance there. And MSP cracks that one hard. I think that might have smashed into the plastic chair. I'm not sure if the plastic chair survived that one, because that was hit with quite some force. It was dragged down again. Mark Simpson-Parker picked it up, smash straight into the chair, but better the chair than the scorer's equipment, which is just to the right of it, especially after that incident of a broken laptop in Portugal the other night. But apparently the laptop lives to fight another day. With Mark Simpson-Parker out there, you're never truly safe. And it's another long old chase for Shanjal as keeper. He's had a tough over of it. He's had one skyer fly over his shoulder, and now he's had to put in a 50-meter sprint as well with his pads and helmet and cap and gloves on. In the end, they scamper through, and Austria getting the score up close to that 100 mark, and Shanjal has got to run back into place. He's getting his cardio workout here in the 10th over, with one ball left in it. That one's hit over the covers. There is a fielder out there. I think it's Rocky out there, and he does well to run through and actually stops the second run on the throw, and that's exactly what his captain was after, just stopping that throw. Stopping the single on the throw, and he managed to do that there. Austria still come through for a single, so it's 97 for 3 at the halfway stage. And that leaves Austria needing 72 runs in 60 balls, 10 overs left, which I'm not the best at maths, but even I can work out that that's 7.2 needed. And let's have a look at the European Cricket League coming up. 3 brilliant weeks of cricket to look forward to after the Western Shield. So 4 weeks if you count that at the Cartama Oval in Malaga. We've got these 7 groups split up with teams from throughout Europe, and we spoke a bit about Byron yesterday in Group B, and they'll be joined by the Austrian Cricket Tigers, of course. A few of the players out there in the middle now will be featuring for the Cricket Tigers. And we've got that big, I suppose we can call it local derby because they're in the same country, between Hornchurch and Northern CC. So Group B is really an interesting one. Obviously I'll have a soft spot for Darmstadt CC in Group A, supporting my German friends, but there's just so many good ties around, so many good stories, all the different teams, the players, and that's what ECN is all about, putting these players on the big stage. The week before we'll have had Ross Taylor out there, would have had Joe Burns out there, and then these players get to show us what they can do. And who are you backing in the chat? I want to know who are you looking out for? Who do you want to win? Who do you want in the sweepstake as well? I know Vinny will be coming on again later and he can talk us through the sweepstake. But let me know what you're looking forward to. I just love the names as well. We've got the Assassins and the Blinders and the Optimists. We all should be life's optimists, and they'll be optimistically hoping they get through Group F. But they'll have to get past the Farmers. So it's just, wherever you look, it's just exciting cricket, and I can't wait to watch that. We'll have the Dream Team back on the mic, and I'll be there for the Western Shield, and then I'll be watching the ECL with the rest of you and just enjoying 3 weeks of back-to-back cricket. So let me know in the chat what you're thinking of that and who you're looking forward to seeing, any individual players, any individual matchups. As you join us again in the action here at the Marsa Oval. And Austria in command, well, at least according to the win predictor, it has them at over 90%, 94%. Target is 169, and they're on 97, so I don't think run rate is really an issue here. And Malta, if they're going to do it, they're going to have to get wickets. There's Varun Prasath coming back on for his 3rd over. And that's hit hard by Iqbal. It's going to go all the way. It's a lovely shot. There's no one out there on the cover boundary. Iqbal spotted that gap. There's 3 out on the boundary on the leg side, but there's no one there. There's a wide mid-off, but he's not quite wide enough. And Iqbal picks out the gap there. And that takes him into the 30s. I think when it comes to the sweepstake as well, Vinny can talk about it later, but I think if you were in it last year, you're in it again. But if there's any newcomers to the chat, as this one's up in the air, but it's going to land safe. It's a bit of a drag down, in all honesty, from Prasath. Oh, it landed safe, but it did Did it roll over the boundary? It did. That was a bit of a brain fade out there by Jaspal Singh. He looked for all the world. Oh, he tried to stop it, but almost just escorted it to the boundary. I don't think he realised that it kind of plugged and then jumped off the surface, and it was a bit of a comedy of errors in the end, and you won't want to see that one back. As Austria more or less gifted a 4. Now they're gifted another run. It's all gone a bit to pieces here for Malta, and poor Shanjal behind the stumps. He's been running all over the place, and he runs there, picks it up and throws it, but there's no one behind the stumps apart from this deep long off. Couldn't stop the overthrows. Again, it was a bit of a brainless throw. Malta just need to pull themselves together a bit, and Prasath just does that as captain. He just says, okay, let's just settle down again, lads. They don't want this game to get too out of hand. Austria needing just the 62 runs off 55 balls, and that's a big appeal there, and it's out. That's exactly what Malta needed. Iqbal given out on the field LBW for 37. It did look very straight. Prasath really loved it. He went up for the big appeal. And the umpire duly obliged. If you look at this on replay, left arm round, if you get a ball that goes straight, as that one did, you're always in trouble as a right-hander. There's not too much turn on this pitch. So I think that's going to be slamming into the middle of leg stump. Prasath showing a bit of frustration there, but he's been bowling well. And that's the end of the over as well. So that's Austria on 107 for 4. Prasath has got 2 for 23 off his 3 overs, and that's the end of Akib Iqbal. 37 he contributed from 26, so a decent enough contribution. I think that was a very good call from the umpire. A pretty straightforward one in the end. If you miss a straight one, you're going to be in trouble. So that brings Hamid Safi to the crease. And as I mentioned earlier, Austria have only lost 4 wickets in both their previous 2 games, so the batters coming to the crease now haven't really had too much of a chance this series, and I think as a result this is a good move by Malta. They've turned back to David Marks because I think they realise that if they're going to get anything from this game, these next few overs are all important, with Austria only needing 62 runs, run rate of less than 7. So Marks, he's got a couple of big wickets so far. He got both the openers out, plus took a great catch to dismiss Shigawal. So he's the main man for Malta at the moment. They'll be wanting him to repeat a bit of his magic now. The first one he drives in short, and Mark Simpson-Parker just climbs into that one, and that's not the area you want to bowl to MSP, and he just stands and delivers. There's 2 fielders out there, but neither of them got anywhere near that. That brings Austria up to 99% on the win predictor. Of course, a few wickets could change that, but they're cruising along at this point. Especially with Mark still at the crease. They're going to look for 2 here, and they're going to take it. Again, they're going to take one on the throw. And they got in easily in the end. Hamid Safi's very quick in between the wickets, and he knew he was running to the danger end. He was happy to take on that throw and got in more than easily in the end. And this is always the trouble when you're bowling in a T20. David Marks started up bowling 3 in a row. And then you're standing around in the field for a while, especially when you're a fast bowler. And then to come back for 1 over and hit your trap straight away is quite difficult. And that's what Marks is finding out now. He goes for a slower ball, and that's a well-executed slower ball. He did pull out the mankad yesterday, which was quite an elegant mankad as well. He almost did a star jump before whipping off the bails. In the end, Malta did withdraw the appeal, so it was more of a first and final warning. I think it was Zemus who was batting at the time, and MSP just sent back there. Almost a comedy of errors. He almost lost his footing there. We see this one back on replay. He does well to dig it out. Almost goes flying in the middle of the pitch, but gets back safely. We actually had a Mankad here in Malta in the Women's Valletta Cup last year as well. I don't want to open that can of worms. Instead, let's just admire this lovely cover drive by MSP. It was half a chance, actually, for the fielder out there. I think Rocky is out there, and he's disappointed with himself because he thinks this was half a chance. Let's look at this again. It was up in the air for a long time, and Rocky, yeah, he did get there, and it just burst through his hands. He did the hard work of covering all that yardage. When he got there, look at this beautiful slow-mo replay. Yeah, he didn't get his hands anywhere near it, and not only that, went past his flailing body and for 4. Yeah, last year at Malta also in the Valletta Cup, Mankaded the MCC, which is always a bold move. You know, sticking it back to the people who write the laws of cricket. But they did withdraw that one as well. So I don't want to start anything in the chat, but Malta is clearly the land of the Mankad as we come to the end of the 12th over. Austria 119 for 4. You see, no one's really gone flying in the Austria batting order, but they haven't really needed to. They've just had contributions throughout. And that, at the moment, is enough to see them through. And actually, we haven't, in the whole game, had a batting score under 10. So the pressure's on. No one wants to get out early. It's all about those T20I batting averages as well. Let's not forget, these will all pop up on ECN, but also on Crick Info. So people want to look good. And at the moment, Austria are looking good. They just need more or less a runner ball 50 to see them home, and it'll be the 3rd win for them, 3-3. As we saw Bilal from this end earlier, Prasath will also bowl his 4 overs of spin on the bounce. MSP lines that up and he smashes that, and actually the net of our box here in the commentary area just shuddered a bit because that hit the net with some force. And if you look at that on replay, there was enough time obviously for Simpson Parker because it was a slower delivery, and he just wound that up. He almost cranked himself up like a wind-up toy and just smashed that straight over the bowler's head for 6. And he's going again. And that's gone even bigger, and that might be in the car park. We're bracing for impact. Range Rovers everywhere, beware, because Mark Simpson Parker is in the mood. And that one's even bigger. The beautiful camera work might see which cars are in danger, but I think maybe the nets did their job. But this is quite a destructive innings so far from Mark. He's gone 39 off just 19 deliveries. Needs Austria facing just 38 runs in 45 balls to take this victory and to leave Malta 0-4 in the T20I series. He's gone again, and this one's not gone all the way, but it's enough to go for 4, and to the spectators there in the bleachers, and that's 6-6-4 for Mark Simpson Parker, and just pure power. He's gone 1 straight, he's gone 1 through the covers, and that one even squarer. A beautiful shot. And that takes him into the 40s. He's in a hurry to finish this. I think he wants his lunch. He goes again. And again, he's missed the fielder. There's 3 fielders out there on the boundary. And Mark Simpson Parker is just toying with them. He goes 1 to the left, 1 to the right. That's 4 boundaries in the row off Varun Prasath over. And before this, he'd actually had a nice few overs. This is the final 2 balls of his spell. He's currently gone 2 for 39. I wished he threw the ball to someone else because he's been punished in this over. He's gone for 20 so far. Simpson Parker gives him a reprieve on this occasion, but actually takes the strike as well. So that will take him to 48 off just 22 deliveries. And Austria on 140 for 4, needing just 29 runs in 42 balls. You can see that the Maltese bowlers have taken some punishment, and I think that's tough on Prasath because that over went for 21, but before that he'd bowled very well. He'd held up the one end with his spin and also got those 2 wickets of Shigarwal and Iqbal, as well as taking a catch. So it's very much been the Prasath and Marks show for Malta. They've been the only 2 involved in all the wickets. But for Austria, it's all about Mark Simpson Parker at the moment and his explosive hitting as the sun is shining down on the Mars Oval, and it's shining down on Austria at the moment. They've got a bit of a vested interest in finishing this game early because they've got the double header this afternoon against Hungary, so they'll want to increase that net run rate as much as they can, but also just get their feet up for a bit of a longer time before they face Hungary, in which we can more or less call the final at this stage, I think. Simpson Parker goes again, and it's gone all the way. It's not quite in we see some nice cars on display there. It's not quite in car damaging territory, but it is a 4, and that does bring up Simpson Parker's 50. A thoroughly entertaining and destructive 50 in just 23 balls. He'll be wanting to stay there until the end to see his team home. And it seems I have opened up the Mancad can of worms on the chat. Oh, that is a funky shot if ever I've seen one. That's a bit of a snake hip situation there from Mark Simpson Parker. He went for the little scoop, and he went one way, dummied, and then hit it the other. I'd love to see that one on replay. In the end, it goes for 3, but that's the most creative of 3s I think we've seen in a while. He tries to paddle it, realises it's going the other way, and he kind of gives it the old reverse no-look paddle. What a shot that is. In the end, gets his foot out the way, isn't even looking where the ball's going, and that's how you know you're in form. And Safi at the other end, he wants to get involved. He's been there a while, and that's his first ball, and he's absolutely nailed that for 6. Straight over long on, back into those reeds. He's been watching MSP at the other end, and he says, give me a bit of that action. And Austria racing to the finish now, needing just a handful of runs, 16 runs to win. Might be a race to finish at this point. Safi goes again. They're going to jog through for 2. Probably won't get a 3. They're going to go for MSP wants it, and that's actually a great decision. Again, on the throw. Fielder had to run a fair distance to get there. And Mark Simpson Parker backed himself. I think he also just wants the strike, and I wouldn't blame him. He's 55 off just 24 balls. Tim in the chat, we're talking about Mancads, makes the point, if the bowler can't overstep, why should the batter start out early? I mean, that's a very fair point. And that is hit high, and it should be a chance here. It could be taken, but in fact, mid-on and mid-off converging. And in the end, they get really nowhere near it. I thought it stayed in the air for a very long time, so I thought this might be a chance. I think there's a few stiff arms and legs out there. And as a result, the ball lands safe, and that's maybe even the first chance that Mark Simpson Parker has actually given in his innings. The rest have mostly sailed over the rope. But at this point, I think it's a bit academic. And that one, speaking of sailing over the rope, that sailed over the rope just about. I thought it was bigger, but big enough. David Marks jumps up on the boundary, but is nowhere near it. That leaves Austria just 1 hit away. 5 needed, which I'm happy about as well, because I don't have to go into the whole Mancad debate, because I think Austria will be finished by the time that debate is finished. But I think yesterday David Marks was, I think the reason it was withdrawn is that Zimas Deploy was also just really not backing up much. He just was half-heartedly, automatically walking forward. In the end, I think he was barely out the crease, so probably the warning was fine. If he did it again, fair play. But, you know, we're all friends here, so I think Malta were happy to withdraw the appeal. What they're not happy with is the fact that they're staring at another defeat here, which will leave them 0-4 for the T20I series. It's the start of the 15th over. I think someone in the chat said that Austria would win this in 15, and I think that looks like it might be the case. Needing just 5 runs to win it. It's Jaspal Singh who will take the ball, and I always feel a bit sorry for bowlers in this situation when you're facing batters who are hitting it to all ends. And this one, Jaspal Singh will only bowl the one ball because that's enough for Austria to take the win. Hamid Safi says, enough of this. Let's finish it off, and finish it off he does in style with a huge 6. There's hugs all around between Simpson, Parker and Safi because they have seen their team home in staggering style. Start of the 15th over, so a really, really comfortable win by Austria, beating Malta by 6 wickets. And that sets up a really tasty game coming up this afternoon, game 6, final game of the T20I series between Austria and Hungary. In what is almost a winner-takes-all contest. Austria, of course, will have the upper hand because they are undefeated so far, and they defeated Hungary earlier in the tournament. And that's what we've got coming up. 12 o'clock GMT, 1 o'clock European time, and 5:30 perfect dinner time viewing in India. And what a match that promises to be. Hungary will be going all out to win that one, see if they can snatch this T20I series title out from under Austria's noses. Austria will be going into it full of confidence after today's win against Malta, and it was a bit of a rocky start, to be honest. There was a few big hits. That was Bilal finding the rope with a big 6, and Zeshan Arif also got in on the action. Vinny there enjoying what he's seeing from the sidelines for once. He will be joining us later today, don't you worry. But there was still a few early wickets. There was this one drop chance. Sobhu George, who then ended up going off injured. So I hope his injury is not too bad. But David Marks, despite that, came back firing. He got 2 wickets. He got the wicket of Bilal and followed it up with the wicket of Zishan as well. David Marks very much the pick of the bowlers, and it looked like Malta might be in with a shout. You see that wicket safely taken, giving the ball a little peck. There was Varun Prasath, and we thought, you know, Malta might be in with a chance. There's a few run-out chances here and there, but when they needed it most, Malta just couldn't quite get everything going together, and a bit of sloppiness. There's a lovely aerial cartwheel there, but it just wasn't falling their way. Malta in the end has kind of not fallen their way throughout this whole series, but of course they'll be back tomorrow in the T10 series. And Shigawal, he shone brightly for his 20 off 13, but he was dismissed by that lovely catch for David Marks. Couldn't keep him out of the action today, but then that brought Akib Iqbal and Mark Simpson Parker to the crease, and between them, see this bizarre bit of fielding, which I'm not entirely sure what was happening there. A bit of a brain fade, and there was the final wicket was Akib Iqbal getting LBW for 37 off 26, but then it was left to Mark Simpson Parker. It was the MSP show from then on. He bludgeoned 6 4s and 3 6s on his way to 63 not out off 26 balls. He had that one chance where the fielder looked like he was maybe feeling the effects of 4 games in the last few days. And Hamid Safi joined him at the end, and he went for a 15 off just 3 balls. So a fun cameo from Safi, going at a strike rate of 500. And arms in the air in jubilation from Austria in the end as they take this win and remain unbeaten in this ECN Malta T20I Tri-Series. So Malta will be left more or less ruining their few missed chances. They don't get many chances, and they need to take them when they present themselves. And apart from a few good catches at the top of the order, and David Marks in particular, he deserves a bit of credit there. But Bilal and Zeshan both got going. Razmal as well, but they just did enough. They knew that if they just all contributed with 10s and 20s that they would get close to that total, and they left it to the big hitting of Mark Simpson-Parker, who's now remains unbeaten throughout the tournament. He's had 3 innings and he hasn't been out once, so he'll play a big part in the game this afternoon as well. David Marks there, the pick of the bowlers, 4 overs for 28 runs and 2 wickets, as well as that catch. Baron Prasath, he got the other 2 wickets, so it was literally every wicket was just Marks and Prasath in some kind of combination. So those 2 were the stars for Malta, but not quite enough to bring their team over the line. Jaspal Singh had the unenviable task of having to bowl up the final delivery. So we see the match summary. Malta just fall short in their chase. I think they were probably about 20 runs short of where they wanted to be, but when Mark Simpson-Parker was in that kind of form, I think maybe even 200 wouldn't have been enough. They chased it down easily in the 15th over, so almost more than 5 overs to spare. Austria beat Malta by 6 wickets, and they'll be hoping that their bowlers fire as well against Hungary. Hungary have got a fearsome batting lineup, so the likes of Umar Tariq, Akib Iqbal, the captain, who impressed with the ball as well. They'll be needing to rely on all their skills to topple Hungary. Of course, Austria go in as the favourites. Their ICC ranking is significantly higher than Hungary's, so as you can see there, it's all to play for in the afternoon. And because we've had a bit of an early finish now, thank you Mark Simpson-Parker, I'll be going for a spot of lunch. I'll be locating Vinny as well, and then we'll be back this afternoon. You can see it starts in an hour, so you've got plenty of time to put your feet up, have a rest, and then join us back for the final game of the ECN Malta T20I Tri-Series. I've been Tina Goff, and I'll see you in about an hour.
divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Summertime. sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and Victorinox.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company. Time for the final match, match 6 of this T20I Tri-Series in Malta. It's going to be Austria versus Hungary here with the series still live. Don't forget though, this is the last match of the T20s, but we have T10 action starting tomorrow, so these teams aren't going anywhere. ECI T10 on the way tomorrow morning. But right now it's time for the coin toss for match 6 of the T20I Tri-Series. Let's see what happens.
Welcome to 6th match of Tri-Series, last match of the Tri-Series between Hungary and Austria. Hungary is a home team, Austria is away team, so Hungary will flip the coin, Austria will call for it. So you know, just head and tails.
Heads.
Heads is the call and tails it is.
We'll have a bowl first.
So Hungary has won the toss and they will bowl first.
Seamus Deploy wins the toss for Hungary and is elected to bowl first. And look, Hungary, they are certainly in the mix. They are on 4 points with 2 wins and Austria on 6 points with 3 wins. But if Hungary were to win this game, then they can actually go to the top of the table and win this Tri-Series. About 0.16 between these teams on net run rate. So I think it probably is one of those situations where Hungary might have to win in a certain amount of time. I might have to crunch some numbers at half-time, but certainly, look, they need to win. And obviously, if they win, not only can they possibly win the Tri-Series, Hungary, but also they could really boost their ranking when you consider that going into this Tri-Series, Austria were 28 points higher in the world ranking, or 28 positions higher in the world rankings. But Austria, I don't think they're planning on losing. They haven't lost yet this week and they don't want to start now. They certainly looked very destructive this morning. Let's see what happens. They are batting first, so get ready for some fireworks. Over to Tina Goff as I will continue maybe a little bit more of my secret mission, but hopefully I'm there shortly. News from the toss in match number 6 is that Hungary have won the toss. They're going to bowl first.
Thank you very much, Vinny, and welcome back to Malta, the ECN Malta T20I Tri-Series 2025, and the 6th and final match here between Hungary and Austria. And what a match it shapes up to be. As Vinny said, we might have to get our calculators out if it does come down to net run rate, but Austria will be looking to go 4-0 after getting that win this morning against Malta, and they've had 2 changes here, so Dida and Utsmanzai coming in for Gelzai and Arif, who dropped to the bench. Obviously they've had the double header today, so a big workload on their players. And for Hungary, they've had 1 change from their game yesterday evening. Sandeep Mohandas coming in for Kristal. Got some big hitters in both teams, so Seamus Deploy, he'll be in action presumably with the bat and ball later, leading his team in this series. And it's going about to form at the moment according to the win predictor, so Austria about 64% and Hungary at 36%. But it's all to play for in this game. Hungary, just that 1 loss that was against Austria earlier in the tournament. And what a 5 games we've had so far, over 1,500 runs. And almost getting up to 100 fours. We'll definitely go over 100 fours in this game, and maybe even over 100 maximos. And tipping towards the half century in terms of wickets as well. Despite it being a T20, so the longer format, for ECN standards, the run rate is up towards that 10 as well, so we're looking forward to another exciting game here. And it was Hungary that won the toss. They decided to field, which means when it comes to their batting innings, it might all come down to net run rate. They'll be chasing the total, not only for the win in this game, but also potentially the win in the Tri-Series. And as Vinny mentioned, every single game is important here because, yes, it's a Tri-Series, but equally importantly, it's a T20I. So there's ranking points at stake for both teams. Austria going into this tournament with a ranking of 47. Hungary down at 75, but to be honest, I don't think the gap between those 2 teams is that big. Of course, we'll see what happens. Anything can happen. The first ball is bowled from the far end. We have the usual opening pair for Austria. Served them well so far. Bilal will be opening up with... Actually, we've got Akib Iqbal coming in as captain. Maybe at the non-striker's end, and it's Mohandas. That's a big appeal early up And it's been given. There was a lot of swing on that, and Bilal's not happy with that decision. He could have been going down leg side, but he hit him flush on the pads. He was back in his crease. It was a huge appeal, and that's Sandeep Mohandas, who's come into the team. He played game 4, but he didn't bowl, and questions might have to be asked about why he didn't bowl, because he's getting a lot of in-dip on that ball. And he's got a very early wicket here, big wicket of Bilal. And there was a lot of movement, but I think it was hit on the back pad, and I think that's a very fair decision, despite Bilal's protestations. Maybe try to distract the umpire there by saying that there was no run, but not only was there not a run, it was a wicket, and he's gone for a second ball duck. It's an early wicket for Hungary. That's exactly the start they'll be after. And we haven't seen much movement from any bowlers really over the last couple of days, and people were crying out for Mohandas to come into the team and bowl, because especially with the new ball, there's a few clouds around, you can get some movement in the air. And he played game 4 and we thought this is his moment, but he was just standing in the field for 20 overs. But now he's been thrown the new ball. It's taking him just 2 balls to deliver. Shigawal comes to the crease then at 3. Again, this reverse angle just really gives us the perfect view of just how much the ball is moving in the air. It's moving quite late as well. I think that's what did it for Bilal. Just lost the flight of the ball in the air and hit him flush on the pad. Be interesting to see this matchup as well. Mohandas against the 2 experienced batters of Iqbal and Shigawal. It's the captain Iqbal now who will face up for his first delivery. Hello again to everyone joining in the chat. Thank you for joining us. Hi to Dave and Paul and Thomas. As Vinny said in the intro, he's still on his important business, secret ECN business. But we're very hopeful he'll be joining us soon. Can't be a day at ECN Malta without hearing from Vinny. That's just knocked away for a single, and this has been a great start by Mohandas, and as we said, he's not been given many opportunities, but he's grabbing it with both hands here. He has got a great record on ECN as well. He's hit the half century of wickets and 50 in just 61 matches, so he is talented, and he's showing all his talent here. Shigawal just knocks that to long on for a single, so that takes us to the end of the first over. Austria 2 for 1, so the one big wicket of Bilal coming from it. Of course, as Austria showed earlier in the day, they do have strength in their batting lineup. And it was Mark Simpson-Park who was the star of the show with the bat for Austria in their 6-wicket win over Malta. He went 63 runs off just 26 deliveries, almost 250 strike rate. He saw his team home as they chased down Malta's total of 168. But Malta threatened for a while. It looked like in their batting innings that they would get up to that 180, 190 mark, and that might have been a bit more competitive, but when you come across a batter like MSP in the form that he is, remember he's not been dismissed so far in the 3 games he's batted in, then it's tough to know what to do. As Saklan joins Sandeep in opening up from the other end. That's a bit of a loosener there. Mohammad Saklan has been bowling consistently in the 3 games. He opened up in the first game that ended up being the washout where only 5 overs were bowled against Malta. He claimed his first wicket in game 4 when Hungary did beat Malta in that game that went the distance. He went 1 for 38. been a very low-key start here for Austria. Obviously that early wicket will have rocked them a bit, but as I was saying, they have a lot of firepower still to come. So it's interesting that they have moved Aqib Iqbal up the order. Of course, Zishan Arif, who opened up in the previous game with Bilal, he's dropped to the bench for this game, so they're just trying out a few different things here, Austria. It's a great diving stop there at backward point. Probably didn't stop the boundary because there is a boundary rider out there behind him, but high fives all round for that nice stop, diving to his right, almost tipping it round the post. Hungary have their fair share of firepower in their batting lineup as well, and none more so than Sheikh Razik, who scored a scintillating century yesterday, 106 not out off just 38 balls. The first 100 that we've seen on the network in this year, 2025, after around 150 were scored on the network last year. That's well bowled. Just that teasing line outside off stump, and Iqbal did well to not get a nick on that. Just as a reminder, the first 6 overs were in the power play. So Hungary are only allowed 2 fielders outside of the ring. We're playing with ICC regulations, as this is a T20I before we go to the T10 series tomorrow. And back to our tried and tested T10 regulations. So the main difference being that the wide line in particular for ICC tournaments is a mythical line that moves with the batter, whereas here at ECN for T10s we try and keep things as simple as possible, so that the line is the line regardless of anything the batter wants to do. This is up in the air. It's going to be a chance. It's captain Zima's deploy under it, and he takes it comfortably, and that's the second wicket for Hungary. Shigawal goes for just 4 runs off 5 deliveries. And Austria teetering here at 8 for 2. It's the end of the second over. He's just trying to play against the ball there, trying to work it to the leg side. It wasn't really there to be hit on the leg side, and he just skews it up in the air and into the grateful and safe hands of Zima's deploy. Captain there prowling around in the covers. You can see Shigawal, it's almost a leading edge there, and he knew as soon as he hit it, head dropped down, he knew he was in trouble. The captain's not going to drop any of those. It's 8 for 2 Austria, and Hungary will be jubilant at that start, probably less jubilant at the sight of Mark Simpson-Parker coming to the crease. He's on quite the series at the moment. 57 not out in his first game, 21 not out in the second game, and then, as I mentioned, just that match-winning 63 not out this morning against Malta. So can Hungary be the first team to actually get Mark Simpson-Parker out in this series? Sandeep Mohandas, who's coming back for his second over of some medium swinging right arm bowling. Yeah, I'm surprised that Hungary haven't used him earlier on in the series. So he really gets the ball to tail away, but that's the problem if it's tailing into the bat. And Iqbal gratefully receives that. It's right into his hitting zone, and he just hits it firmly over the covers. No one out there patrolling the cover boundary, and that's gone for 4. Hi to everyone in the chat. Ian, he says Hungary turned up to steal the show, and yeah, they really want to upset the Austria party here. Austria going into this full of confidence, having won all 3 games so far. Hungary have something to say about that 4th win. And interestingly enough, I was going through my notes, and stats fans out there everywhere will be excited by the fact that Austria won all 3 games so far by 6 wickets. Every single one. So they've obviously chased in every game. So whatever happens, there'll be a different result today. Maybe Hungary winning the toss, deciding to field. Maybe they had net run rate in the back of their minds, wanting to then maybe chase down the total as quickly as possible to get that net run rate higher and higher than Austria's total. I know Vinny said in the pre-match chat that it's going to be very tight, and we're going to have to get the calculators out maybe if we get to that part of the game, but we're still very early on here, only in the 3rd over, and Austria are doing a bit of a consolidation job at the moment, and it does bring Mark Simpson-Parker to the crease to face up his first delivery. The expected score has Austria hitting around 165, and interestingly, how close is that on the win predictor? It's 49-51 in favour of Hungary at the moment. It's very much more leaning towards Austria before the game, so that shows just how good of a start Hungary have had here. You imagine it's the big wicket of Mark Simpson-Parker. If they can get that early on, they'll feel like they're really into the meat of the Austria batting lineup. So while Austria have won all 3 of their games so far, Hungary, they won their first game by 8 runs versus Malta, but that was that rain-affected game on the first day, as we have a change of machinery here for Iqbal as he has a few bats run out to him. See which one takes his fancy. And then the second game that Hungary played in game 3 of the series, they lost to Austria by, as I said, 6 wickets. They did put on 186 in that game, did Hungary, but it wasn't enough. It was chased down by Austria for the loss of 4 wickets. And then Hungary came back strong in game 4. They had that double header yesterday. They brushed Malta aside by 8 wickets. Thanks to that blistering century by Sheikh Razik. And that's the end of the 3rd over. Austria 16 for 2. And it's 50-50 on the win predictor, so it's anyone's game at the moment, and Hungary couldn't have asked for a better start here. I think the only way it could get better if they do get that big wicket of MSP, and we're having another bat change here, so Iqbal's clearly not happy with the piece of equipment he's got. There we see the standings. It could all still change. Malta, they've played all 4 of their games, so they end the tournament pointless. They'll have a chance to reply tomorrow in the T10 series, and Austria and Hungary battling it out now for the top spot, battling it out for those all-important ranking points. Mohamed Saklin's coming back in for his 2nd over. That's hit firmly straight down the ground. And there is no long off there. It's going to be a big chase for Zemus Deploy. He's not going to make it, so it's going to roll over the rope for 4 runs. That was nicely hit by Akib Iqbal, the captain. Didn't try to overhit it, just sent the ball back to where it came from. It's a big gap here at mid-off. He made the most of that. Just a reminder as well that this isn't the only cricket we're showing today. We're going to, after this, jump straight over to the night series in Portugal. So that one's hit firmly through the cover. It's going to be back-to-back 4s for Akib Iqbal. That one almost hit even nicer than the previous one. through that vacant cover region, and Hungary still being in the power play means that their boundary options are pretty limited. Captain Zimas deployed just has a quick word with his bowler, hopefully words of encouragement after getting hit for back-to-back boundaries at the start of this 4th over. And that's a better ball. They do come through for one. MSP puts on the afterburners and scuttles through. So we have the 2 games in the ECN, ECS Portugal night series tonight. And then the action continues. Well, tonight we have Punjab CC and Amadora against Fighter CC in a head-to-head. And then the action continues here tomorrow with the same 3 teams on display, moving from the T20 to the T10 format. Sakhalin has pulled it back well here after going for successive boundaries at the start of the over. Hungary would still be very happy with this start. Austria pegged back to 25 for 2. Run rate of less than 7. And if you can keep a team to 40, 50 in the power play, you'll be happy with that. That's a loose delivery there, though. Mark Simpson-Parker doesn't quite get a hold of it. It's going to be a long chase there to the boundary, and it's Samdeep Mohandas chasing it along with Sheikh Razik, and neither of them can stop it. That's a 4 to Mark Simpson-Parker. Bit of a looser delivery there. I think Mark just might have got a glove on it. Yeah, a bit of glove, a bit of bat. Whatever it was enough to take it to the boundary. So the T10 action tomorrow starts early in the morning. Malta and Austria will be doing battle. Obviously Malta will have a point to prove after losing their 4 games in the T20. That's high in the air. And it's gone. That's a fantastic catch. Running in was Matty Ainsworth. 16-year-old comes and takes the big wicket of Mark Simpson-Parker. That was in the air for a long, long time. And Matty Ainsworth had to cover a lot of ground running in from the boundary. He's a tall guy as well, and he got down quickly and got his arms and legs all in the right position. Took a great grab. We see it here on replay. It got a bit big on Mark Simpson-Parker, actually. He probably bounced a bit more than he thought. And what a catch that is. They're just double checking. I think he's got his fingers all around that ball. There's no doubt about that. The umpire, you can see there straight away, he had the perfect view of it. He gave that out on field. And what a catch that is, and what a big, big wicket that is for Hungary, dismissing Mark Simpson-Parker for 5 runs off 4 balls. That's the first time he's been dismissed in this T20I series. And that's a huge wicket at the end of the 4th over, leaving Austria 29 for 3. Talking of big match players, we've just had Mark Simpson-Parker dismissed for the first time, but joining us for the first time today is Mr. Maximo himself, Vinny Sandhu.
Well, I'd say good morning, but good afternoon. Buenas tardes. It's better late than never. I have been around, as you might have noticed, been lurking around the ground, but yeah, I've just been given a secret task, so I obviously can't really talk about it.
It wouldn't be secret otherwise.
Something that's important, I think, to everyone, viewers in particular, who are the most important people, I suppose. Hi everyone, and yeah, what a start here. Hungary actually ahead in the game here, 54%. And yeah, what a big time to get Mark Simpson-Parker for the first time. Mohandas, where have you been all my life now? He almost got a run. He slipped over. Oh, they totally muffed it. Oh, action follows me around. I think most people know that. Akib Iqbal hit it, took off, slipped over, trying to turn around. The throw was too spicy for Valavarthi. Let's have a look at it on replay. Knows he's in trouble here. Oh, then scrambles
pulls the big U-turn out there, doesn't he?
He does. Someone trying to grab that extra stretch, almost trying to finish the 100-metre sprint, but on your belly. That would have been a huge wicket. I've done some numbers, by the way. I have been productive. Apart from my secret task, I've done some other tasks, and I did a bit of a net run rate calculation of how many balls in hand Hungary would have to chase to win the series. It's actually not that many. This is approximate because it depends on the score and depends on kind of if they win with like a 6 and it goes well beyond the target. But basically they need to win with 5 balls to spare or more.
Okay.
So if they can win in 19.1 or quicker, Hungary not only win the game, but they win the series. So yeah, it's neck and neck.
I'm glad you came in with the calculations, because I was struggling.
I was expecting it to be a little bit more, actually. I thought maybe it might be a couple of overs, but yeah, if they win 5 balls or more, pretty much guarantees they win the series. 5 balls to spare or more. Mahandas, though, it's a bit of a wizard. You might have noticed that already. You know, can bend the ball both ways. We'll see him playing for the Budapest Blinders in the ECL in 25, which isn't too far away. It's a good group as well. It's going to have the Packard Care versus Blinders battle. He keeps being scared straight, but he'll just knock this down for 1. What we really haven't seen from any team in this entire series is their batting completely disintegrate. You mentioned earlier, and I thought it was a good observation, that the wicket rate's been pretty low, averaging maybe 2.5, 3 wickets per 10 overs, which equates to 5 or 6 innings. A lot of those have come towards the end, but I don't think we've had too many wickets in the first 10 overs at all. And so 3 in the power play here. Will it turn into 4, 5, 6 down, and then Austria kind of struggling to make even 120, something like that. And then Hungary are really in the box seat. Good toss to win, I think, when you have this kind of a scenario with net run rate. I think with your batting, you have more kind of dial it up, dial it back power, whereas fielding, you're always trying to keep it pretty quiet. Wow, likes this one, but it's radio silence out of the umpire. Kogiani thinks his best tactic is to hit his way out of trouble, but he misses out on that one.
Yeah, I think Hungary have seen that this has been quite a good chasing ground as well. So apart from the first game, which was interrupted by rain, all the other games have been won by the chasing team, and they've almost chased all comfortably as well. We haven't had too many tight finishes. We haven't, as you said, had too many wickets go down. So Hungary will be hoping for the same today.
Another big hooper from Mahandas, finish his 3rd over. I'd bowl him out. He's moving the ball around, so yeah, use him with that new ball. 5 overs down now. Austria 31 for 3. Yeah, Malta disappointing, I suppose. Obviously, I was watching that game and saw they weren't able to keep the Austrians at bay. So Malta with an 0-4 record on home turf. Malta have had a bit of a miserable run there. Their national side on ECN and the ECC last year, they weren't able to get a point out of a game, I don't think. This is a bit of a look at our tour of Malta, and you can see that we are just winding up the T20I Tri-Series after this game. But yeah, you're pretty excited to get in the T10 stuff. I know you got the taste for it in the ECCW. That starts tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that, and I think Malta especially will be looking forward to that to see if they can put right a few wrongs, because they have all the constituent parts. They've got the big hitters up top, the big man, little man combination, and maybe that suits a bit of the shorter format as well. Yeah,
true. I mean, they've all played a lot of it now, all 3 teams really, domestically and for their national teams. And don't forget the ECS starting on Saturday as well. So Hungary 59% here. Austria haven't dropped a game yet. And, if they drop this one, chances are they're going to have to settle for 2nd in this Tri-Series. Hello to everyone in the chat as well. Been keeping an eye on that as well. Good to see Thomas Martinez in there, Golden Mustafa, Dave B, of course. CB asking, is cricket growing around the world, or is there just lots of Asian migration to Europe? It's a fair question. I think there's no doubt that the South Asian obsession with cricket is affecting most everything. And it's not a bad thing. Anyone, doesn't matter where you're from, if you like cricket, that's a good thing for cricket. I think that's something that has to be noted. Nice looking cover drive here, finds the gap. This will test the outfield. And outfield passes the test. Sabaskani can't chase it down. It was a bit more of a cricket shot rather than a slog from Kogiani.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot. He hasn't had too much batting out there the last few days, but He's been showing us all what we've been missing. 'Cause that was just crashed through the covers, despite the despairing chase from Abbas Ghani.
So yeah, just to think a little bit kind of across cricket eons, not just eras. So thinking of the whole kind of centuries of the game. Definitely wide of the mark by Sacklane. It was the English that kind of spread it around the globe, but now it's the subcontinent which is spreading it to some of the places that weren't touched by colonialism, if you like. So I just think it's a positive thing, and yeah, obviously over time you'd love to have more of the kind of European native population. Having said that, a lot of European cricketers are born in the countries they play for or play in, and I think just because maybe they don't look what you'd expect someone Swedish to look like doesn't make them any less Swedish. I think that's a point that needs to be made. But yeah, it's fantastic because these European cricketers in this era are pioneers. This is just my feeling that European Cricket Network has got a bit of a long-term view, kind of decades view, that it will become a mainstream sport, and we've made good progress in 5 years. But this ball's making good progress. It's going to go up, and it's going to be into the fence on the full. Maximo from Kogiani. Sacklane, well, he's had a good series, but it's a bit of a tired over this one, isn't it? He's lost his line, now he's lost his length. It's just popped over the top for 6.
Yeah, he just leaned into that. It was a bit too short for a bouncer, and luckily the archery folk aren't on the range today because they would have been in trouble there. But Dave makes a good point in the chat as well. Just look at all the youth cricket that's going on. There's the Women's Under-19 World Cup recently in Nigeria with the breakout stars from that. And that's cricket growing in Africa. And it needs these pioneers to go all around the world to spread the love of the game. And then you hope that the natives come in and say, oh, what a great game this is. And that's how it explodes, hopefully.
Yeah, definitely. Any growth is good growth. All right, this time he goes leg side to his old favourite, but he's going to find the field as Zemas deploy. Takes the catch, and Kogiani kind of took the bait a bit, didn't he? He looked good hitting through the line and over the offside. That one I suppose he could have hit with a bit more of a straight bat, but he clunks it. Zemas, the stand-in skipper, takes the catch, and there's the 4th wicket in the power play, and there was that really good comment by Thomas in the chat that when you lose 3 or more wickets in the power play, most of the time you don't win the game. It goes down even further when you lose 4, and that's the situation now, as it'll be the end of Kogiani and Austria, 42 for 4.
Yeah, there was a comfortable catch in the end by Zemas, and he gave a little shrug afterwards. I'm not sure if that was towards Hekmatullah saying, well, if you play that shot, you're going to get out, or maybe to his bowler saying, well, if you bowl in the right spot, I'm going to catch it. So there's a good response there as well from Mohamed Sacklane, having been hit for that massive 6 the previous ball.
Win some, lose some. It's probably the kind of shrug. It's the thing, these teams, they all like to play in a real attacking fashion. Here's Umar Tariq getting a chance at number 6 for Austria. Yeah, so I just think that it's important that cricket is played. More cricket's good. Who cares? I don't really engage too much, but comments on social media, they don't look very European. If you don't like that, go back to the 19th century. I mean, this is 2025 now, and there's people that have moved, there's people that are moving, there's people that move between countries more easily and made life in other countries. It's been going on for a long time, so tough. Having said that, it is always great to see success stories of people that have been born in the country and played like cricket there that probably would have never expected to play cricket. Edged and drops. That's exactly why the field is there. And Sacklane, after having a bit of a Barry Crocker in the first half of the over, has come back with a wicket of Kogiani. He's got Umar Tariq to nick off first ball. Sheikh Raziq's dropped the ground. Well, the only thing the ground was doing was supporting his feet because it had nothing to do with the ball. Look at this.
Right off the wrist, wasn't it? And then he tried to catch it afterwards. He
went too low. If you have a look at this, I think he slips catching. You don't really want to be moving your feet too much if you don't have to. His left foot kind of went back, and didn't have to go as far forward as he thought he did. Well, it might not matter because this is up in the air. Zemas deploy is going to take the catch. Or if at first you don't succeed, try again. And Austria falling away here. That's 5 down in the power play at the end of it. It's 42 for 5.
Saklin's quietly got a 4 for there, and Zima's deploy, he's got the ball magnet over there in the covers. That's 3 catches for him, all pretty regulation as well. And you've got to question what Austria are doing, playing the same shot, getting the same result over and over again.
Yeah, Tariq. Not an innings he'll be hanging on the mantelpiece. And Carney likes it. Why shouldn't he like it? Saklane. It shows you always have the ability to fight back into an over. The first half of the over went 4 wide, .6. So none for 11. Second half of the over, wicket. 0 wicket, or wow, as it looks like on our scorecard. And Saklane has the Austrians reeling at 42 for 5.
This is exactly the start that Hungary wanted in the power play as well. And that's, I think, the worst, well, definitely the worst power play we've seen this series so far, and the best when you're looking at it from a Hungarian perspective. I mean, the run rate's not too terrible. They're on exactly 7, but it's those 5 wickets that are really going to be troubling for Austria. And this is exactly what I was saying earlier in the day as well, that Austria's middle lower order has not been tested at all. They've lost 4 wickets in every one of their games so far. They've already lost 5 after 6 overs here this afternoon. So they're getting into the batters that haven't really had the chance to shine or really be tested. And they're going to be tested now, because Sandeep Mohandas is going to come back for his 4th and final over. He's been going at just 4s in the first 3 overs. He's got that 1 wicket as well. Picked up the wicket of Bilal, just the second ball of the game. And this is going to be a real test here for Akib Iqbal, he's still there opening.
Mohandas is bowling out here like that, getting the ball to talk. Akib Iqbal almost ran himself out. No, almost balls the run out the other end. Aslan Arif, keeper's come in at number 7. Oh, what a performance by Hungary here so far. There's a long way to go. And one thing about the Austrians, if I look at their batting to come, Kadigul Utmanzai is a guy who can definitely play. Noted that he's come in for this game, but he's had some tremendous success, not just on ECN, but just in general. He hasn't batted in the top 7. So he can whack it around. I mean, this guy, he has 5 50s on ECN and generally scores at a pretty good strike rate. He's averaging over 20. That's in T10 cricket. Obviously, he's not so experienced at the T20 international level, but I think he'll be comfortable out there. And then you've got Hamid Safi, who's definitely kind of just a hitter. He'll be able to hit. Sahil Zadran can bat in the top 4 for his club. You've got Dida as well, who, again, not really known for his batting, but they can all smash it around. So all of Austria are dangerous. But I suppose Hungary have getting all 10 wickets on their mind and doing it with time to spare.
Yeah, and Ian makes a good point in the chat. And he says that MSP's form has been so good in this tournament, and it's meant that the Austrian bowlers are kind of coming cold to the crease. And we saw that in the ECCW quite a lot as well, that when you have teams that are dominated by the top order, the middle order come in and they've not quite had the experience, the exposure yet, and they've got to fire straight away, because usually their team's in trouble when they're coming in.
Yeah, you're right. And Hungarians have their tails up as well. So you're running into a team full of confidence. You can kind of feel that pressure out there, that pressure cooker atmosphere. But Arif, again, can bat. We'll have to bat well here. Out there with his captain, Mohandas has been outstanding. 1 for 13, 3 balls left in his spell. The other thing is, I mean, Arif's one guy that likes to attack, but maybe it just does affect the kind of aggression level of these two out there. And these two probably do have gears. Or some of them, I think, like Kogiani can only kind of stay put for so long before he's just going to go for it.
He's more of a go-kart. It's just go and stop.
That's right. So, yeah, just wonder, maybe that kind of limits the upper bounds of what Austria might achieve here. Expected 134 at the moment. This is a little flick away from Arif. Not a good ball from Mohandas. Should get it fairly comfortable too, but against that swing, still getting the swing, just not really directing it as well to the right-hander.
Yeah, I think Austria just have to regroup a bit here. They can't lose sight of the fact that they've got a long way to go. Still 14 overs left after this. And 13, excuse me. So it's not a T10, so they don't need to go all guns blazing. They can just build their innings. Iqbal's doing exactly that. just going at a runner ball, and then you can always go hard towards the end of the innings. But at the moment, with 5 down, they can't really afford to do anything else but just consolidate.
8 and over from here is about 150. That's about 150. And I think certainly Austria would take that at the moment. But yeah, Hungary doing a bit of a number on the Austrians so far in match 6 is the last ball for Sandeep Mohandas. Full toss, just clipped away by Aslan Arif, but it'll only be a single. Great spell by Sandeep Mohandas. 1 for 16 off 4. Well, those splinters he got on the bench, obviously, kind of spurred him on to a good performance with the ball, and after 7 overs, Austria are 46 for 5.
He's clearly had a point to prove, and he must have been a bit ticked off playing in that game 4, but just standing in the field for 20 overs and just thinking, just throw me the ball, I can do it. And he's certainly shown that he can do it here, having rattled through the top order Hungary. Look at that, all catches. The first one Bilal, obviously the second ball LBW, but after that it was all really misfiring shots from Austria. They kind of threw away their wicket.
How about the 4 wickets though from Suck Lane? He has been line-hearted. I did mention he kind of lost it a little bit in the start of his over, but didn't he come back well? That's what you want your big pacers to do. And Austria 46 for 5. Need to mount a rescue job.
I think Sacklane can maybe give a couple of those wickets to Mohandas at the other end, because I think it was Mohandas tying up the one end that allowed Sacklane, who's been a bit more expensive, but he's the one with 4 wickets to his name, so it was a good pairing at the top of the fielding innings there for Hungary. It's interesting, we've obviously had 3 teams, they've all had double headers. So Malta lost both of theirs on the first day.
Yeah.
And then Hungary lost one yesterday. So we haven't seen a team that's gone 2 for 2 in one day. And it's looking a bit dodgy today as well for Austria.
Yeah, it's a really good point you make. Here's Jacob coming in with his left arm spin. Oh, well, it was a real filthy half track. It was hit straight to Mohandas there at mid-wicket, and he puts down a goober. It just kind of stopped in the pitch, didn't it? Maybe it broke a little bit away from the right-hander, but Mohandas perhaps mentally replaying his highlights of his 4-over spell, unfortunately for him. He puts down a reef.
I'm going to be kind to him. Sometimes when you're standing there at mid-wicket and you see a batter line that up, you think it's going to come at 100 miles an hour. And that one, because it was kind of clonked a bit to him, he thought maybe it was going to come a bit quicker than it did. And he kind of leaned back, and by the time he realised it was coming at him, it's already been dropped.
Well, the last drop catch cost him absolutely nothing, didn't it? When Sheikh Razik put down Umet Tariq at slip. But I suppose time will tell if that costs Hungary. Aslan Arif is dangerous. He's dropped on 3. Jacob will be disappointed, even though I don't think it was quite where he wanted to pitch the ball. Not afraid to take the pace off, is he, Jacob? And especially this is the kind of situation where you might be able to tempt the Austrians into going for a big shot, maybe trying to elevate, maybe trying to get one over the ropes. And there are consequences, aren't there, to each wicket from here. Beats the inside edge. I think maybe just going on to miss the leg stump, but that's the thing with Jacob. You know, he'll turn a couple. He'll have a couple that kind of go straight on. Classic left arm sneaker, a bit like yourself.
Yeah, we love a left arm sneaker, and it's been a pattern of the last few games as well that we've seen a bowler come on first change this end, a spin bowler, and just rattle through their 4 overs to kind of tie up one end. Especially when you have a bowler bowling 4 overs one end. Obviously in T10 in T20 you've got 10 overs to bowl each end, and if you have spin bowlers that can rattle a few in the middle overs, then it really can tie up the team, and that's what Hungary are hoping for here as Austria finish that 8th over on 50 for 5. So still in trouble here, but they're doing a bit of a rebuilding job with Captain Aqib Iqbal out there on 20 for 22 off 22, and Aslan Arif, who can hit it, but at the moment he's happy to just knock it around.
Yeah, 50's up in 8 overs. 12 overs to go. Again, I keep looking at that kind of 8 and over, which is, it's funny that we call 8 and over safe these days, but yeah, 8 and over from here, 96, 146. There's every chance, you know, you might be able to catch Hungary the same way. You know, they are a pretty attacking kind of side, but you're going to run into Sheikh Razik, who's coming off a big ton yesterday, and he looked absolutely incredible. You've got Ghani, who's been in good form, who's only really misfired once. Seems to deploy. Again, I still think we haven't seen the best of him this week yet, but speak of the devil, here's Sheikh Razik. Here he is, bowling from that city end, and Aki Bikbal, the Austrian skipper, 20 off 22. Both these two just a little bit under that 100 strike rate, probably a situational thing. Well, Akib has seen about enough, and he's going to put this one over the leg side. Maximal! Just what Austria needed at this stage. They'll want more of it.
Yeah, lovely strike there by Akib. And he hasn't really gone big this tournament so far. His biggest score came in the game this morning against Malta, where he got 37. There's 2 big sixes in that innings, and he's added one to the collection there. I think we're inching closer to the 100 sixes in this tri-series. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot more over the next few days as well.
Yeah, just got a bit of breaking news as well with the Malta squad. Sent for the reinforcements for the ECIs tomorrow. Four players in their squad coming in. The thing with ECI cricket is because it's a pathway kind of qualification system, so you do qualify for ECI cricket before you qualify for T20 on residency. So they've got Priyan Pushparajan coming in. He's an absolute superstar. Michael Das, very, very good batter. Jace Matthew coming in, and Jagath Purna, who has been a revelation since he's arrived in Malta. They'll certainly make Malta more competitive, I think, in the ECIs, especially on the home turf, knowing the ground really well. There's Mohandas. Again, he'll be perhaps thinking about that drop catch, but the reef hasn't hurt him too bad yet. He's 6 off 8.
Well, Malta will definitely have a point to prove, and the beauty of the T10 format coming up is that they will have several opportunities.
This is going to just pop into open space, come back for 2. I like this question. I think the question was, in Test cricket, what would you change? It was if you could change something. And I've got probably one thing I would like to see is a baseball style play clock, where you have to start bowling the next ball in a certain amount of time. And maybe once and over, you get like a 60-second kind of extension if you want to change the field. Edged, that's going to run away. There's no one on the boundary at third. Think about 3 here. I'm going to take it on. Slightly dodgy one, but nicely done by Iqbal. Beats the throw, 3 runs. Yeah, so I have a bit of a... It's a bit different, but it kind of mirrors what's worked in baseball, because one thing with over rates in Test cricket is that like once you're behind, it's so hard to catch up.
Yeah.
And they keep making the penalties bigger and bigger, but okay, it's not helping. and things like, you know, runs at the end of the day, there'll be like an outcry, right? 20 runs or something. So your mind is a bit left field, but you get a certain amount of time, say 20 seconds or so from when the ball becomes dead, or 30 seconds to start your run up. And if you don't, so I've got a couple of ways we could do this. End of 9 overs, 63 for 5 after 9. And one is that, and also plays to the batter. So if they're not ready, so they get penalised. And maybe, you know how you have penalty runs, you just have 1 penalty run, a bit like a wide or a no ball.
Just an extra
because, yeah, so it's like an extra. Rather than give 20 at the end of the day, and you'd be amazed how, so if you can save 5 seconds every ball, you're gonna be back on time. So that's kind of my idea. The other way, if you didn't want to give penalty runs, or like, you know, 1 penalty runs we're talking about, is you could do the next ball's a free hit if it wasn't no ball, but just next ball's a free hit, can't get out, can score runs. But if the batter's not ready, then we actually talked about this before. Have like a free shot where you can't score runs, but you can get out. So you have the opposite of that. We even had a signal where you, instead of that, you kind of...
The downward circle.
Downward
instead of an
circle.
upward
circle. But the principle being that's a lot easier to kind of police on the go rather than just wait till they're miles behind and then get it back up. Because I do think it's been a bit of a problem with the pace of the game and making it less appealing. You know, people pay to watch 90 overs and they're getting like 82 overs in a day. And some people say it's not a problem, but you know, I think it's come up. And so often now. Spinners and stuff, it's not really a problem. You know, in Sri Lanka, I think at one point Sri Lanka were 8 overs ahead because they just bowled so much spin. So that's not so much a problem.
On a green top in England when they're just hooping it around corners and
just creating that urgency a little bit. Like I say, you can make extensions. Baseball, everyone said, oh, this is crazy, it's going to ruin the game, etc. It hasn't. It's actually, you know, in the first month, there are all these kind of clock violations, and then they just disappear because everyone got used to it.
And they did it in tennis as well. And I think baseball, it reduced the average game time from well over 3 hours to something like 2.5 hours.
So that's just a bit of a left field one.
Well, the ICC...
In the air, just over the top.
The ICC has been tying itself in knots about the over rate, and I remember recently Ben Stokes was fined for slow over rate when the test match finished in, I think, 2.5 days, and he still gets fined. And you have teams walking off at 5:30 when it's light until 9 p.m, and you just think, what are we doing here?
My thing is, even if you don't go any of the systems I just said, is that it's easier to police overs in the run in little increments rather than kind of wait and then throw big penalties up. I just think that's just what I think basically. But yeah, I like some of these suggestions here. One thing I will say is I'm anti kind of, it came up, should you substitute a bowler who's injured if they get injured? But I think if we've learned anything, even from concussion subs, and I'm pro concussion subs, you know, I understand that you don't want people playing if they've suffered genuine concussion. I think it would be good if the decision was made by an independent professional. People strive to do that. But if we've learned anything, it's that once you make a rule, people are going to start taking advantage of it.
Cough, India the other day.
Yeah, but they're not the first either.
No.
You know, next minute you got someone dead. Well, I tripped over and I bumped my head on the fence, and now I can't bowl. Suddenly you got everyone, not everyone. You got people wanting concussion. Yeah, I've got concussion. Put me out. So I just think that's bad luck. When a bowler goes down, bad luck.
Well, it's easy to game that as well, and you see that a lot in football when they realise, okay, well, I can go down injured, and if the goalkeeper goes down injured, then we can't carry on.
What are you going to do?
So they just every time without fail, after about 85 minutes, the goalkeeper sits down on the pitch because he realises, well, you know, it's going to stop a bit of time, and it's kind of the same with concussion subs, and you do have to be so careful, and you want to treat injuries as they come, but it's the easiest way to make a substitution. And then this phrase "like for like" comes in as well with who you're allowed to substitute in, and yeah, it's a real grey area. I don't think there's a right answer.
Yeah, it is a bit of a grey area, but I just think also, you know, if both teams are equally likely, I suppose, to have someone go down with an injury. I mean, maybe you could argue if you're better conditioned, you're less likely, but it tests your depth. It tests, you know, it's just one of those things. Having a look at what's happening at the moment, you can see that we are not only in Malta, we're in Portugal as well, with Phil G, of course, to continue tonight. We'll see the teams that we haven't seen so far in the night series, with Punjab CC Amadora taking on Fighters CC, not far away from the Western Shield and the ECL, of course. And then we'll be back at the Santarém cricket ground just outside Lisbon in Portugal. It's a beautiful ground, actually. It's where the Western Shield was last year. We'll be there for 2 weeks. And we're really hoping that the Portugal women's team can take part in their first internationals. I know that there's a lot of excitement there. They've got some good team names domestically. I know they haven't really been able to play a lot of games. Sometimes the geography doesn't make that very possible. But they've got the Lisbon Lynxes down there.
Excellent.
And the Miranda Maidens.
Maidens, I like that. Very cricket-based.
Yeah. And Madrid, really excited. Madrid United won the first ever Golden Ball back at the start of 2020. That was
Those were the days.
at Sporting Alfaz in Alicante. Yeah, that was right back there. And actually almost resulted in a concussion with the ensuing celebration. I think the batter's shoulder hit one of the teammates that was running on to congratulate him. So, yeah, thanks for all the suggestions. But yeah, I mean, a lot of people would say the game ain't broken, and I suppose one thing I will say is that the game's never stood still. Yeah, some people wouldn't know that in around 1930, after some crazy scores like 1,100 by Victoria, I think they also scored over 1,000 one game. Maybe it was in New South Wales, but you know, they made the ball smaller and the stumps bigger.
Right.
You know, and the LBW law's been changed like 12 times.
Well, I think that they only brought in boundaries relatively late when
when
the crowd were all gathering round, and then the ball ended up getting lost in the crowd, especially when people were like having bets on the game with their friends.
Would
And
have been like golf.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
in golf.
the ball
You
would
hit
just end up in
crowd.
someone's elbow, and it's like, please don't move. We need to see where it's landed, and that's why boundaries were brought in. Rightly
Yeah.
so, because I mean that would be a bit chaotic, and we'd be running around all the Range Rovers in the car park here. But
Yeah, look.
yeah, the game moves on, doesn't it?
I just think, I mean, obviously I played cricket and baseball at a reasonably high level, and so yeah, these two sports can learn from each other a bit, I think. And also even 2020 cricket, I think, be a no-brainer to apply something like that. I know they go, fielder can go in the circle, but people have to feel the pinch at the time, not afterwards, because when I might go for two here, no, I won't. When you kind of got your game face on, you're out there, you do have this kind of in-the-moment thinking, or in-game thinking, and you're not necessarily thinking about consequences outside of the game. They're probably, even though now they're thinking about things like, the World Test Championship like that, but I still think in an Ashes series or something like that, you're thinking about, in 100 years, I'll be wondering who wins this test or who wins the Ashes, not necessarily, did you qualify in whatever position. Oh, he's gone. He's caught behind. It's the end of Iqbal. Ghani comes on with immediate effect. What a week he's had. He bounces out the Austrian captain. Iqbal has to go, and that's 6 wickets down. That little kind of flourishing partnership is broken. Austria 70 for 6.
Yeah, Abbas Ghani's brought into the attack and does the business straight away, and you could see how much that wicket meant to him as well. He kind of did the star jump mid-air, and it was a great ball, to be fair. Just grew big a bit on Akib there, and you can see Ghani jumping up in delight. It was a good grab as well. Just made sure to get his head in line with the ball. And Ghani there gives it the old double-fingered salute.
Yeah, gives it the old two-fingered cowboy, doesn't he? Shooting the guns into the sky. But yeah, what a handy wicket. It was a well-directed bouncer, wasn't it? Because it was outside the off stump. If Iqbal was going to hook it, it was going to have to be done with a bit more difficulty. Wasn't able to get his head inside the line of the ball and swivel on it. Valavarthi holds on to a good catch. 70 for 6, and Kadagal Utmanzai comes out. And yeah, he's a guy, I believe this could be his first T20 international. So obviously a big moment for him.
He's a left-hander as well, so they've got the left-hand, right-hand combination.
We know him quite well from the European Cricket Series in Austria. He plays for Donnerstadt. Generally, he scored over 1,200 runs in T10 cricket. So this guy also, he's played in the ECC for Austria. Was selected back in 2022, and certainly I think he'll feel comfortable in the shirt. But anyway, here he is facing his first ball. Just prods it carefully down the pitch. And this is where also Austria, they'll kind of be feeling the push and pull between two forces. They're natural attackers. Pretty much every batter we see here is a natural attacker, but also they are conscious. Pretty much half the innings still to go. And won't want to throw their wicket away and risk their team getting bowled out.
And they've still got time to spare, and every one of the batters coming in at the moment has not had too much crease time in the last few days, so they want to make the most of it as well.
Had a good question from Dave asking, when's the Meltle Shield? Yeah, you might have noticed the Meltle Shield isn't on that graphic. That's because we are planning to hold it, but we haven't quite nailed down the date. You might notice there's a TBA there on there, so there's still a gap, but we're looking to hold it during that gap, but also we may have to move a couple of things around just depending on how we're going to do the Meltle Shield this year. So don't you worry, I know that Martina would be very keen to get involved in the Meltle Shield as well. I think MVP last year in the ECC, I think certainly, well, if we're not using you in the commentary box, I think they can definitely use you out in the middle. Austria 73 for 6 after 11. What a good over by Abbas Ghani, 1 for 5.
Yeah, that was a great over, and as you said, there was a little fledgling partnership being built up there. Abbas Ghani came in, gave it the double cowboy and dismissed Akib Iqbal, the captain, who is the only one that's really put his hand up in this innings so far. He got 31 off 30. Apart from that, Hekmatullah's the only one that got into double figures of those who are out. But of course, the wicketkeeper Arif is still out there. And they may be looking to him now to guide Austria to somewhat of a defendable total. The expected score hovering around the 130 mark, but I think they'll be looking at 150, especially against this Hungary batting lineup.
This is a really interesting matchup because Utmansai, he's probably going to be wanting to hit these onto the roof or into the car park, but he's new to the crease. He knows he's had a lot of pressure to stay there for a while, but he's got that left arm spinner turning the ball into him. See Mr. Poy's gone back and take me to wicket. Here we go. Throws the hands at the first one. Straight to point. Yeah, Safi makes the stop, but they do get the single.
We were talking yesterday about, obviously, Austria and Hungary have some history going back hundreds of years, and John Gray in the chat saying you call the matches between Austria and Hungary the Prusiko.
Prusiko. I love it.
The El Prusiko.
Yeah, we'll catch on.
But they're friends now, I think.
Yeah, I think so. But, obviously Hungary being the, I suppose, the underdog side, would really love to get the win here. And Austria, and I talked about Malta being the banana peel game for them, and they passed that without too many dramas, but they've certainly put themselves into a bit of a hole here, but still, pretty much 9 overs to go. Still talented batters at the crease and still to come for Austria. Jacob, it's the kind of bowler that I think is pretty well suited to the situation, because he will kind of flight the ball up and tempt the Austrians and perhaps tempt them into a mistake.
Yeah, and he's been bowling well throughout the series. He's been hit for a few, but he's always come back. He's chipped in with important wickets, and he's got all the boundary riders out protecting the big shot. So he's almost, as you said, welcoming the big shot.
Yeah.
If they're going to go big, they have to go over those boundary riders.
Yeah, and look, we have seen plenty of sixes here. Obviously, the square boundaries are fairly short here at Marsa, but I think if you're Austria, you're welcoming Austria having a dip. A bit like that, well bowled, just sneaks inside, almost takes a little outside edge on the way through to the keeper.
Thomas Martinez saying the Empire Reunited series, maybe the Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah, true. Just overdone a little bit. I think now's the time. Maybe bring one back towards the stumps a little bit. He's thrown a couple wide out there, but I think that he's pretty keen to have a go at you here, Manzai. That's what he does. It's down the ground, and he's going to get away with this. Probably not the smartest shot at this stage, kind of going for one of the longest boundaries on the ground, and hit that a little bit better, you're probably gone.
Yeah, you can see why Jacob is kind of trying to hide the ball outside off stump, especially for the left-hander when it's just going to be spinning into him. And as you said, it's going to be threatening the car park, but Manzai kind of got away with that, got himself safely to the other end. There's just one ball left of this 12th over.
Jacob will finish another over. 4 singles and a wide off that. So after 12, it's 78 for 6. Austria
still, they're doing well to build mini partnerships now after losing a flurry of wickets early on. You can see that Iqbal, while he was in, he had a few small partnerships, but really the fact that 5 out of those 6 wickets have come in catches as well tells you all you need to know. Austria maybe haven't been on top of their game when it comes to shot selection. Maybe they've been already having in the back of their minds their T10 series tomorrow, because some of those shots maybe would have been more at home in the shorter format. As it is, expected score 128. Their run rate at the moment is 6.5.
Yeah, 130 pace. That's assuming that they do bat out the 20 overs. Hello to Ravi Panchal, who's in the chat. Of course, Spanish national team player, was playing over the weekend. If you ask him, he'll tell you won the game for them. I suppose he did, because he caught the 10th wicket.
Well, there you go.
In one of the matches. It's actually a really good game. You get all kinds of finishes on ECN because you have so many matches, but this is one that we don't get too often. It's a good old 9-out finish. So 9 out, handful to win off the last over, couple of dots, and you see the batter going, oh, do I just go for glory or do I try and get it in ones? In this case, I think it was Shahid Rahman went for glory. Ravi Panchal took the catch. So hello, Ravi. Unfortunately, Ravi, I think might have been one of our, maybe he wasn't there the other night, but has been to Coimbra before. Of course, the Coimbra crew in the Portugal Night Series had a bit of a breach of Rule 1, busted laptop.
Yeah, they did.
The other night. Ravi, actually, if Ravi was there, would never have let that happen.
Absolutely not.
So, yeah, he's tuning in. And, of course, one thing I really love about what the European Cricket Network's done over the last few years, it's brought all of these groups of cricketers together. And yes, there were some internationals before, but the frequency that this player community between countries are meeting up is just through the roof. So, you know, all these players are playing against each other more. They're learning about each other more. Their tactics getting better. Hassan Arif is going to go. Tried to take on the mid-off and wasn't quite hit well enough to get over Zima's deploy. Takes another brilliant catch. Judged it to perfection, and Austria now have lost 7. 80 for 7 in the 13th.
Yeah, Zima's deploy's 4th catch of the innings, and each one is better than the rest. And it might not look like much, but he covers a lot of ground, and he's leading over to his left side. Well, I mean, he's a left-hand bat, so maybe it's his stronger side, but he does bowl right-handed, so ambidextrous, talented guy, but it's a good catch. He was in mid-air when he took it, and Abbas Ghani's very happy with that. Raises both arms, and he's picked up his 2nd wicket. Austria now 7 down for 80 runs.
No matter what Austria get, though, they'll feel they can defend it. You know, they've got a pretty talented attack. So they'll feel that this game is still on, but certainly they're having to do it the hard way. 9% now is the expected win for Austria. Remember, if Hungary win with 5 balls or more to spare, they'll not only win the game, but they'll actually win this tri-series, which is a dream result, considering that Hungary were pretty big underdogs when day 3 got underway. So here's Hamid Safi, his first weekend of T20 international cricket. So you've got 2 of the players playing their first T20I series here at the crease for Austria. Are both talented. Ghani has 2 wickets. Oh, jeez, well, Safi plays all across that one. I'm not sure how it missed. Let's have a look on the replay. Oh, it flicks the back of the back pad and obviously just sneaks down the leg side.
Yeah, Ghani's a bit like a jack-in-the-box at the moment. He's leaping after every delivery because he's bowling really well. And he's got his eye on the tail here.
Abbas Ghani's such a great find for Hungary. Sorts out several of their issues. Well, that time hits him on the pad and he's gone. Well, the first one hit the back pad and was just sneaking down the leg side. I think that one was going to knock him out. So Safi just technically having some issues with that kind of delivery. And Ghani's got 3 now, and Austria in real trouble in match 6, 80 for 8.
Yeah, when you open up and have such a wide stance as a batter, you're just exposing your back leg. You're just inviting the bowler, in this case Ghani, to say, hit me on the back leg. And he duly obliged, and an easy decision for the umpire there. I think that was crashing into the base of leg stump.
You're right, exactly right, Tina. It's almost like the batter with that kind of stance is daring you, saying, you know, go at the stumps. You know, see how that works out for you. But it works out pretty well for Ghani. Safi can't believe it, but, well, someone might show him the video later. Maybe he still won't believe it, but to me, hit him a long way back. I know we've got the angle behind, and it crashed into the pad, didn't it? And they're the kind of ones you need to get bat on them, otherwise you're in some serious trouble. 80 for 8. This will be interesting. Sahil Zadran, again, he's a proper kind of lower order hitter at this level. So he's coming out at 10, 7 overs to go. Never really seen him have to play this role before. So let's see if he counter punches or if he's a bit careful. A bit careful first up, and can understand why, because Ghani just rocks out a 2-wicket over, and after 13 overs the score is 80 for 8.
And that's exactly what we were saying earlier about Austria's middle to low order just not having been tested, or not having played at all really so far in this series, and being almost victims of Mark Simpson-Parker's success and Zima's deploy at the top of the order as well, and Zishan Kukikel as well. Between them, they've taken up the vast majority of the overs, which meant that the Austria tail has been a bit exposed here, and they've not had the experience of being out there, and their first experience hasn't really been a successful one.
And also, you know, they're coming off an off season, so you wonder how much these guys have batted. My guess also is they're probably not getting a lot of the kind of practice time in the limited practice time that is available. Of course, there are nets here in Malta, but I mean, most of it it's game time, isn't it?
Yeah, it's more ski season in Austria at the moment than cricket season.
I think you're right. Utmanzai is going to face up here. He's on 5. Suck Lane being brought back, going for the kill, going for the 5-wicket haul. We haven't had one this year so far. He'll be thinking this is certainly on. Suck Lane's had a big series, got to dig deep here, the last overall bowl in the T20s. Utmanzai, though, as you can see, you know, he's a guy that knows his way around. I've seen him opening quite a lot at various levels, actually. Even in the T10, certainly for his club Donnerstadt, you often do see him at the top of the order. So, you know, you'll feel he's equipped to deal with his situation. Slightly older ball as well. Probably not doing as much as it would have been doing first up.
Oh, he's got a job to do here, and one of these two needs to put their hands up. And as we've been saying, they've got almost 7 overs to go. So I think aim 1 would just be to play out those 20, because who knows what you'll get edges, you'll get extras. What you don't want here is to be skittled in less than 15 overs and leaving 5 overs out there not used.
Floating slip in play from Mohamed Sack Lane. Goes pretty much straight over the line. Umpire says that one's wide. Fair enough. Those kind of line ball calls. Yeah, Zadran. He's actually a really fun cricketer to watch. You know, runs in, bowls fast, bats fast, lives fast. And, generally plays with a smile on his face, which is the way you like it. It's real character.
He's had he's got 4 wickets, but I'd say at least 3 of them have been taken by Zemus Deploy, and they've just been thrown away by Austria. There was that great catch by Matty Ainsworth that saw the back of Mark Simpson-Parker, but he's bowled well. I'm not sure it's a 4-for kind of spell, but I think he's just been gifted a few of those wickets. And of course he also had Mohandas bowling at the other end, and those two in tandem were really lethal and didn't let Austria really get going, and that's what forced Austria into those full shots as well.
Been interesting. Well, maybe credit to the Hungarian coaching staff. They've put themselves in a position where they can win the series. They've unleashed Sandeep the Swinger, and in conjunction with Suck Lane, they've really made big inroads into this Austrian order. And Abbasgani's come, he's gone bang, bang, bang. I think with Ghani as well, still got 2 overs left. He's got 3 wickets already. I'll tell you something that might be interesting. It's the battle for the potential 5-for because, yeah, Ghani has got 3 for. If he takes the last 2, he'll get a 5-for. Suck Lane just needs 1, although he's running out of time, isn't he? Has to do it this over. He's attempted Yorker. Turns out it's a full toss.
Have we ever on the network had 2 fifers in one innings?
No, we haven't. I mean, 5-fers are pretty rare. Even in T20 cricket, they're pretty rare.
Yeah.
Although we have had a few 6-fers even in T20 cricket.
Yeah, we were looking at the leaderboard yesterday with Stefan near the top, didn't we?
I think in T20 cricket there has been a case of 7-for. I think Ackerman did that actually. Edged and gone. Big outside edge. Just that natural angle across, and it is 5 wickets for Mohamed Sack Lane. What a lion-hearted performance here in a crucial game. Hungary can potentially win over a much higher ranked opponent and potentially win this tri-series. Disappointment for Utmanzai. Another day maybe he misses it, but today he gets a healthy outside edge, playing away from the body. Valavarthi makes no mistake, and Austria down to their last wicket now with over 6 overs remaining, 83 for 9.
Yeah, he just really fell into that trap there. Sack Lane threw it out wide. It was almost going to be a wide, especially with the ICC regulations, because the batter didn't move at all. But he just tempted him into it, and he'll happily take that 5-wicket haul.
Saklane, well, he's actually got a free shot at 6 here as well. He's going to get the number 11, Itibasha Dida, who really we haven't seen in this series, but we're going to see him with the bat here. Again, Itia, I know him pretty well. He's a very good fast bowler. Bit surprised we haven't seen more of him. Maybe that just given some opportunities to some guys that can use the experience. I know that he's a bit more experienced in the Austrian shirt. He's coming out here at number 11 with his fast bowling partner, Sahel Zadran. And Saklane, you wonder how often he'll be in this opportunity to take a 6-wicket haul at T20 International. He's got one ball at it here, and he's making the batter's wait at the moment.
Well, we saw his teammate Sheikh Razik starting the Centurion Club for 2025. And Saklane here has got a chance to join the 6 club, which is quite an illustrious club as well.
Certainly is. Here we go. Saklane for a 6-wicket haul. He won't get it. Hits the body of Dida in Austria. Now it's time to scrape and try and survive, I think, with 6 overs remaining. They're 83 for 9.
Yeah, if they can at least try and get to that magical 3-figure 100 score, but that still feels a long way off. So we look at their Manhattan, they've just had 3 overs that have even gone for double digits, and the last 5 have only gone for 20 in total, and that's really what's put the brakes on the Austria innings here. So it's left Austria 83 for 9, 14 overs gone. And it will be Abbas Ghani as well, who rightly gets given the ball for his 3rd over, having already claimed 3 wickets. There's not enough wickets left for him to get the 5, but he'll dearly like to take 4 wickets, and he's got some figures as well, having only gone for now 8 runs off just 2.1 overs. So it's been a great all-round performance from Hungary here.
It's been interesting as well to see how Hungary approach this target. Let's say it is, let's give them 90. 90 is expected right now. Do they play the same approach? We've seen teams get into trouble, sometimes being a bit too conservative. Zadran tries to lace full toss down the ground. Yeah, again, it's kind of against the DNA of these two to be careful. But it's an interesting situation. That's one thing about the 20 over format as well. We do see some of these players in situations that we haven't seen them before. So, I mean, Dida here, he's got 4 left in the over. Ghani, who's absolutely red hot. I think his first instinct has to be to protect his wicket here, protect his stumps, and then sure, there's a bit of width or something like that, or if it's in your zone, then maybe you go for it, and you don't just want to kind of patter around either. But yeah, you don't want to leave balls on the table. If it's kind of 1 over or so, then fine. But we're talking over 5 overs still to go. And Dida backs away, just kind of eases that to backward point. Tense. Ghani, if he's smart, which he is, probably bowl most of these remaining deliveries he's got full and straight at the stumps. Maybe occasionally a shorter one to mix things up. As you see, Dida has 0 cares in the world. That's a pretty good attempt at Yorker. Clears the front leg and smashes it over the leg side for 4. Well, this is cricket Austrian style. 4 carreras.
Yeah, there's a bit of a counter punch there. A nice shot from Itibar, and if he can get his team up to 100, he'll at least have played his part. That was just a big old heave. Thomas in the chat asking about the conditions. It is a bit overcast here, and it has been nibbling about a bit, but it's actually, as we said at the top of the innings, it's Sandeep Mohandas really can get the ball going around corners. Otherwise, the other bowlers have got it to nibble a bit, but there's not been enormous amounts.
Wow, Dida living a bit dangerously again. This time it's a bit close to Mohandas. A bit of cloud cover here at the moment as well, and maybe tiny suggestion there could be some sprinkles of rain around.
That would be heartbreak for Hungary, wouldn't it, if they do all the hard work and then the heavens open again, just like it did. Well, they were on the right side of the DLS result in their first game, and probably rightly so, because they did put on a big score against Malta, but this might be a bit of a tighter one, depending if Austria can kick the tail here a bit. Yeah, well, that's right. I mean, I think Sahel Zadran likes to bat with his toes pretty much right in front of off stumps. He's standing right in front of his stumps, kind of, again, daring the bowler to try and trap him in front, but he's good enough to knock that one away for a single. End of the 15th over in Austria.
90 for 9. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow here in Malta, because we're into our ECIs. Of course, we did see a series between Portugal and Spain to kick the season off. That was just a one-day series. This one's a two-day series, so we're working our way into it. And Malta have a big day tomorrow. They will play 3 times, and likewise Austria. Malta and Austria doing battle in game 1. Of course, Hungary have matches as well. They play the middle matches 2 and 3, 10 over format, 50-metre boundaries, fast-paced. Yeah, we're going to absolutely have a ball there, and that series starts 15 minutes later than the scheduled start time for these T20Is. So it starts at 8:15 GMT, which is 9:15 in Central Europe, 1:45 in India, and it should be a really great series. I've already talked about 4 players coming in for Malta that I think will make a huge difference to their competitiveness, and also just the T10 format. It's a little bit more unpredictable, isn't it? And so yeah, I really think all these matches are toss-ups.
Yeah, they've got 3 games to make it good tomorrow, and Hungary have got those 2 middle games after they've put in a big shift today. So if they can get an early finish today and chase down that total, they can put their feet up and have a nice lie-in tomorrow. The fixture gods smiled down on them. For the other 2 teams, they've got 3 games tomorrow, and yeah, it'll be interesting to see as Matty Ainsworth comes in for his first over of the game. It'll be interesting to see if there's any kind of tactical changes, any lineup changes. Of course, you said there's a few players coming in, but it's the same 3 teams, and how will they approach it going into tomorrow?
Yeah, I think we'll see it probably. Yeah, definitely. I think Hungary have a couple of changes that they're forced to make. See, Prasath's been a problem. It's going to be called a no ball. I think it's the right call. Ainsworth's had problems with this kind of delivery.
It's going to be a no ball, and this is what I don't like about the ICC regulations. It's quite a slow delivery.
Especially because you could argue, using the ICC, that it has to be above. You could argue that was waist height, not above. And so, you risk potentially getting barred on what's a judgment call that might not be right. I'm not saying that's not right. I kind of agree with those calls. That's actually why we've put it in the letter of the law that even waist height deliveries on ECN T10 matches are considered no balls. It means Zadran gets a free hit, which is your dream really when you're 9 out. You can finally go for it, but he swings straight through it, just trying to hit across the line.
Yeah, we had the question earlier about what we would change about cricket. I think that would be mine. We already mentioned it a bit yesterday because Matty Ainsworth got taken off yesterday after he bowled 2 really good overs, but there was just 2 no balls in there, and they were not dangerous by any stretch of the imagination, just like that one there. If he bowls 1 more, that's going to be him off, and I think that's just too harsh for this level of cricket. And I think for a young bowler like Matty Ainsworth, you just want to have him bowl. I get it if it's a 90-mile-an-hour beamer at someone's head, but he's still got a helmet on.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. I mean, ball hurts. Sometimes you get hit, unless there's something intentional about it.
I don't think there is for Matty, to be fair.
And there isn't. And actually the rules say, playing conditions say, if it's deliberate, you can bar someone straight away. They just whack Yunus to Andrew Simons, you remember that one?
Yeah.
Back in the day.
I do think, and I need to read the regulations again because I haven't read them yet this week, for the ICC ones, and I think there is some discretion allowed, I think, for the umpire.
It's funny you said this because, again, there's a bit of an in the opinion if it's dangerous, but it's more to do with the direction of that delivery.
Yeah.
So, and this is where actually we cleaned it up a lot. Well, that's not a good ball, and it's adios pelota, Maximo. Late runs coming, Zadran gets 6 over backward square. It's another full toss, this time about shin high, and it doesn't stick around.
So I think when you have these full tosses, as we've just seen there, they already get punished enough without then being given a no ball and possibly pulling someone off. And I mean, we've had that quite a lot in women's cricket. I really, really don't like it, especially then it's a slower ball and it's quite often beginners. And
maybe less confident bowlers than having to replace them.
Yeah, and then you've got players literally in tears because they're just trying to find their way in this new game, and they've been hoiked off after a couple of balls, which wouldn't have endangered anyone's grandma, let alone the players who are there with their helmets on, and they're pulled off after 2 balls. And I don't like it, and I hope Matty Ainsworth gets through the rest of his spell unscathed.
Yeah, you're right. So ICC umpires will talk about the coffin, which is quite morbid, But they don't know why I call it that. Maybe because I suppose cricket coffin's like a cricket bag. 16 overs down, by the way. Ainsworth, despite his slight issue with the full toss, goes for 8, which isn't the worst. 98 for 9 after 16, which is basically the area in your batting stance. And they'll say
Right.
if the full above waster is in that, then it does count, it does warrant a warning. And if it's not, it doesn't. Originally there wasn't that, but then there were a couple, maybe in New Zealand this happened, where like a slow ball went wrong and it went like 10 metres wide, but still that carried a warning,
Yeah.
which didn't really make any sense. But of course, like anything, when you introduce judgment, then you get different judgments. And then we see some weird interpretations. Like I've seen, and we used to apply the same interpretation before we changed our playing condition, but you'd have ones that just missed someone's nose, and umpire said, well, it wasn't dangerous because it didn't hit him. It almost hit him.
That's all right then.
Do you know what I mean? So actually we did those two things at the same time. We said, look, we're now going to say that they're all carrying a warning, but we'll give you one more strike. All right, speaking of strikes, this is in the air. Could be the end of the innings. Ghani to do it himself. He does. 4 wickets for Abbas Ghani. And Zadran, with a prolonged 6 and out, ends the innings. And Austria bowled out for 98 in just over 16 overs. What a performance from Team Hungary here in match 6. And really, they've got to be favourites now to take this tri-series.
Yeah, that was quite a spectacular caught and bowled in the end. Abbas Ghani bowled the delivery and must have covered about 50 yards. You can see how high up in the air that went. And he got under safely. It probably would have actually been an easier catch for one of his teammates there in the field. But he said, no, I'm taking it myself. And fair play to him, because that gives him figures. 3.1 overs, 14 runs and 4 wickets. So between the two of them, Mohamed Saklin and Abbas Ghani taking 9 of Austria's wickets. And they're really in the driving seat now, aren't they?
Done my numbers already, and I can tell you, just like I said, if they can chase it with 5 balls or more to spare, not only do they win this match, but they win the tri-series as well. So yeah, Zadran again looks like a hero if it does hit that for 6. We saw him hit a 6, but that was probably a ball from a guy who's on fire. That's not really a bad ball that Zadran goes after. Probably runs out of patience. That's what's coming up tomorrow. Don't worry, we're not done here yet. There's still a game alive, but let's have a look. And early on, Mohandas. It's almost like he'd been kept in the cryogenic chamber, wasn't it? But they thawed him out and he came up and he delivered, didn't he? With a big wicket of Bilal Zalmai first up.
Yeah, and that really set the tone for the fielding and bowling for Hungary. Mohandas didn't really get too many wickets. I think he just chipped in with that one, but he certainly played his part. And there's Mohamed Saklin at the other end who got his 5 wickets. And then Abbas Ghani, he didn't come in till quite late, but when he came in, he almost stole the show there with his 4 wickets, going for just 14 runs. And there was a few big shots, but it was mostly just Aqib Iqbal, the captain, out there by himself, trying to drag his team up to a respectable score. He finished on 31 for 30. A big wicket of Mark Simpson-Parker as well, and that was taken in the outfield by Matthew Ainsworth. It was a great diving catch by him to get rid of the dangerous MSP. And there was a few flashes of a fight back in the form of Hekmatullah. He got 11, he got a 6 and a 4, and then was dismissed as well. Zemus Deploy had the ball magnet saying, what are you doing, guys? I don't know if that was a what are you doing, guys, to Austria, because they just kept on chipping up the catches and he kept on gratefully receiving them.
Yeah, and look, to be honest, they got away with a couple as well, didn't they? With Rasik putting down a bit of a goober at slip. Might have lost his pecking order there. Might not get the nod next time, but didn't matter, did it? Because Zemus, you're right, was a bit of a ball magnet. Very next ball, Tariq had to go without scoring. Aqib tried to right the ship for Austria. He got a little further behind, and the Ghani effect was unleashed on Austria. He ends up with 4 wickets, and 9 of the 10 taken between Saklin and Ghani after that early wicket that Mohandas was able to snare. Hassan Arif stuck around for a while, had a life early, was dropped by Mohandas, but then he became another victim of Ghani. Another catch by Deploy. That one looked pretty good to me. Hit him a long way back pad. Hit him in the kind of stump side of the pad as well. Safi didn't like it, I'm not surprised. Utman Zai on debut played away from his body. Little Nick Saklin had 5. He wanted more as well, didn't he? And it was time to just scratch and see how long Austria could stick around. Like that Dieter, well, he'll feel that he was kind of stranded in the end, won't he? He'll feel that He was only 95 short of his first T20 international century at number 11, but yeah, Zadran got the 6 there, but he went for it again. Can probably not one to go after. That's that kind of natural instinct that you can't really breed out of a player like Zadran. Leopard doesn't change his spots, goes for it, and Ghani calls for his own catch and snaffles it. So Austria bowled out for 98. Still, there were 23 balls in hand that they won't get the benefit of facing. 31 to Akib Iqbal, sent up to open the innings, top scoring, but he lost wickets all around him, didn't he? 19 to run a ball from Arslan Arif, who survived a scare early in his innings. 11 for Kogiani, and Sahil Zadran with 10, the only other players to reach double figures. Just 7 extras, so I think Hungary a lot more disciplined with the ball. I think Mahandas made a big difference, and they're chasing 99 to win. And like I said, if they can do it in 19.1 overs or less, they will win the series. And what a performance from a couple of those bowlers.
Yeah, it was a great performance, especially the two we've already mentioned, Mahandas and Ghani, but Mohamed Saklin as well. I mean, he kind of got a fifer out of nowhere, and he was almost trying to claim his 6th wicket as well. And look at those economies as well, 4, 8, 4, and Sheikh Razik, he did it with the bat yesterday, and he'll maybe want to do it with the bat again today. He went for 13 off just the 1 overs, but a brilliant all-round performance there by Hungary.
Yeah, well, we'll take a break, and we'll be back in around about 10 minutes with the chase. Hungary 99 to win. It's really the first time we've seen some collapso stuff here. But Austria, they're a fighting team, and they'll feel that they can defend this 98 against the Hungarians. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Great to be back here with Tina Goff, and we'll see you at the other side of this break for more Malta T20I Tri-Series. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and Victorinox. Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for the exciting conclusion of this Malta T20I Tri-Series. Unfortunately, the hosts not able to make too much of an impact, going 0-4, but these two teams are very much alive in this series. And actually, you would say that Hungary have to be favourites now after rocking and rolling the Austrians for just 98 in 16.1 overs. Hungary require 99 to win the match. And look, if they can do it in 19.1 overs or less, so basically, an over or more to spare, then Hungary will jump ahead of Austria on net run rate too. So, yeah, plenty to play for here. Pretty pleasant conditions, really. It's Hungary, I talked about, if they do roll Austria in the 90s, how will they approach this? Will they approach it as if they're chasing more of a pass score? Will they be a bit more careful not to collapse? I think it's a really good test of their kind of cricket brains as well. One thing's for sure, the Austrians are going to really attack and give it everything they've got. They'll feel they've got the bowling attack and the ability to defend this kind of a score, but they certainly have made life tough for themselves. Finish down to him, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Great to have you with us. Last T20 here before we get into the T10 stuff. In fact, it's probably the last T20 on the network until after the ECL. So I've certainly enjoyed the switch up in format, and yeah, we're thrilled we can bring you some of these T20 internationals. Of course, looking forward to the helter-skelter of the T10 back tomorrow. Anyway, Sahil Zadran was the last wicket to fall. He's going to bowl the first ball. Here we go, 99 to win for Hungary. And it's going to start with a blast over mid-wicket. It's going to plug slightly, but it'll roll into the rope. It's Abbas Ghani. He is lighting up the Master International Cricket Ground. 4 wickets with the ball. And he starts with 4 runs. Well, it's funny, I was kind of musing whether they would be a little bit more careful than usual, but then I saw Abbas Ghani facing up and I kind of answered my own question. He only knows 2 speeds, fast and extreme. And he starts with a boundary. Now goes up and over the offside, and that's going to pitch just inside. It's going to be 4 more. It's always tough as a fielding side when you're defending a modest total. If you don't get the run of the start, the heads can go down pretty quickly. Ghani has just been an absolute firecracker in this T20I Tri-Series. Remember, we'll see him in the ECL as well for the Budapest Blinders. Just looks very kind of composed. What I will say is he often does give you a chance early. Sometimes we've seen it taken, sometimes we've seen it missed. See Mr. Ploy at the other end, of course. Acting skipper for Hungary after Prasath was ruled out with that knee injury on day 1. Ghani, I needed a fishing pole to hit that. It goes after it anyway, so it's basically 9 off the first 2 balls. Hello to everyone in the chat as well. Good to see Tina in the chat as well. She'll be back with us shortly. Slow ball, picks it, goes it anyway. Going, and gone. Maximo! Well, it's almost like Abbas doesn't have the part of the brain that experiences fear. This is the first over, it's a change-up. He picks it. He doesn't really care. Because of that overspin, it is the kind of ball you can elevate a little bit more easily. He gets a little nod from his captain saying, good stuff. Like I said, 19.1 overs or less would give Hungary the series. This would be a huge result, especially after they lost Austria last time around. Not just, of course, to win the series, but also Hungary 75 in the world going into this series and Austria 47 in the world. So it's a big boost for Hungary because, yeah, you beat an opponent that high, you get all kinds of bonus points. Could be trouble now, though. That's an easy catch for Mark Simpson Park, and the Ghani show's over. Kind of did his job, though. If you look at the target, 15 of the 99 are gone already, but so's Abaskani. He's tried to drag that pull from outside the off stump, and Sahil has his revenge. Probably a ball he could have cut rather than pulled. Mark Simpson-Parker. Guinness people have been calling about his nomination for world's biggest hands. He was never going to drop that. So the first wicket goes down. Ghani up for 14, 15 for 1. Breakthrough for Sahil Sadran. What I will say, though, is Hungary do have some players in form, don't they? Zishan Kukagel has made some runs in the series. Of course, Sheikh Razik, the century maker from yesterday, listed to come in at 4. Got a real dangerous top 6. And Austria to win this game, I think there's no doubt they have to bowl out Hungary. Basically do what was done to them. Zishan, done by a good ball. It was kind of angling in, pitched and left. The Hungarian number 3, just watch it. Kind of happy when you don't nick those first up. Jim B's got a good question about the ICC rankings. Well, I haven't quite finished my degree at MIT yet, so I can't give you the exact how it works. But I do know it rewards teams that beat teams above them. And it is on recent results. So he says, does it have to be taken with a pinch of salt? Well, kind of, yes. Maybe not for that reason. Come back to that in a second, but end of the first over, 15 for 1. I think one of the issues with the ICC ranking system is that a lot of the teams don't get to play each other because there's not the funds to play. I mean, I'll actually have a look at the list and I'll tell you who's in between. And so you end up with kind of, the European teams will play teams that are around them normally, but like they won't play really African teams or teams from the South Pacific. And that's just something that without money, which you could argue they hold on to a lot of, you're not really going to get maybe a true comparison. You'll get a kind of proportional representation based on region. So I'll take, for example, the 3 teams between Malta and Hungary. I'll come back to that in a second because here's Kogiani, who is bowling over number 2. Bit of a tight single. Oh, deploy almost sold Kukagel up the river. I know that Zishan loves batting more than running. Dida, I wonder if he'll get an opportunity sooner rather than later with the ball. Yeah, so in between Malta and Hungary, you've got Israel, Belize and Gibraltar. And just I'll give you an idea of some of the teams around Austria as well. You've got like Botswana, you've got Argentina, Cook Islands, Cayman Islands. I mean, it would be a good trip. But yeah, it's not like there's the money for these teams to be able to travel that far and play to everyone around them and maybe give you a bit more of a better pecking order. But I mean, it's the best they can do without spending more money. But it is interesting. I mean, I love to see, because even I'm pretty well versed on associate cricket and cricket in lesser known nations, but even I love to just see who pops onto the list. Gambia now at number 99. Greece, surprisingly, I suppose maybe not surprisingly because they haven't played too many T20s, but they're ranked 98. But don't forget they won the ECC Challenger Division in 2024. Mali, Myanmar, Seychelles, Lesotho, China. One-child policy perhaps costing them a little bit in depth. Seamers deploy, comes on, so no ball from Kogiani for overstepping. Simpson-Parker will cut it to 2, but means deploy will get the benefit of the free hit. Let's have a look at it. Thing is, and one thing with no balls, you'd want to be sure. See, that for me, it's tough. Let's remember that the umpire's calling it from behind. We're looking side on. But even if that kind of back of his shoe, even not the bottom of his shoe, is behind the line, it's not. But I will also say if you're a bowler, you shouldn't be pushing it that much. You're inviting a call. Here's a free hit then for deploy. Next swing and a miss. Maybe just lost his shape a touch. Kogiani gets out of jail. Maybe a bit of natural justice there. Yeah, Crooms and Cayman Islands must have the money. Actually, Corey says that he's got a few accounts down there, so if there is anyone from the authorities, maybe check it out. Look up Corey Souvlakis, which I believe. Anyway, that's up. It's in the air. Probably a plugger, but could be caught, you know. It is caught. What a fantastic catch. A running back with the flight. Deploy missed the free hit. Then he was in jeopardy again, but that's a brilliant catch by Hamid Safi. Looked like he was on the long march to nowhere, but that's 2 wickets down, and Austria starting to believe. 19 for 2, and it's the end of the Hungarian skipper. What a good catch that is, and Zemus knows one or two things about good catches. It just doesn't quite get it in the middle. He'll be disappointed. That was the short boundary as well, but yeah, left it hanging in the air too long. So second wicket falls, 19 for 2. Let's check it out again. Thanks to 2 circles. Knew he was in a bit of strife there. Deploy. To be honest, Safi made that look really easy. Judged it to perfection. Even the speed he was running, he was kind of ready to intercept the ball at the precise moment that it came down from the heavens. But here comes Sheikh Razik, and this is a guy who scored a century yesterday, and he was unstoppable against Malta, 106 not out. It was the equal 7th fastest, maybe 8th fastest now, T20I century. It was his first T20I century. You could see the emotion and what it meant to him. Kogiani, though, steaming in. Last ball of the second over. Mr. Slick knocks it away for a single. He's off the mark and retains the strike. Kogiani with a successful over, conceding 5. Picking up that wicket of Zemus Deploy, and after 2 overs, it's 20 for 2. Vinny Sano here, Mr. Maximo. Welcome him back once again. Tina Goff to the commentary box, and well, this game's had a little bit of everything. Certainly had wickets, and a pretty exciting conclusion on the case. Well, what do we got here? We got a 7-ball over. Uh-oh. That's up in the air. Should be caught. Drops. Well, a reef. I'm going to have to go to my notes because I had that as over. But, I mean, we have a playing edition as well that if there's a 7th ball bowled, we discount it. And it even means you can be un-out. But we're going to find out whether we missed something or actually... maybe they missed the no ball. Okay, so it wasn't the 7th ball of an over. And the scorers are entitled, actually. It's a rule we brought in Spain to a mid-afternoon siesta, so maybe that's how they missed that call. So it wasn't. So that was actually, yeah, I mean, either way, even if it was the 7th ball and over, would have counted in T20I cricket. So that is the end of the over. I'm going to say that was 6 off the over with a wicket. And it is 22 for 2 after 2. Wow, Tina, help me out here. What a start.
Yeah, I should have stayed in the clubhouse after that wild start. And yeah, it's all been happening. I'd say Hungary still in the driving seat here. They've got a lot of batting depth. And you get Zemus Deploy out, and then Centurion comes in. So it's not getting any easier for Austria here.
Now, here's Zadran. First one's chopped on to the pads. Shigawal standing in at that floating slip. Kukikel lays down the wrong line again. Zadran's beaten him a couple of times outside the off stump.
I do find the whole rankings discussion really interesting. I mean, we could do a whole bonus show on the rankings because it's...
Jared Kimber could do a deep dive.
Yeah, I'd listen to that.
Do a 40 or 50 minute package on it.
I'd listen to that because, I mean...
How are we going to get to the Cayman Islands?
I'm in.
Seems pretty good. Yeah. But it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, I suppose any ranking system is better than none.
The thing is, the ICC rankings now seem to be quite intertwined with the budgets that federations get every year, which means that there has to be a lot of tactical fixture scheduling every year. And this is why, for example, this game for Hungary is such a big one, because if you beat a team that's higher ranked than you get a lot of points. And because you don't play each other too often, okay, as Vinny said, teams in Europe might play each other a bit more often, but Hungary winning here as a 75th ranked team against 47th ranked Austria, if they do pull it off, that will probably put them up to something like 50 in the rankings. That's how delicate these situations are.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how high, but I mean, they've also beaten Malta a couple of times, who are also above them. I think there's something to do with, depending on how high above the team is. Again, and I'm good with numbers, but even I kind of lose patience and just let them sort it out.
You don't want to get Jared out of a job either. So.
Yeah, it's true. Oh, well, is there a nick this time? Well, umpire says no. Quick shake of their head, and Zadran, he cannot believe it. Channeling his inner Stuart Broad. Now they're asking square leg for a second opinion. Bit like when your mum says no, ask your dad. But, yeah, Zadran was sure there was a nick on this. Gotta say, if you look hard enough, maybe you can see a little deflection. Umpire was very quick to say no. It's one of those ones we won't be able to really tell you more than what you can see there. It was very close to the edge, I will say that.
It was a full celeb appeal there. He was in no doubt. That wasn't even an appeal, that was just a full celebration. But I'm not sure what else it could have been. There was definitely no bat on the ground, but the umpire was unmoved.
If there was a noise, I mean, we can't really hear, but some of these guys are pretty good actors, but that seemed pretty genuine.
It is award season, isn't it?
Zishan's having problems with Zadran here. Keeps the last one out. The game goes on and the plot thickens. Kukiko 2 off 10. And after 3, it's 22 for 2.
It's all been happening so far. And despite that scare, Hungary is still up over 90% on the win predictor. But Austria really up in their faces at the moment. You can see the run rate. It doesn't really feature as much when you're chasing a low total. It's more about the wickets. And if they play the full 20, I think there's no doubt that Hungary will win this one. That's why Austria are going up for every single appeal, like their life depends on it.
It's true. I mean, the upside for Austria, if they can win this, is they just keep on plugging. They go flawless through the series. Could argue each of these games is a bit of a banana peel game for Austria, playing teams so far ranked so far below them. Is Kogiani. Prasath in form. Want to get him. Could also make the argument, normally I'd say, Kukil is not really hurting you so far. But the thing with him, he's got the ability to. And also, they've got time to play with. You look at the required rate, it's only 4.5 and over. So really, wickets are the only way that Austria are going to pull this off. More bold, actually, but climbing over the top.
I think Razik felt that one a bit because he hit it on the, I think it got it on the iPad, and he went straight into the immediate marching soldier to try and brush that one off. Okay, that's why.
Yep. Well, you had the question before. I've got to admit, and I think it was a genuine question about the kind of protection in women's cricket that's used. Can I share something from when I was in all-boys school, actually?
I mean, I'm scared to say yes, but I don't want to say no.
We had this cricket equipment, and I went to a school that had been around a long time. In fact, about 140 years by the time that I went there. I know that's not old by some English standards, but it was based on that English kind of system. And of course, in the sports shed, they'd have all the cricket kit bag. So, I had my own stuff, but not everyone did. And if you were short of something, you'd go grab it out of the kit bag. And I don't know, they've never been washed. Well, Rustic in the air. Well, this should be gone. It's taken. What a fantastic catch. Sahil Zadran will no doubt about that one. And Sheikh Razik goes for just one. Kogiani with 2 early wickets, and Hungary on the back foot. Oh, that's their 3rd wicket to fall. And last night's Centurion is back in the shed for just a single, 23 for 3.
That was a lovely grab out there. He made it look easy, but he had to cover a lot of ground. He was diving in front of him, which is always the toughest of chances. Try and avoid getting your teeth smashed by the ball, but it safely into the hands there. And Sheikh Razik, that's the beauty and the horror of cricket, that you go from Centurion yesterday to just the one-off 4 balls today.
I mean, kind of set him up. It's an instinctive kind of flick. I think it's actually quite clever captaincy from Aqib Iqbal. Likes to flick. Okay, that ball on another day might go over the roof, but Zadran anticipated it early. And really, based on what we're seeing so far, if you could choose one of Zishan or Sheikh Razik right now, you'd probably say Sheikh Razik based on yesterday. Zishan hasn't been convincing so far. Kogiani, 2 for 8. Zahir Safi comes in at number 5. After this, you've got Usman Mohammed at number 6, Malavati the keeper, and then you're kind of down to the bowlers as well. 3 wickets in the power play. Don't win too many games. Having said that, I think they lost 5 in the power play in the first innings, so someone's got to win here.
Battle to the bottom at the moment. Hungary kind of find themselves in a similar situation to Austria in that they've got so much time. Over 16 overs left, so they've got time to just plod along. They don't need to get to 99. So that run rate is never really going to be an issue. It's just about protecting those precious wickets. And we said before the game today that not many wickets have fallen in this T20I series so far, but it seems that all the wickets have been kept for the final game, and that was another chance there as well, wasn't it?
Kogiani almost takes a return catch. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Yeah, just popped up inside half of the bat. Don't think it quite carries. Just non-preferred side. This is kind of what I expected from Austria as well. And that's why, you know, Ghani coming out and just whacking that 15 straight away. You know, you felt if that had gone on 1 or 2 more overs that Austria might have lost heart, but they were able to get him in that first over. They followed up with wickets of Zemus Deploy and Rasik. Kukikel survived a very confident appeal for caught behind last over. Last ball of the 4th. Attempted Yorker is kept out by Zahir Safi. That'll take us to the end of 4. It's 23 for 3.
Well, I do get Hungary's tactic of sending in Abbas Ghani, and it looked for all the world that it was going to pay off after those. He hit 2 4s and a 6 in his quick fire 14. But what it does do then, if you do burn brightly but for a short time, is when you get that wicket, you just get the other team having a bit of a roll, getting on a bit of momentum, and that's exactly what Austria have used there. And they've turned that 1 wicket into 3, and suddenly you've got your captain back in the shed, Deploy going for 3 off just 4. The big wicket of Sheikh Razik as well on the back of his century yesterday. So maybe backfired a bit for Hungary. You could see what they were doing, and you reckon that they're still confident of chasing down this total, but 1 or 2 more wickets for Austria, and it's swinging back the other way again.
Safi. Watch on as Kukikel race up to Zadran. So this really interesting one-on-one battle continues. 2 off 11 now. Half an appeal. Camera 5 again.
It's a big appeal coming in there.
Direct hit came in. I think unless Safi was completely asleep at the wheel, should have got his bat back in. And it wasn't that close.
Good appeal though.
Just brushing off the cobweb. So they've had a fair bit of practice of yelling so far in this 4.1 overs Austria. Hello to all of our wonderful viewers in Austria and Hungary, by the way, as well as everyone else around the world. Plenty of people tuning in on fan code. Just getting a bit of an update on what our viewing figures are around the world. Crazy numbers actually that I hear all the time. So yeah, big hello to everyone watching on the subcontinent on fan code. Hello to everyone watching on YouTube as well. Obviously, it's great to have viewers all around the world. Something that makes European cricket very, very special. I've enjoyed welcoming Tina Goff into the family on a more permanent basis in 2025. Oh, pretty good shot here. Expansive kind of flat-footed straight drive. Mark Simpson-Parker does well to his left to keep it to a single. Safi's off the mark. Pardon me, that's Zishan getting a single, so Safi will face up now for the first time to Sahil Zadran. You know, I said I wonder how they'll play, whether they'll be a bit more careful or not. With Ghani, I kind of knew he was going to go crazy. And with Zishan Kukiko, you can kind of see he's being a little bit more careful here not to lose his wicket, especially to Zadran. That's kind of been all over him so far. But I think there's an answer from Safi. Now he is off the mark. And will pitch bounce a couple of times and race away long off for 4.
Yeah, and that's just eased all the pressure from this over, and that's what happens if you're chasing a low total, just one boundary in the over and suddenly you're back on top. And the run rate is less than 5. They've already got 5 from this over. And that's why their win predictor up at 80%. It just needs these two to build a small partnership. And we'll get Hungary halfway there.
Wow. It's a little bit carried away. Perhaps there's Safi. Just thinks maybe attack's the best form of defence here. I mean, it is only, I say only, about 70 runs required for victory here. So one way to look at it is you clear the boundary 10 times and you're almost there. I wouldn't say the conditions have really changed at all. It's more the psychological condition has changed in this game. Oh, that's a bit of inseam there from Zadran, inside edge onto the pad and almost going back onto the stumps.
He got away with that one a bit and then played the shot, almost played on, then shoulders arms afterwards. I don't know if that was a kind of afterthought or he put his head on his hands. Either way, a guilty little look down at the ball there.
He was just trying to keep his bat out of the way so it didn't somehow bounce off his bat onto the stumps. The way things were going there. That's the end of the 5th over, and Hungary are 28 for 3. If you've just joined us, welcome. Always great to have new viewers as well on the European Cricket Network. This is a snapshot of our calendar 2025 and all the places we'll be going on the main tour. Also, we'll have some occasional extras for you. It's amazing. I think at one point we've got 4 series going on at once at the end of May. We'll be back here for the Valletta Cup, for example. But yeah, that's all the ECS cricket as well as the cricket from Cartama in Spain, where we have those majors that are kind of shaded with the dark background there. I think I mentioned that we have 5 brand new locations this year we'll be going to, and also 6 places that we have been to before, but we haven't been there last season. So I think it'll be really great. Anything that tickles your fancy there? Any country you haven't been to that you might like to visit, Tina?
I'm liking the look of some of the eastern ones. So Estonia, I've heard, is a brilliant series, and I mentioned earlier as well, Ireland in August. I think that's the place to be for the ECN family as well. It's a lovely part of the world. I think that'll be a fun series.
I wouldn't mind the Guinness factory in Ireland.
Should we play the games there?
Have been once. Don't remember a lot about it.
I was going to say once that you remember.
But now they've got the Guinness 0.0. It's pretty good. Not a sponsor, by the way, but the Guinness people.
If they're listening.
Yeah, pretty said they might be onto us for Mark Simpson Parker, the world's biggest hams.
I want to see a half pint glass in Mark Simpson Parker's hands. It looked like a little thimble.
Yeah, like a chupita.
Well, you call them pots as well in Australia, don't you? They're not half pints and pints. It's a pot. Is it a pot?
Complicated.
Complicated. It always is with you guys.
In some states, like where I'm from, Western Australia, we have a midi, which is basically a half pint.
Isn't that like a Starbucks order of some
which
sort?
Which is also called a pot.
Pot, okay,
or a midi. Not out. Get through for a leg by, which is, I think it's 285 mils. And then the pint's about 570, I think 568 to be very exact. But then if you go to places like on the East Coast, in definitely New South Wales, they have schooners, which is 300 and something.
Okay.
So if you go and ask for a schooner in Perth, they'll look at you funny, and if you ask for a midi in Sydney, they'll look at you funny. But I've got a funny beer story.
Okay.
We went to last innings of the day, so I'm going to food and drink chat. Place when I went back for the Christmas break one year, went back to visit family and friends in Australia. It's probably 2-3 years ago. I'd say it's my local, one of my locals. they kind of did that kind of rebrand where they kind of made it all funky and had all kinds of different taps and stuff like that.
Gastro pubs.
Yeah, like I said, a pint's 568 millilitres, all right? And they went to just having a 250 and a 500.
So they're ripping you off is basically what you're saying.
Well, we'll get to that. Safi just gets this over the top of Tariq. It will be stopped. That's good effort, actually, on the boundary. Kept back for 2, but feels like every run could be crucial here. Potential low-scoring thriller. Yeah, so, of course, yeah, they were charging for a pint, but they were giving you 68 mils less.
Outrageous.
And I know there've been some pretty big protests over the last decade or so,
That was
but
the biggest.
let's just say the public weren't happy. End of the power play, by the way, 31 for 3 after 6. So yeah, they're ahead of the rate they need to be, but the 3 wickets a bit of a concern for Hungary. Austria need to keep taking wickets through these middle overs, I think, to be a chance. Yeah, so I think after a week, they then were offering 3 sizes. the 250, the 500 and the 568. Because
That's why it's important to vote, people. Democracy reigns.
There was an uproar. It didn't matter how fancy the decor was or whatever. Everyone kind of realised that they were costing you 68 mils per pint, or what seemed like a pint. That's what they call shrinkflation. Have you heard of that term?
Shrinkflation, yeah.
Shrinkflation, where these chocolate bar companies, like, I think there's a similar thing happened with Toblerone globally. They actually increased the space between the dangerous triangles.
The triangles of doom.
Yeah. I always wonder how that's such a popular chocolate.
It's very angular.
It's
I
more
don't
like a weapon.
I don't like my food angular, to be honest, but
It's a mouth poker. But anyway, yeah, that's a little story from down under.
Well, the Germans obviously take their beer very, very seriously as well, and we have our own measurements.
Oh, okay. Enlighten me. After this from Zadran, he's going to bowl out. Why not? He's got the Zishan battle. Actually think physically wouldn't be able to take the ball out of his hand at the moment.
And we've got a broken bat situation here as well.
Well, Zadran is pretty fast. I'm just glad his bat didn't break in half from that suspected outside edge. I think there's no doubt about that one.
That came right off the middle, actually, so I think he needs to have a word with his bat manufacturer, because...
See, in T10 cricket, you need to prove your bat's broken before we'll let you change it.
I think that one's... There's video evidence for that.
I think he passes there.
He looked quite happy about it as well. I think that's a badge of honour to have your bat snapped in half.
It's not his bat.
Well, that's probably why he's grinning guiltily.
I'd love to know how many of these teams have 11 bats between them, actually.
It was a textbook forward defensive.
Yeah.
Ending with the...
But what's not in the textbook is your bat folding up and clapping itself.
It's easier to put in the suitcase to take home, though.
That's true. Well, that could be a market we haven't tapped into yet.
The foldable bat.
Foldable bat. It is really annoying if you are trying to just get a bat.
I hate it. I hate
like
it so much.
A suitcase or something. New bat seems to work okay. Yeah, so... Okay, so tell me about these German beer messengers. I know the Mass. You call it the Mass, the 1 litre, right?
You have the Mass, and that's the classic one that you see at Oktoberfest.
Some people call that something else, though, that aren't German. They call it, like, is it a Stein? Or is it
a
Stein just means...
A Stein is something else.
Okay.
So I think a Stein can be a catch-all phrase.
Okay.
But I think they're typically a bit smaller as well. So you have the Stein is more of the glass itself, whereas a Mass very much is only a litre.
Late kind of cut here, and that's going to race away for 4. So Zishan scores more runs with this bat in 2 minutes than he did with his old bat in 20. Gets his first boundary.
And then, of course, at Oktoberfest, you can have the Mass as a standard, and then you can have a halb, so a half, which is...
So what's that called? A standard?
No.
What does it say again?
Halb.
A halb.
Halb is half.
Halb. Oh, yeah, halb. Okay.
And a Mass is the standard litre.
Yeah, I love this as standard as well.
Standard.
I have been to a Waldfest in Tegernsee, and they only came in one size, Mass. And actually, my German's not great, but I do know basic numbers, which is all you need, because you say that amount of numbers, and that's how many you walk away with. They're just all on the table.
And if your voice has stopped working for whatever reason, just putting up 2 fingers or 3 fingers generally does the business as well. But you probably I mean, people know these things just by having drunk beer or alcohol-free beer as well. So you have the Weizen glass, which is the taller glass for the wheat beer.
Yes.
And they're the ones that kind of look more like the World Cup trophy.
Yes.
And that's specifically for wheat beer. And the
Seen
same.
those as well.
Yeah. And you've got to have the longer beer because that's the best way to drink.
Yeah.
Drink the wheat.
Weiss beer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Weizen beer, exactly.
And think about when I was there as well. I was actually in Kiel in the very north of the country.
Beautiful part of the world.
Yeah. Very nice, actually. A lot of hot air ballooning. It's going to be taken by Zadran in his follow through. He's got one more crack. He won't get Kukakel. He might get Zahir Safi. So what I found out there is there's all kinds of mixtures of beer with other things, like banana Weizen.
Banana Weizen, yeah, that's a good refreshing drink after playing cricket.
Yeah, I actually quite liked it.
Yeah.
Half beer, half banana. Some of the others weren't quite to my liking. Well, big swing this time. Zadran super confident, and Safi doesn't stick around to wait for the decision. He walks, and Zadran will end up with a second wicket. Hungary lose a fourth at the end of the 7th over. It's 36 for 4.
Yeah, that just clipped the very, very top of the off bail. You can see it here. The stump's barely moved, but enough to dislodge the bail and enough to send the batter packing.
It's bold. Yeah, I thought maybe the appeal was for an edge. I didn't actually notice the ball clipped stumps on the way through. It was just a little kiss, wasn't it? So that's probably why Safi didn't have to wait for the decision. He saw the evidence behind him. He goes for 6. Again, I think if there's any learnings here, and I'm all for exciting cricket, but, chasing 100, getting out like this, the off bail, getting hit, and trying to smash the ball over the leg side with a required rate of about 4.5 and over. My coach would have had a few suggestions about my approach. But hey, that's it. And again, normally I would say you applaud people taking the game on. Slightly different, I suppose. It's a big game as well. So that's the end of the 7th over. Yeah, okay. And there were also I don't remember what these words were, but there was kind of half beer, half Coke, half beer, half Fanta, half beer, half lemonade.
So half beer, half lemonade is quite popular in the UK as well. We call it shandy.
We call it a shandy as well.
Yeah.
So that one I've heard of.
In Germany, you have different words as well. So regionally, you have different words. And the Hamburg or northern word for a shandy is an Alsterwasser.
Alsterwasser. Interesting. Kogiani, by the way, he's going to bowl that too. Don't mind this. Openers kind of keeping their team in the game. You might save them for later, but there might never be a later. So
exactly.
Just bowling them out. Okay.
And Alsterwasser, so the Alster is a river that runs through Hamburg. So Alsterwasser is river water. So I don't know if it's some kind of criticism on people who are watering down their beer. But then if you order an Alsterwasser in Munich, they'll look at you sideways.
Right. Well, there we go. Attacking shot takes on mid-on. Who's in the circle? And I think that might have gone all the way. It has. Maximo! Zishan Kukakel, Kogiani hit back down the ground.
Yeah, and that was a nice counter punch there from Kukakel, who's just hanging around a bit at the moment. That's all Hungary need him to do. He's not going along at too high of a strike rate, but when all of his strike partners at the moment are back in the shed, he's sticking around. And the run rate, as we said, it's below 5. And that's already 6 for the over, so a bit more sensible batting, which is exactly what didn't happen at the end of the last over. But Hungary just need to knuckle down now and look at the situation of the game.
That one is pulled away behind square, only for a single. By the way, Dave's mentioned we passed another 1,000 subscribers, up to 436 in like a day or something. So that's great. I think a lot of people now might have seen a lot of kind of hype about European cricket over the off-season. A lot of videos got posted, and I think a lot of people that watch casually, they might not see those highlights, don't realise we're on every day. So lots of people tuning in and sticking around. So yeah, welcome if you're new. Got more questions, by the way.
It's the food and drink chat just really makes things pop off in the chat.
Okay, so yeah, obviously I've heard of a shandy that's quite popular in Australia as well. It's quite good if you're watching how much alcohol you're taking in. But the beer and Fanta, the beer and Coke. Have you heard of the beer and Coke? I've even heard there's like a beer and red wine one.
Okay, well that just sounds like
I made that up.
a crime against nature.
Well, some of them did.
There's a bit of chat on YouTube as well about Germans and beer. I mean, you've got me on a big topic now. But there was a question about Dave asking why do they have so much head on their beers, and I think the wheat beers in particular do froth up a lot, and that's why you have them in those tall glasses. And Thomas Martinez as well saying Germans do take beer quite seriously. I think it was a brand they took to European court because they wanted to.
Oh, Zishan
Just scampers
took
back.
off. This one, I don't know if he sold him fake goods, but it didn't look to me like he was going anywhere. That's the end of the 8th over. It's 43 for 4. Kogiani ends up bowling out for 2 for 17.
The two things that Germans take seriously are beer and bread. So all wheat-based.
I thought you were going to say life as well.
Or life.
Okay.
Yeah. Life, beer and bread.
Okay,
The holy trinity.
got it.
And there's definitely purity laws for beer, and there's also purity laws for bread. So if your bread is not up to scratch, it won't even be put on the market in Germany.
Right.
So this kind of packaged white bread that we get in the UK and Australia as well, they're like, oh, this isn't bread, this is toast bread. Because the only thing that's good for is throwing in the toaster.
Sure.
Whereas,
That makes sense.
Yeah, it does. And the proper bread is the lovely German ones you get in the bakeries. And
I agree with that.
it's just pure sugar and salt, isn't it? I mean, the proper bread. I mean, we can have a whole bonus episode on
chat
bread
might
making
be
as well.
a whole episode of its own on ECN Food Chat. Yeah. But I mean, to be honest, I think it was mentioned as well, in Europe, a lot of places they will do 300 mils or 3 centilitres or 500 mils, half a litre, as a standard. But I suppose those countries typically haven't had to make the transition from 568 to 500, which is where the problem comes. I don't have a problem with the 500. Spent a lot of time in Prague, obviously, and they just have the standard, 0.3 litre, 0.5 litre, works fine, no issues whatsoever.
Once a year, go to Oktoberfest and go for the whole litre.
The whole litre. But I suppose the issue with the whole litre is maybe it doesn't stay cold,
It's true.
depending how fast you drink it. Anyway, here's Bilal, who's coming on. He's going to get smashed for 6. Well, Osama Mohammed not sticking around. Goes Maximo. What a way to get off the mark. We have to make a double change now, don't they, Austria? Their opening bowlers have done a really good job. And between them, they had figures of 4 for 42 off 8 overs. But Bilal's come out and he's dropped a little bit short earlier. Someone's put him away.
Yeah, Austria kind of showed their hand very early by bowling through their 2 opening bowlers. Hungary are trying to wrestle back the initiative and go after those new bowlers.
Interesting also with Hekmatullah Kogiani leaving the field. He's got a little bit of a complaint, and so 12th on the field, that's a deal. Tariq, brother of Umar Tariq. Haven't seen a deal actually cracking the side this week, but maybe we'll see him in the ECIs. Pretty good player. On as a sub at the moment. Yeah, those 6s just feel like they're worth a bit more, don't they? These low scoring games, 50's up by the way. Thinking of a second here, but deciding to be cautious. I didn't know this, that in Berlin, John Gray said that they put a grain of rice in the Weissenbier glass to make it foam even more.
I didn't know that.
Is that a trick?
It sounds like something a sloppy waiter would say when he just spills a bit of rice into the glass. But Suraj also reminds me, and that does sound familiar, that beer and Coke is called diesel. Especially in the south of Germany, probably in parts of Austria as well.
Strange. Hello to Suraj as well, by the way. He's tuning in from Austria. Great to see you, Suraj. And there was a bit of chat, Austria not on the calendar this year. That is a shame, but like I said, we just go to so many locations now that sometimes you might not see a country pop up, especially when you're kind of limited to those summer months. So, for example, Belgium's back this year after missing last year. Germany likewise. Sweden likewise. So yeah, hopefully we have some more ECS cricket in Austria. And who knows, maybe things will switch around. We will get there this year. Anyway, that's the over. It goes for 9. 52 for 4 after 9 overs. You can see a great performance there from both Sahilzadeh, including that maiden. And you haven't seen too many maidens at all this week. It's been, I suppose, reasonably batting friendly conditions. This is a game that's been a bit of an exception. But yeah, Sadran bowled the 3rd over without conceding a run.
Yeah, I mean, as long as the run rate is under 5 runs per over, Hungary will be relatively happy with where they are, especially knowing that in the last 2 overs they've got 6s in both of those overs, and that basically hits the run rate in just one ball.
Yeah.
And anything else after that's just a bonus.
Even a 4 pretty much gets you where you need to be. It's the 4.27 required and over. Hello to Ramanjot Singh, who's watching from Slovenia as well. I know you mentioned the sweep before. Don't worry, I'm on it. Might take me a little bit of time to put it together, but I still need to put my master list on. And then I'll post on social media, and if anybody wants to get involved, they can leave a comment and I can add them on. That's probably what I'll do. And then probably during the Western Shield, I'll probably do the allocations. So I think I want to kind of get the list beefed up as much as I can. Here's a key Iqbal coming on, and he's going to get cut away into the gap first up, short and wide. Kukakel doesn't miss out, 4 runs, and Hungary, after a few jitters, look like they're taking control of this game.
And there's absolutely no room for error for the Austrian bowlers coming on here. And that's the trouble when you've got a bowler coming on for his first spell of the game. He's going to be a bit cold out there, a bit of width provided there, and that's already the 4 more or less that they need for the over. I want to come back to Toblerone in a second.
Okay. Places off the back foot for a single. Over to you, Tina.
Yeah, so Alden Pinto in the chat, he brings us the joyous news that Toblerones in Switzerland haven't shrunk at all. So the world is still right in Switzerland.
Okay.
But did you see that Toblerone can no longer feature the Matterhorn mountain on the packaging? Because there's very strict laws in Switzerland about protecting national symbols. And because Switzerland, or Toblerone, has moved some of its production outside of Switzerland, it's no longer a Swiss product. So they're like, take our mountain off your packaging.
Really?
Yeah.
And the fact, that they can identify it as that specific mountain.
Yeah. People have taken Toblerones up the mountains and then put the Toblerone packaging so that it fits into the mountainscape. That's commitment to the brand, isn't it? Well, they can do that no longer.
Goes after this. Doesn't make perfect contact, but does get over Shigawal, who's at mid-on. He's up in the circle. Yeah, Mohammed is just an out-and-out attacker. Get 2 there. Okay, I didn't know that.
And
full of useful information.
Sometimes staying on chocolate as well. So obviously Cadbury's, which you have in Australia.
Not very well.
And made in Bourneville, so my neck of the woods in the UK, near Birmingham. And it was about maybe 10, 20 years ago, it was taken over by Kraft, Americans. And we all know that American chocolate is not the same standard as Swiss chocolate, German chocolate,
Agree.
even English chocolate. And very recently, the last couple of years, the Royal Seal, which is given to the best food in the UK, was removed from Cadbury. So they have had the Royal Seal taken away from them. So King Charles will no longer be
So some of these kind of
Cadbury's
motifs of class and
decadence.
Yeah. have been taken away.
It's
Thanks to maybe
the pesky Americans.
Profit-seeking and offshoring.
Well, they changed the recipe and obviously probably took sugar out of it because the sugar is what makes it taste good. As a result, Cadbury's have gone downhill and the Royals no longer approve.
Gee, well, Tina dropping a few bombs in food chat today, but a few more bombs are going to disappear out of the Estadio Municipal de Miranda de Corvo tonight as Phil G standing by. And it's Punjab CC Amadora taking on Fighters. And it looks like we might be in for an early finish one way or another here, but I can tell you that the first game will start in about 3 hours and 20 minutes. And it's been really exciting there. A lot of chat about the field there. I mean, one of the issues there is it can be difficult to mow the lawn. It has to be done by hand. I know they're planning a cut, but we've had a proper few pluggers there. A couple of balls come from the sky and just kind of lodge in the earth.
Troubling the moles.
And also the pitch there has been described as, what's the word? Volatile. It's definitely worth...
Temperamental.
Definitely worth your watch. I think at one point last night, Gorka 11 were 6 for 5. I think we're 7 for 5 at the end of the power play. So it's exciting. Tune in, Phil G standing by. And of course, everyone will be adhering to Rule 1, which is protect the equipment. Coming up tonight, 6 p.m. GMT, 7 in Europe, in Central Europe, and 11:30 in India.
There's just so much cricket on show at the moment, and
It's only going to get more.
what a feast for the eyes for all our fans out there, part of the ECN family, and it's just...
There's Daniel Eckstein there. It's Big D, as he's known. Austrian player himself. Travelled all around the world, played in Australia, played in UAE as well. And Big D, who's coaching this Austrian national side, he has something that I haven't seen any other cricket coach have. He's got a whistle,
Okay,
and it works.
I'd hope so.
I think his technique could still be a bit better on the whistle, just having done a bit of refereeing myself. But
Needs to command the whistle a bit more.
yeah, and I wonder what this is about because, okay, I've got a bit of a guess. I might be wrong, but Kogi only went off after bowling his 4 overs. And they might be saying, well, if he's fit enough to bowl, why isn't he fielding? That's my guess, because they don't look too happy. But they've definitely had a bit of a word. And it looks like Adil Tariq was heading off. So can't spot Kogiani out there at the moment, but maybe that's what it was about. Obviously in cricket, you're not really meant to make strategic substitutions. Substitutions are only meant to be made for genuine injuries. Yeah, I've always thought that's a bit of a grey area, because if you suspect someone being injured or suspect someone of lying, can you accuse them of lying? Can you
Get out the lie detector test.
I think the polygraph, eventually, in a world where you've got real-time snicko and you've got hotspot, I think it's a matter of time till the polygraph comes in.
I think it would be an excellent addition to the scorer's desk. Just, laptop, clipboard,
Yeah.
polygraph.
Or in Meet the Parents, how Robert De Niro does you teach him how to grab the wrists. and,
Yeah.
You're not injured, you're going to stay on.
It can be part of the umpiring course.
Certainly be quite fun. Anyway, here's Zalmo coming in again. Hits him 4. Umpire likes it. He's going to give it. Oh, it was kind of angling in towards the leg stump, but it was fairly adjacent. And one thing I will say is Kukkel was caught on the crease. So Kukkel, after a slow start, was motoring. He made it to 22. Let's check it out in the replay. Touch and go. I mean, maybe an umpire's call on whether it's hitting or not. It hits him right in front of leg. Maybe can do one more time. And so then, is the angle going to take it past leg stump, or is it going to get a piece of leg stump? You can see 2 stumps. It's really close. You got to do the kind of experiment. If the batter wasn't there, is this ball hitting the stumps or not? And I'd say it's 50-50 for me. Umpire likes it. I think he's a genuine umpire's call for me, really. But Kukkel, well, you could argue, he was a bit lucky to survive earlier on. That's one that could have gone either way. Goes against him, out for 22. And that means the top 5 are back in the shed for Hungary. 59 for 5.
I think the umpire there was convinced by the conviction of Bilal's appeal, and as you said, it was one of those that he was trapped right back in the crease, and that's maybe what swayed the decision in favour of Austria. It was a tight one, and
Sounds simple, but what I do looking straight on is just picture no batter there and just picture that ball and just the stumps. Can I imagine it's going on to hit or not? I feel like it had a good chance of hitting that leg stump.
It was very deep.
There was a snifter of doubt as Valavanthi comes in, the keeper. Now, I don't know if there's an edge there. It wasn't handled cleanly by Arif. Bilal. Some people say he wears the sunglasses to hide his true emotions, but I think the rest of his body's revealing them.
yeah, that was a big groan from him, but I think that was away from the bat. Just a bit of showmanship there as well, making sure that Valavanthi knows he's there.
I mean, to be fair, I think umpires have been pretty consistent. If they think the ball's hitting the stumps, they've been giving them. I think Austria had a couple that maybe could have gone either way, but they were given. Bilal probably feels he's owed 1 or 2. It's a genuine offie. The other thing with Zalmay, he's saying, give me the ball back. He's feeling, okay, the quicker I can get through these overs, maybe we can sneak through a couple here and suddenly maybe push that rate back up above a run a ball. Or close to. Basically just hoping to rush the batters. Now, here's when Mohammed becomes the set batter. Next one angled in, no run there. So, well, that would have been out actually. Valavanthi, he's on a long march to nowhere. They're going to give up an overthrow, but it could have easily been a 6th wicket.
This would have been well out, I think, direct hit. I think even if Bilal got behind the stumps, he could have even helped out with the run out here, because batter was well down the crease. You can see here on the replay, Bilal actually knocked the bails over with his hand, but he had more time than he thought.
Well, if that had hit the stumps, unless it knocked the stumps over, it wouldn't have been out because he dislodged the bails. And that will be the end of the over. Only 2 off that, and one of them was an overthrow. 11 overs down, 61 for 5. Just looking at the chat, yeah, some people kind of split the vote, I think, on that LBW. Some people saying the keeper was going down, but I kind of said this yesterday as well. The keeper is going to a position where he's going to take the ball behind the stumps. So where would the ball have been when it passes the line of the stumps? Look, I think the umpire, he makes his judgment, and it is a judgment. If you're missing one like that, playing across the line, also some responsibility on the batter there. Got to hit that with your bat, otherwise you're leaving your fate in the hands of another.
The umpires always like it when there's not much footwork going on. You're pinned in your crease. I think always swings it in the favour of the bowler.
All right, so 5 wickets down. Usman Mohammed and Valvathi at the crease, and to come, Matty Ainsworth, Amal Jacobs, Sandeep Mohandas and Mohammad Saklain. Saklain, to give you an idea about his batting, they preferred Abhitesh Prashar with a blown ACL to him on day 1. So anyway. This time pull down the ground. Everyone's golden at the moment. It's funny. We'll never know, but if Austria had put 160, 180 on the board, would Hungary be 62 for 5 in this spot? I don't know.
It's always those smaller totals. We saw that a lot in the ECCW as well. The smaller totals are always the ones that seem to trip up the chasing team.
Dare I say, does anyone have a super over tingle?
Well, it's our last chance in this ECN series here in Malta, isn't it?
Chance for a super over for a while. Valavathi happy to keep it out. In another world, Valavathi does like to clip and go over that leg side. I think here, 1 off 5, I think he's pretty determined just to kind of play a consolidator role. And Exhibit A, leave outside the off stump. Someone wants to chat. Good old-fashioned low-scoring thriller, hey?
Yeah, I'm not sure what Usman wants to chat about here, because I think Valavathi's playing a good hand. They need less than 5 and over, and if you just keep yourself in, you've seen a lot of his teammates go big and go home, and I think he's doing the right thing here.
Slipping a gully in for Akib Iqbal, but that goes down the leg side, and that'll be a wide. Let's not forget, Austria with their batting, they left 23 balls on the table. Hungary, I suppose, at the risk of doing something similar, but time will tell. If Usman said, don't leave it, obviously Valvathi's not listening. Iqbal's a good bowler, though. Gal Zalmai at the other end, and got the 5th bowler still to come. So you've got a couple of options there. Umar Tariq is one. Hamid Safi, the other one. And Dida. When we mentioned Dida, he's in as a bowler. That's his job. Maybe it's a good chance to unleash him, although maybe a bit worried he hasn't bowled in the series, but maybe that's not a bad thing. End of the 12th over, and Hungary 63 for 5.
Well, we saw a fresh bowler come in the form of Sandeep Mohandas, and we saw that paid off for Hungary, and maybe it's time to unleash Dida. I mean, he was left stranded when all of his partners went in the batting innings, and he'll be really keen to prove himself with the ball as well.
John Gray's got a bit of an interesting one, saying at the University of Guildford in 1985 to 1990, snake bite and black was half a pint of cider, half a pint of lager with a shot of black currant juice. It was extremely popular, but banned in all pubs outside.
I have heard of that.
Really?
I've heard of it with the shot of black currant. It just takes off the sharpness of it, I think.
Really?
Makes it a bit sweeter.
Makes it a bit cordial-like, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, that is an absolute blast from Usman Mohammed. Maximo straight through the line. He's a born hitter, and that's his game. This one was right out of the screws.
Yeah, it's no wonder he was telling Valivarthi at the other end to get on with it, because he just needed one ball there from Bilal Zalmi. Saw enough of him and just plonked him over the cover boundary. Just 30 needed now from 47 balls.
Wow, it's a good hit as well. It's going to be 6 more. Wow, Mohammed standing up where some of his teammates have fallen at the wayside. That was another one right out of the meat of the bat.
There he goes 2 for 2. Goes 6 on the offside, followed by 6 on the leg side.
Well, thumbs up, because that put camera 1 in danger.
Don't mess with camera 1.
What have we got up there? Is that Valentine's up there? Is it Dennis up there? Dennis. I hope he's wearing a shirt. Pitched up this time, kept out again. Usman Mohammed likes a certain length, kind of length he can drive and get under. He's not quite there, he's not going for it though. He's kind of paced his innings pretty well. It's 24 to win for Hungary. Clever bowling, takes the pace off. We're hoping he might throw it away, but he waits for it, he strokes it away.
Dave with the helpful reminder in the chat as well that if Hungary do want to win this series, they not only have to win, but they have to win with 5 balls to spare. So instead of from 44 balls, it'll be 39 balls.
That's a very good point. Yeah, we kind of haven't mentioned that for a while. I like this from Jim B. And this is very kind of, when I think about where ECN started and where we are now, it's incredible. Obviously, we might not have all the bells and whistles of the World Cup, but obviously we're doing some pretty innovative things. That'll be the end of the over. Zalmai has bowled 3. Went for a couple of large ones in that over, though. He's got 1 for 23 and 13 overs down, 75 for 5. Yeah, Jim B saying he's going to go cut out some paper stumps to stick to the screen, get a red biro for the tracking, and do a scientific review. So he's going to do, well, it's not kind of Hawkeye, but he's going to do Jim B tracking.
Jim I.
Yeah, he's going to be able to work out on using his pen and paper.
All in the name of science.
Whether that was going to hit the leg stump or not. I still maintain it's umpire's call. I've got a pretty good internal DRS. I was actually known
when it was just the doctor about that.
When it was line decisions, and this is before the codes came in. I would make a bit of money with my teammates by betting them whether things were out or in, and they would often. I just had a good eye for them. Still kind of carries through even from this distance. They would swear, no, that's definitely not out. So I'm like, it's out.
I think being a keeper helps with this as well.
Yeah, because you're good at lying.
Yes, that's what I was going to say.
No. It's an acquired skill, I guess. Valivarthi kind of tempted. It's funny because this takes me back to the olden days where a bit of pressure builds up, even with the match situation. You get a bit itchy to play a shot. Valivarthi's 1 off 10 here, but really just has to hold up an end, especially as long as Usman Mohammed's there. Imagine, just like in MLB, they go to New York, we go to Jim B's house and he has to send back the picture of the ball tracking. Little dab here, gets between the slip and the gully. I mean, there's a long chase. And Valivarthi will get 2, that's all he'll get. Creep 2 closer, Hungary.
Yeah, there's really no expense spared in ECN when we go to Jim B in his living room with his red biro.
Well, like our version of umpire's call is just like a big wheel, like Wheel of Fortune with half green, half red. Get the batter to spin it, then it's the universe.
Well, it is Hungary's kit as well, isn't it? Half green, half red.
True,
so
true.
The universe has spoken and you are out.
The Jim Beam tracker is what Alden Pinto is calling it. Valivarthi back to being careful. Kind of squeezed that floating slip in the gully. It's kind of like a 3rd slip in the gully at the moment. You've got Bilal in there. You've got Safi in there as well. Iqbal desperate for another breakthrough. There we go. Told you. Can only keep quiet for so long. Valivarthi knocks himself in the head as if to say, what are you thinking? Delusions of grandeur here. Gets on the front foot. Tries to swivel on it.
He would have been better off staying in his crease there because it was there to hit, and he kind of, yeah, gave himself a light punch. Hopefully there's no concussion sub needed. But he's got Mohammed going great guns at the other end.
He got out on the top edge there. I think maybe the coach would have had a word anyway. It's the end of 14 and Hungary walking sticks. 77 for 5.
Yeah, and Austria really throwing everything at it. They're squeezing in the field. They know they need probably 2 more wickets to try and really put the squeeze on Hungary and put the squeeze on their lower order. But as it is, both these batters fairly set. Of course, Valavathi's only gone for 3, but he's still there. And this is just the small partnership that Hungary needed to see themselves over the line. And now just 22 needed off 36. But if they want to win the tri-series, they need to get it within 31 balls. So they've got 5 balls spare. But with Mohammed at the crease, he'll be wanting to finish this off quickly.
Still a glimmer of hope for Austria, but they need wickets. They need wickets fast. I think if you get Mohammed in this spot, you've got Valavathi at the other end, who's very, very happy, just kind of sneaking in the back row. He'd become a bit more of a leading figure. Like I said, Ainsworth to come, Jacob to come, Mohandas, and Mohammed Saklain. Here is Idibash Adida. They're going back to pace at this golf course end. 22 to win for Hungary. Adida is a guy we've seen bowl really well at the Cartermore Oval. Very effective in the middle overs there. He's got a couple of good variations. He hasn't really been used too much in this series, so he'll feel he's completely fresh. It's nice to have someone be raring to go in this situation, even though we're in the last game of the series. I suppose the flip side to that, though, is you never know if we'll find his rhythm or not. Oh, no. Oh, does that hit the batter? Interesting.
I think it might have just popped up off the pitch and
Did it?
surprised the fielder there. Sahal Zadran that
It took
fielding
a weird hop. Let's have a look. Yeah, you're right. Oh, it's actually hit the stumps. Didn't even notice.
Yeah.
And the backup fielder, Sahil Zadran, was so close that he couldn't adjust to the deflection. But Valavathi will get the strike back. Misses out on this one. It's a tough one because you might say, oh, look, if we can bowl around Mohammed, who seems to have our measure at the moment, yeah, you get 5 wickets at the other end, you win the game. But, yeah, flying a bit close to the sun there. They only need 21 to win. And 5 wickets is a lot of wickets to get.
We know these guys like dealing in boundaries, so it just needs a few big hits from the Hungarian batters to see them over the line. They're playing... Well, they're trying to play sensibly. That one was a big, ugly swipe. It was called as a wide in the end. I think that was tough. It was quite near that wide line.
It's half in, half on. So, yeah, I don't know. I know the umpires call what they feel. But for me, half in, half on. If it's a bowler, I'm disappointed.
You need to make the line thinner.
Yeah, maybe. But you still could get kind of half the ball inside the line and half outside.
Umpire's call. It's back to umpire's call again. We need the biro. Where's the red biro?
Tight
Come on,
call.
Jim.
That's what I mean. No one really knows what the rule is. It's just what you feel. Oh, it's a long way across. Umpire has a good look. But he gave a close one. Kind of completely Shane Watson himself here. Had to play around his front pad. It's just closer than you think. Because look at the step he takes there. Probably maybe height's an issue. Oh.
Yeah, it's always a tough one as an umpire there. When someone steps across, you think, oh, he's been hit on his front pad. It's going down leg. But actually, the amount he steps across here.
Where does it actually hit him, though? Let's have a look. It's actually, yeah.
Height maybe is an issue there. He's still in front of the crease, so he's not been pegged on his back leg.
Probably just going over. But close. Above the knee roll. Kind of wasn't like he'd collapsed the leg or anything. Mohammed gets the strike back. 19 to win. That one is thrown up pretty wide. It's going to go to the boundary. Well, what a great shot from Usman Mohammed. Kind of tempts him with that one, maybe hoping to get a little outside edge, but Usman likes to bat deep in the crease, doesn't he? Collapses that back leg and strokes it away to the point boundary.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot, and he was using the whole depth of the crease there. And he didn't seem to hit that one too hard either. He just milled it and passed the 2 fielders there at cover and point. And you're right, Vinny, he's so deep in the crease. I'd be terrified of knocking the stumps over if I was batting that deep, and he's just asking Itabar to go again there. It's not often you see someone so deep in the crease. They've got a good half foot to go from their front foot to the crease line, which of course opens up the LBW. There's no danger of it being too high if it's hitting him on the pads now.
Nice ball, the over. Ankles it in towards the stumps, glanced away. That'll work nicely for Hungary because Mohammed will retain the strike. Dida goes for 7 in his first over. And at the end of 15, the score is 85 for 5.
Yeah, this feels like last chance saloon here for Austria, with Hungary just needing a handful of runs. But of course the action doesn't stop here. It's the end of the T20I series, but that marks the beginning of the T10 series. And Malta and Austria both got a triple header tomorrow. Hungary have got the slightly lighter workload. They've got the 2 games in the middle. So all 3 teams will be back in action tomorrow, with the first game starting at the slightly later time, 8:15 in the UK, 9:15 in Europe, and 1:45 in India. So make sure you tune in there. It's a 2-day festival of T10 cricket to follow up from this T20 series.
And the thing is, that is wide open, isn't it, that ECI? And the format's really cool as well. So we have 6 matches, which is a bit like we've had here. We have 6 matches where the teams play each other twice, but I suppose the difference in the ECI is we've got time to actually have a final on Friday afternoon.
Yeah.
Peacock Friday afternoon, if you like. So yeah, top 2 will do battle there. In the air and gone. Well, there's one of the wickets they need. Valavarthi was stoic, wasn't he, in his 3 off 17 balls, but Dida perfectly positioned at point to take the catch. Valavarthi played it on the up. He took his chances, but he found the man, and that's 6 down. It's 86 for 6.
Yeah, it was a bit of a shot in anger there. He has been a bit bogged down, but he's been anchoring the innings well, and that's all Hungary have needed him to do. But he didn't quite get his feet moving, and he does have to go. And he made 3 off 17 in the end, which doesn't really tell the whole story because he did a job for his side there.
Yeah, individual stats killer really in innings like that, but I mean, you could judge him by the runs that were scored while he was there. So he came in with the score at 59, he leaves at 86. So 27-run partnership. When he came in, they needed 40. So he gets them most of the way there. What a time for Matty Ainsworth to come to the crease. Certainly, he's shown glimpses of his potential in this series with the bat and the ball, really. But again, his job here really is preserve his wicket. With Usman Mohammed there, you'd think Hungary have this covered. He's still messing around with the field. They've got basically 2 slips in. Show those 2 guys, number 1 and number 56 from camera 2, just next to the keeper. So they've got 2 catches in there for the nick. You can see Bilal there next to the keeper, almost like a 2nd or a 3rd slip, and then we've got Safi in there at gully. See those 2 there, just hovering for an edge. Ainsworth, important role to play. On the pad, just heading down the leg side. Iqbal beats the bat.
Yeah, and Austria are going to go up for everything now. They know that the pressure is still on this young lad at the crease. That's probably a bit high and wide, not so handsome. Matty Ainsworth, quite a tall player as well. So if he's hit on the knee roll or above, probably not going to be out.
Ainsworth keeps this one in the infield. Yeah, he's just got 2 balls to survive here. He can pretty much just block him out, really. Hand it back. Whoa. Must have hit it.
Yeah.
Looked pretty full, looked pretty straight.
It's a strangled appeal, so I think they must have. From that angle, you can't really tell. But
Yeah.
from the front on angle, I think Austria would have had a bit more of a exuberant appeal if they saw there was anything in it.
They weren't that excited, were they? Side edge onto the pad. So Ainsworth does survive the over. 4 overs to go, and it's 86 for 6. Well, now it is coming in a little bit, that whole to win with 5 balls or more to spare. So if Hungary win in 19.1 or less, they win the series obviously that comes into it to a degree. Obviously, any win gives them a real boost in the ICC T20I rankings. This is the table, and this is what I'm talking about. You can see Hungary, with a win, would tie Austria on 6 points, but they have to make up a little bit, and it's only a little bit of net run rate, 0.16 between these teams before this game. So obviously, and because they're playing each other, it's a bit of a double whammy effect. So Hungary, a win would improve their run rate, and it would decrease the Austrian net run rate. So yeah, that's why they need to do it with a little bit of wiggle room. So yeah, 13 off 19 to win the series.
And Dave rightly asked the question in the chat whether Hungary are aware of this. I mean, you are the stats guru, and we've done the calculations here. Whether they've had time in the Hungary dugout to do the same calculations.
Yeah. Interesting, Dina. Searching for this wicket. I mean, you get Usman Mohammed now, and a real can of worms has opened. And don't forget here, a couple of big hits, and this game's over from Usman Mohammed.
And there's
Cuts
one of
this
them.
one nicely, yeah. That's going to run away, and it's going to be 4 runs. 2 fielders down there, but Mohammed picks the gap. He's had such an important role to play here for Hungary. Now, Hungary into the nervous 90s.
Yeah, he just uses all the depth of the crease again. Just rocks back and uses the pace of the ball to guide that one to the boundary, and they're less than 10 runs away now.
Four wickets. That's what Austria need. Chopped it. Could have gone absolutely anywhere. Doesn't go onto the stumps. Haven't had the benefit of doing a test match. It's got that kind of late day tense finish feeling. Just the clothes look a bit different. The ball's a different colour.
It's the same game at heart though, isn't it?
It is. Batting a ball. Not a good ball. Gets away with it. Another day. Mohammed might flick that for 6, but I think he's a little bit careful. He's not going after it unless he really thinks it's in his zone.
It'd be interesting to see what he does now, because I think he's trying to protect Matty Ainsworth a bit at the other end. So
Yeah, just thinking the same thing. And I wonder if they consider then bringing the field up after this ball to try and prevent a single. Let's see what happens on this penultimate ball of the over, though. Drives, does get the single. So it's one of those ones. You still want to protect the boundary, because if you concede a boundary, it hurts a lot. Doesn't mean you get one crack at Matty Ainsworth here.
what do you do here if you're Matty Ainsworth? Do you just think this is a complete free hit, or do you think, well, actually staying in here and just steadying the ship and letting Mohammed take it over from the other end?
I don't think you're in that mindset. I think you only lose this game if you lose all 4 wickets. So yeah, if it was a slightly different situation, maybe if you're a bit closer to 99, then you might consider it. If maybe it was
one hit away, maybe.
Or if it's 17.5 or 18.5, when you still potentially can win with the margin, then maybe you do. But I think Ainsworth's pretty happy, just try and keep it out. Last ball of the over. That's what he does, kind of. It's a French cut, and he gets a bit of luck, and it's going to be 2. Needed some convincing to come back, Usman Mohammed, but yeah, that's a really good result for Hungary. Couple of bonus runs really, and now they can win it with one swing of the bat. Into 17 overs. It's 93 for 6.
He actually did quite well to keep that one out. It was a good ball, and he kind of exposed all 3 stumps, but he managed to jam his bat down in time. The perfect result, and you can see here, Matty Ainsworth wanted to. He wanted to get Mohammed back on strike, and Mohammed only reacted when Matty Ainsworth was basically right in front of his grill. It leaves Hungary 1 shot away. Usman Mohammed just needs a bit of tending to. I think he's having a quick drink. He knows that he's played a good hand here, but he'll want to see his team over the line.
Yeah, now, funny things happen when you get 6 from victory, though, especially with a player like Mohammed, who's a born 6-hitter. He might just have a vision. And if he's wrong and he gets out, and we've still got a bit of a nail-biting finish on our hands here. 6 off 18 for the win, but 6 off 13 and Hungary would win the series. We'll say there are some scenarios where they might win. They could still win in maybe with 4 balls to spare, but if they finish well above the target, so winning with a boundary, but let's just keep it simple. We'll say 19.1 or less. Yeah, helmet malfunction. Not a great time for it either. Matty Ainsworth. Hopefully the cricket gods were on his side. That inside edge could have easily gone onto the stumps, but it squeezed away for 2 runs.
And this will be a great victory for Hungary if they do pull it off. We've said how important these ICC ranking points are. With Austria almost 30 ranking positions ahead of them. And you'll imagine this will reflect healthily on Hungary's position. For Austria, they were keen to go for a clean sweep, especially as the highest ranked team in this tournament. They still escape, in all likelihood, with 3 wins and this sole defeat on the last game of this series.
We'll say that Hungary have beaten Austria before. They drew their series in Austria 1-1 in 2022. I think Zishan went big on that occasion. So it's not a first, but certainly would be a really good one. Here's Umar Tariq getting a chance. Last chance saloon really for Austria. Yeah. Interesting. I know the kind of mindset of someone like Usman Mohammed. Like I said, he would love to get those 6 runs, get off the field, and there's one way to do it pretty quickly. Just getting a bit of free coaching, I think, from Slips Corden, something we normally have on ECN. There it is, he goes for it. Should be caught. Biggest moment of the series so far, and it's caught. Akib Iqbal takes it, and Mohammed has visions of grandeur, takes the bait, hits it straight up in the air. 7 out now, and Austria with a glimmer of hope. Set man's gone, it's 93 for 7.
You could just see that coming, couldn't you? He was going 6 or out, and as soon as he hit that, his head dropped. He knew it was out. It was a great catch in the end. It went high up in the air. There's the captain, Akib Iqbal, underneath it. He's given his team a glimmer of hope here.
Mohammed batted well, 35 off 31. 2 4s and 3 6s, but he's got a nervous weight. Didn't quite get his team over the line. Let's have a look at it again. It's kind of middle length, new bowler. To be honest, it's hard to believe what he's trying to do there, because if he does go straight down the ground, it's a long boundary, long on and long off we're back. Just wasn't the one to go after. I bet he's the first one to know that. Are we looking at that super over tingle again, maybe? All right, well, penny for your thoughts. Amal Jacob comes out. Here we go. Plays it, doesn't get a run. So, yeah, that equation, don't forget, it's now 10 balls. They need to get 6 to win the series. 6 off 15 for the game.
Both new batters at the crease as well, and it's in their DNA to go for the 6. We're wondering if they just need to knock it around here and just ease the pressure a bit.
Make it sound easy.
Oh, it is.
Edged and gone! The slip works out and Tariq's got 2. Bilal Zalmay floating around in Austria with 2 quick ones. Jacob goes without scoring, and just 2 wickets away from an astonishing victory now. The Austrians 93 for 8. This is anybody's game.
This is blown wide open, and the slip cordon we were talking about previously, Bilal there gratefully receives that. He's got his sunglasses on and the sun is shining on Austria at the moment. It's all still to play for here.
Oh, well, Austrian prayers are answered. Bilal in the cowboy hat goes for a ride. Jacob goes for a walk, 93 for 8. Now you've got Sandeep Mohandas. Now Sandeep's actually a pretty good batter, but you don't see him batting very high. I think sometimes he doesn't realise how talented he is with the bat. He's coming in at 10, just Mohammad Saklane to come. What if he was the hero here?
He's already done it with the ball, and you might need to be doing it with the bat again, which I don't think he expected, chasing just 99 for the win, but cricket's a strange game, isn't it?
Oh, dear me.
What was that about an early finish?
Well, might be a late finish, you're right. Mahandas can win it with the 6. Austria need 2 wickets. Tariq, 2 for none. Oh, almost nicks it behind. 6 runs. Gonna have to be squeezed out. You imagine maybe the cricket gods will have their say and edge if it'll go to the boundary or go to hand. Could decide this T20 International.
I really want to know who out there knows the score and knows this 5-ball buffer. Because I think Austria just both teams just want to win, but there's this added bonus as well, isn't there?
Yeah, definitely. Oh, goes for it. Fortune favours the brave. Don't think it's going to go for 4 though. They'll get 2. Again, that probably could have gone anywhere. Mahandas fairly square on. Just slices it over backward point for a couple. Gets them 2 closer. 4 to win now. There's 2 overs remaining. Hungary 95 for 8. What an over though by Umar Tariq. 2 for 2, including the set batter Usman Mohammed.
Mahandas goes for a bit of a run here. I think he loses track of where the pitch is. He ends up somewhere near cover, but he gets in safely enough.
I like this from Dave B saying they should stop slogging and just hit. Well, is there a difference?
Well, hitting I think is a bit more cultured than slogging.
Okay. You can win it with a boundary, any boundary. Now, who are you going to bowl here? So, Zalmai has 1, but I think you probably stick with pace. Seems to have been working. Dida has 2 overs, none for 14. Not sure Bilal is necessarily the man to go back to here. He's certainly very capable, and Austria have a lot of good options, but I just think, the pace has been where you've found these wickets. Probably what you'd stay with. Austria 18% all of a sudden. Back from the dead.
Yeah, it's a big decision now. They're having discussions all around the pitch here. Austria. I think our old saying, everything happens in the 19th, and that's couldn't be more true here, because I think one way or another we're going to see an ending to this game.
7 balls to get 4. They're certainly on, but I think especially it's like a card carrying tail ender, but it's definitely a lower order batter at a higher level. And I'm trying to say this delicately, you're just trying not to mess up. There's a few idioms I was thinking of using, but if you get your team home here, realistically, the tri-series will come and go, but the ranking points will stick around a bit longer.
Yeah.
So I think probably if you said right now, what if we just give you the 4 runs, but it takes 8 balls, you'd be like, okay.
Yeah, we'll take that.
But, yeah, okay. So Dida's been dragged and Bilal's brought himself on. And he's
confidence of the man.
He thinks maybe that quicker ball is a ball that can surprise the lower order batters. But also there's some risks there. When aren't there risks, I suppose, but you'll have to make the pace if you're going to get the boundary. And the boundary does win it for Hungary. 19th over. Here's Bilal Zalmai. Punched away.
That was great fielding.
We'll get a run there, though. There's one of the runs. I wonder how Mohamed Saklain's feeling with the pads on.
He'd more than happily sit exactly where he is for another 2 overs and not have to get involved in this.
Sandeep on strike. Misses.
Got a bit of the young and old combination here as well. Matty Ainsworth just 16. Sandeep, he's still a spring chicken himself at 36, but
seems younger.
More than twice the age of Matty Ainsworth.
3 to win. Well, it should get a couple here. In fact, it could go all the way. It does! And Mahandas wins the game for Hungary. Well, what a sensational performance. He started it off, Sandeep Mahandas, and he'll finish it off. And Hungary pull off a stunning upset, and they win with 9 balls to spare, so they win this Malta T20I Tri-Series. Austria, perfect through 5 games, but the 6th one is their undoing. Hungary, champions in this T20I event.
Wow, what a game. And Sandeep Mahandas, who hasn't really featured throughout the whole Tri-Series, he comes through like the Terminator, and he does the business with both bat and ball. And what a victory that is for Hungary. You can see how much it means to them. They're all flooding onto the pitch. Smiles all around for them. Matty Ainsworth did his bit as well. As we see the replay, just threw his hands at that one, and there was 3 or 4 fielders out there in the covers in the point area, but that was enough. And Mohandas goes for the whole windmill, and he's mobbed by his teammates as well. Yeah.
I actually think he was thinking about knocking over the stumps with his bat because he was so excited and thought, well, better not do that.
We still need to use the stumps tomorrow as well, so I'm glad he didn't.
That's true, but oh well, Hungary, what a performance, what a nail biter. Just shows you multi-formats that you can have your heart stopped on ECN. That was a really, really good game. And I'll even give you the finish net run rate as well, because these two teams, they end up tied on 6 points. Hungary had a net run rate of 1.111 and Austria 0.881. So just basically 0.23 separates these two teams. Hungary win with the margin required. And yeah, what a sensational performance, especially when you consider their captain, Prasath Prasath, went down with that knee injury, pretty serious knee injury on day one. When you think about it, you know, they battled, he came back to bat even though he was seriously injured. They snuck across the line there at that rain-affected game against Malta. Hey, and if the rain had come 1 ball earlier, then Hungary wouldn't have won this series because they wouldn't have got that extra point. But commiserations to the Austrians. They'll get the chance for some revenge in the ECI coming up tomorrow morning. But right now, let's have a look at some of these highlights. And, well, to be honest, Ghani went bang, 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 boom, didn't he? He got them off to a quick start, 15 in no time at all, but he holed out in the first over. And Austria, even though they had to wait for some of these wickets, they just found ways to break partnerships. And that's the reason it kind of went to the wire. Ultimately, that 98 wouldn't quite stand up.
Yeah, and Zima's deploy, he thought he picked that one out nicely, but he only picked out the grateful hands of Hamid Safi. There was a few good catches taken actually by Austria, and that's really what kept them in the game despite defending that low total. Another good catch by Sahel Sandra, which saw the end of Centurion from yesterday, Sheikh Razik, and didn't quite get his hands underneath that one. But it was Usman Mohammed that also came in then, and he hit 2 4s and 3 6s, and he steered the ship for Hungary and his 35 off 31.
I mean, no one was really immune from the drama. You could see maybe a few emotions getting the better of, or what would you say, kind of rushes of blood getting the better of some of these batters. Well, that shot from Safi is a good example. But, you know, flip the script and say in that first innings as well, you look at, you know, Zadran, can't really put on him, he's lower order batter, but, you know, they did have 23 balls they didn't use in that innings, and Hungary ended up, you know, actually scoring a slower run rate. If you actually look at the actual overs faced, that was kind of 50-50, kind of split the jury, didn't it? But remember, only a little bit of the ball has to hit the outside of the stump, and umpire said, yeah, I think that is hitting. It's, both teams finishing with a 3-1 record. Drama was only just beginning though, wasn't it? Zubs Mohammed had Valavati for company for a while, but Dida took the catch there. Still think, you know, Dida was doing a good job at that end, and I can understand Bilal. He's a go-to player, captain. Well, he's not the captain, I suppose, but, you know, he went for himself and just hoped that he was the man to be able to do it. Took the ball out of Dida's hands. We'll never know what would have happened otherwise, but Austria will be disappointed. Having said that, Bilal did some good things, didn't he? That was a nice catch at floating slip. As the plot thickened, that was Jacob who went for a duck, which brought Sandeep Mohandas to the crease. His cheeky little 6 not out was able to scrape Hungary over the line as he was able to get this through. And there the Malta outfield, which hasn't necessarily been too batter friendly through this week. It does the job there for Sandeep. Where have you been all my life? Sandeep Mohandas with the bat and the ball, making a difference for Hungary, as Hungary will take out this T20I tri-series.
Yeah, and it leaves Hungary and Austria both with 3-1 records. It means they've all got a bit to play for going into the T10 series. And of course, we'll see Malta, the hosts, back. They'll be coming back with a vengeance there. Let's just take a look at what happened in today's game. Yeah, Abbas Ghani, he came in. They clearly had the tactic of going hard from the start in the power play, and it worked for a while. 4 balls, in fact. He went for 14. And Kukikel also played a good hand, 22 off 30. Of course, run rate was not really the issue. It was about keeping your wickets and a few low scores in there. And it was Usman Mohammed who came in, and he really steered the ship for the middle and low order, seeing his team home. Just a few balls to spare. On the bowling side, Sahel Zadran at the top of the bowling order. The 2 openers actually bowled really well, and they really put the squeeze on. Hungary there at the start, and they both bowled their four up front with that left. Austria maybe a bit light going into the back end of that innings. That meant that Hungary got over the line by 2 wickets with just a few balls to spare, and getting our calculators out, furiously trying to work out the net run rate, but as it is, Hungary just sneaked over the line, took the win and took the Tri-Series trophy, fictional trophy. So looking at the match summary, Hungary there just squeezing home. And there we have the confirmation of the net run rate.
Yeah, as I said it actually, so at least now my calculator's working. Yeah, 1.11 for Hungary and Austria 0.881. It was a brilliant game. Real tension there in the air. And, shame, I suppose, is for Malta. They don't get a win in that format, but like I said, they've got some reinforcements coming, and I think they'll be a lot more competitive in the T10 format, which starts tomorrow. Congratulations to Hungary, commiserations to Austria. They played some great cricket, didn't they? And like I said, their week's not done yet. They've got that ability to strike back in the Chaos ECN format. Speaking of that, these are the fixtures for tomorrow, as Malta and Austria will get things going before Hungary take on Malta in the second match. We'll have a rematch of this thriller in match 3. That should be a good one as well. There'll be early bragging rights there between those neighbours. And then Malta, Austria getting the second round of match 4. That's a 6th match plus a final. That ECI. So 7 matches in total over the next couple of days. But before that, of course, we've got cricket coming to you from Portugal tonight. Punjab CC Amadora taking on Fighters. And I can tell you that we're 2 hours and 45 minutes away from a start there, as Phil G will do the business. And looking forward to that. Always 2 great contests. I'm hoping the Fighters still win their hot pink uniforms as well. They switched to last year for the night series. But, well, I got to say, from on the ground here in Malta, I know that I was a little bit late getting into the hut, but it certainly was worth it when I joined TNX. We've had a cracking day's cricket. We saw the Austrians overcome the Maltese, but Hungary rallying to win a low-scoring thriller and the Tri-Series here in match 6.
Yeah, it's been a great day of cricket and a great end to this T20I Tri-Series, and more action to come, so I can't wait to put my feet up and watch that tonight in Portugal and then come back fresh tomorrow morning.
Yeah, well, you better wake up early, get a good night's sleep, because we'll test your patience tomorrow, because we've got 4 T10 matches here and then 2 in Portugal. So the gloves will be off. A few players and teams with scores to settle, I think, here as well. Just quickly before we go, I want to remind you, if you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel if you're watching on YouTube. I think we went over 436,000 subscribers. I really want to get 500,000 before the year is up, so every little bit helps. Tell your family, tell your friends about ECN. Don't forget to like this video if you haven't already, because that way more people get to see it. Also, don't forget our website, EuropeanCricket.com. And finally, don't forget our social media at European Cricket. Geez, there's going to be some good highlights there as well. If only you could capture the tension, because we certainly felt it here at the ground. Big thanks to 2 Circles, our wonderful production crew, as well as all the Blue crew, the ECN crew, and all the helpers and officials here in Malta. That's most of all, thanks to you, Tina. You carried the load while I was off on my ECN secret business, and I suppose we were repaid with a thrilling game.
Yeah, and thank you for joining me. Better late than never, but I'll let you off, because I know you're a busy man and you're a man of many talents, but we'll both come back fresh in the morning.
Might pour myself a nice cold half beer, half Coke to get me
Treat
excited.
yourself.
It's going to be a big night. Thanks so much for joining us. To all of our wonderful viewers, to all our chatters, thanks again for your company as well. But for now, it's Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, on behalf of the ECN crew and everyone on the ground here in Malta, including Tina Goff. Stay happy, stay safe, and have a wonderful night. See you in Portugal, but then see you tomorrow morning in Malta for more ECN action. We'll start with the ECIs, but now here's the best bits of the final day of the T20I Tri-Series.